Good morning, everyone, or good evening, wherever you are. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you all for tuning in already. I just woke up, made myself a coffee, and will continue, hopefully, climbing on Snazer2. I am under the weather today a little bit, like quite a bit. But I would play this game now anyway. I cannot lie around in the bed anyway. So I might as well stream it. Today will probably a day where I try to talk less, which means it's obvious that I go to the Pyro PvE encounter if I have an ignition core. So those kind of stuff I will probably just to rest myself a little bit more, not explain. Though if there's any interesting decision or pivoting going on, I will explain those. And as always, that does not mean that you cannot ask questions. And that is whether you're new and want to know something easy, or if it is something where you want to challenge my play, feel free to do that anyway. I will see how long I have stamina today. Might as well only be a few hours and not 10 hours. I think that is clear. Okay. So welcome everyone. Good morning and good morning Hydro Homie. 6 espresso special, of course. Look at this mug. That is a mug, right? That's nearly a liter, 800 milliliter, I think. So it's nearly full. Because obviously, if you take 6 espresso, might as well put a little bit milk in it. And I'm a big boy. I'm by no means a small person. I'm nearly 1 meter 90 and big guy. So you can get the idea. Crit or Z-core? I like V-core quite a bit lately. Crit core obviously is better if you get crescendo. Let's start with a V-core build. So 12 frames since yesterday, nice. I mean, I haven't played after ending the stream, to be honest. I went actually resting up until now. So if there's changed in the rank system, it was not something I did. By the way, talking about ranking, what the hell happened there? Raurish was around here, 3,000. He was catching up. He was close to 3,500. Last time I checked, and here he is now 300 MMR lower. That has to be the unluckiest streak of tilting ever. Or he was completely giving up, or I don't know. 300 MMR. That's probably a week of grinding the ladder at that point. So I don't know what happened there. I just saw it. Good morning, Cat Plays. Hello, hello. Or for me, it's morning. So, JJ or Middle? I think that's a close one. We're leveling, so we have board space, and we can use 2 medium items. We can get one of the things that we like, right? We can get a brick body that carries a little bit, and then a friend. We can get blast doors, and that carries at middle, right? We can get technically a pulse rifle and a friend. That will carry. So so those are things, right? JJ on the other hand, I mean, not that I want to run a force field necessarily here, but he has small and medium items, And obviously we can get like our alpha ray there, which is obviously helping us quite a bit in scaling. And we can get Uzis and stuff. So like the small items. I'm not certain. Let's start this morning by hopefully using the correct thing here. Can you exclude cores? Yes, you can. Nice. Yeah, I don't mind that. Like a Dillo and a pulse rifle, or Dillo and a brick body or blast doors with whatever should carry us against most fights, right? So I think that is a reasonable pool. The issue is we have already a duct tape, so we don't necessarily need to have two medium items. One decent small item and a medium item will do the trick as well. I think it's a close call. I think like middle is better, in all honesty, because Blastos is just broken. And I have the money to buy and roll and buy. I like middle here. So I think like a chem snail is good enough. It's not the best, but it's a friend. So let's talk about this further. If I spend 4 gold and roll, I spend 6 gold, which means I'm at 7 gold. I can sell off this and buy again 2 other items if I get like a pulse rifle Dillo. The downside is I cannot reroll the skills without selling the duct tape, which does not sound correct. I think I will buy the chem snail though. I mean the chem snail is not helping us that much. Yeah, I don't know, the meta is faster these days. Like even with poison, the chem snails ain't helping you that much. I think it's Blastos, Dillo, and Pulse Rifle. And otherwise I'm a little bit screwed. Yeah, in hindsight, chem snail, huh? Yeah, I should have bought the chem snail. I was greedy. I'm a little bit unhappy about that. Chem snail here would have carried us. Do you dream about Bazaar? Like, okay, this looks like doable. Also, it's wrong positioning on my side, right? It's not wrong positioning. No. Core cannot be to the left with this skill. So we're winning this. Do I dream about Bazaar? I would have guessed I would, because the times when I played other games that intense, as I play the Bazaar right now, I dreamed about the games. Like I had like quite a few games where I went like full hard mode in my youth, like always like phases, and I dreamed about those. I have not like dreamed about Bazaar, though I lie in the bed and I think about Bazaar. But this is not dreaming. It's like I'm awake and then I'm thinking about plays or ideas or I don't know, whatever comes to mind. I had not time to think about yet, or I wanted to think about further down the line. I don't know Jiri Gaska. I mean, I know a little bit about UFC, but that was like 10 years ago. Like I was a martial artist for half my life, and I was like very deep into martial arts, like unbelievable deep. But that person I don't know. Like I have not catched up for like the last 10 years with martial arts and UFC and stuff, so I don't know. I will try and run the core with memory card for science. I mean, yeah, you can do that. I had a chem snail here, I think I could take out the rogue scrapper. I do not have a chem snail there, so that's on me. So just to finish the thought, I think I was wrong not to buy the chem snail there, because not only pulse rifle but also brick body could have been on the second roll, and then having like a chem snail was correct, and those two are therefore showing up there more likely. So that was like not correct. I can take a risk here. I want to buy a Chris Army knife here. I think I want to. Probably I also still want to roll Cav since I'm already here and I have the money. Ah, it's a Dillo. That's blast doors. There's no reason to run the core, because we don't have an alpha ray. And I want to run the duct tape here, obviously for the pulse rifle and the Dillo comp. Then I will run just a hatchet. And instead of the core, Hodor is a million times better. That is at least poison, so Hodor isn't doing anything. So we have a pulse rifle and a Dillo. A person has a lot of healing and scaling. Do I get over the line? I get, right? Okay. I was looking a little bit scary, to be honest. There's also quite a bit of poison there. Silver pufferfish. And we decide to play Hodor, right? Like against everything else, this would have looked like a million times easier. It's Isla. I mean, it's as clear as day and night, right? Because we want to obviously get our alpha ray, so we need to get on the brakes here. I think Arc Blast is still reasonable to pick up. I also think I can easily justify rolling here. Interesting positioning wise. Because we have left-handed. I think at least the dealer should get it. Right? If it's not on the pulse rifle, which is a little bit harder. Because we want to have the duct tape there and then something else next to it. Okay. We want to upgrade the alpha ray. I want to take a skill. I think upgrading the alpha ray is more consistent here. I don't think I need to go shopping for small items. Surely I would like to see a metronome. But surely there's also no metronome. Maybe for the future a newsy bit. I'm also not running too bad with Hodor here. So I take the 5 region. If we're taking 1 more XP, we're leveling here. Right. Talking about a Uzi for the future. Love to see that. I don't need any medium items. I'm not gumball rich, so it's just health. I mean, there is XP and we're leveling if we're taking XP. But I feel like going for skills is a lot more consistent. And skills are super strong this patch, so I will go for skills. We're leveling anyway. I cannot afford rolling here. So it's either 10 damage on the left hand or 8% crit. So let's make it 10%, which means it's on the Dillo around the same. And we have scaling. And for the future, that means 8 crit is better than 10 damage. Also, there are synergies when you crit do something. So I think left eye is better than the 10 damage. I know we didn't level a bit. I'm still feeling very good. I have my blast doors here. Against the Dooley. Dooley is not running poison. And Silver Blast doors on day 3 should like solo this. Like, I mean, it's burn, so there's like burn stacking going on. Maybe I wouldn't solo that way, but this will not be close. You can see here, like, I have a million shield, and I think this critted 3 times or something. 8%. I mean, he doesn't know, like the ghost. I mean, it critted 2 times, but yeah. That's a little bit more than average. I really despise the silver skills. I will take the command chip here, because that actually has a use case. And this is the core where I'm most likely to run a combat core. Like, if I get a combat core, that is probably instantly on the board on the core. It's like, for me, one of the best setups with the core. So why not take it? Yeah, I will take chocolate here, just the medium one, like for 5. I'm a little bit poor, so I'll work at the docks, go for the weapons. So how much do I want to get off the brakes? Like on the brakes. So normally my standout play is obviously take every XP node we can get, right? Getting a combat core angle here is nice though. To be fair, it's a Bakun, so I mean he can have a combat core, but in the end it's not likely. It's more likely to get the combat core from Ayla or Paul. So, and I don't need it yet, like it's totally fine if I just like, you know, stay a day without it. What is there Quicksil has to offer? Any upgrades for the stuff I have on board? Is that good enough? No. I don't care. I mean, my blast doors here is just like carrying. It's like not that I think like I would have won with or without the blasters, to be honest. It's not like an issue, but any physical damage on like it's silver, so I think until day 4 or 5 or burn will instantly lose just because I have those blasters on the board. I mean, I like on day 5 Kev's Armory quite a bit. Can I have obviously the combat core we're looking for. We can also have like shield enchanted weapons and then they're scaling. But skipping a guaranteed monster fight is not correct in my book. Like that is just too much extra XP, too much extra gold, too much extra power. Potentially, like this can drop now for this fight, for example. That's like not only XP and gold, but that's like a huge increase in power. Even like a crypto though, in the end, is amazing. And you can like this patch actually spend quite easily your money on skills. Like if you spend 50 gold here and 50 gold there, then your gold is gone. I don't like the silver skills. I like though upgrading my alpha ray. It's just a consistent play. It's a good play. Let's do that play. So chocolate or tox clock? I think it's chocolate. Like surely there could be a metronome, but that's about it. And chocolate is kinda consistent. Since I have also still a backup of golden crypto, I'm inclined to spend like money on the good chocolate. Fighting the mod squad again. I was like not worth to sell there the crypto. It was only at 13. That is below, like I would say below 15. I'm not selling unless I have to. Money wise, I don't have to. And this can still drop. If I had a silver crypto, I would have sold there even if it's just like a little bit less to get the gold crypto. But gold crypto can still drop because obviously you can upgrade to gold crypto. Did you sleep, my man? Yeah, I slept quite a bit. I mean 14 is close to 15 at least. Then it's just health over Quixel. I don't want to go to Quixel. And a risk is a risk. Yeah, I slept like from ending the stream yesterday until like an hour ago, so on that part I was doing fine. I'm just a little bit under the weather. So night was like, yeah, very needed, but in the end also not as restful as it could be. But I would have played this game anyway now. So I might as well stream it. This is good enough. I don't need crescendo on the core. So it's just like I can stream as well. Yeah. Yeah, winning son. So far, we are winning. Like it's so far a flawless run. It's the first run of the day. So and yesterday we were also like we're quite a lot more winning than losing. Had like some crazy builds. I remember my 1 point whatever 1.5 second start of combat diamond combat core. That was fun in my book. So we are winning. We are hopefully getting finally to the top 100 on the second account. That we can like maybe utilize, so we might want to hold on to that. So is it like, this is like where the edge is on trading health for power? That's like quite a bit of health. If I was on the crit core, I would have done those, but I'm not on the crit core, so I do not benefit from the crits itself as much. I would have put it probably on the Bolt's Rifle here, because if I run a combat core, I'm not running the Dillo anymore. But I don't want to do that. That feels not correct, like not a good play. So I'm just going for Bakun here, looking for the combat core. But in the grand scheme of things, 400 health won't matter. I mean, like I said, it is still the time where the health is okay to take to get away. Like it's not day 8 where it's just like too much, right? But I am also weakening myself at least for the next 1 to 2 days, right? Like let's be honest about that. Like I mean, we get a little bit of damage on, but it's on a pulse rifle, so it's not like that much damage, and we can like get outbursted for some reason. So I don't know. I feel like this is the more consistent play. We're not like forcing ourselves to a pulse rifle, we stay more flexible. The health will probably at least be as good for the next few days. And I do not profit from the crits more than I increase by 50% the damage on the pulse rifle. If I was on a crit core here, as mentioned, I would have picked that instantly. Because you obviously get like quite a bit more charges on the core itself, on the crit core. I don't think it would have been like necessarily wrong to go for the crit on the pulse rifle, but I also don't think it has to be necessarily crit on the pulse rifle over health here. Like, health also will probably give us quite a bit of time to win. And early on, this is like crit, so we have like 60 damage and we get crit. So we get like 30 damage on the pulse rifle here. Let's look at the numbers. Next fight. If how I feel about that. Maybe you're correct. Maybe you are. I will go for skills over Kef though. Like I love skills so much. I mean, Tiny Dancer is for itself it's nice, but at the moment, for now, our setup has not 7 items. I mean, we can change that. That's not an issue, right? I can get rid of the blast doors, and the blast doors are falling off anyway. Though, if I pivot back, like if I pivot into a combat core, this will not be working. Hmm. Yeah, if I had a good crit skill, I mean, there are reasons where it is easier. For now, though, I don't feel so. But I don't know. Like, it's a close call. The issue is it's day 6 and we haven't found a combat core. While I want to run a combat core forcing is not like really possible anymore. All got like quite a bit more rare. We haven't seen an Isla in forever, but even if we see an Isla, like, there is a chance. We skipped the calf where also combat core can be, but like in the end, I mean, skills are better there. So in the end, do we play like with a tiny dancer? Do we want to invest into this and say it's only good if we're finding a combat core? Or do we roll this and say we may get better on day 6? I mean, we can run it like this. I think the blast doors are falling off anyway. And then 5% CDR is 5% CDR for free. But it's only like 5% CDR, right? In the end, let's roll. I mean, 5 crit on all the items is probably nice. I mean, I'm not sure like whether it's blasters or not. I think it depends a little bit on the matchup. Like, silver blasters start to fall off, right? And maybe we just want to raise our opponents. So, in this situation, we would have done 200 more damage on our opponent, right? And we would have, like, let's say this would have been a race, right? Like, that's a mirror. It's like someone with an ignition core, with a trebuchet, whatever. Like, it's a race, right? And they did not pick as much health, so I think the health pool of our opponent there is at least close to your average opponent. That is not like a chocolate lover and power leveling. So in this situation, we would have on average get like 50% more damage on the pulse rifle. It's not like really 50% because we have already crit. So we have to decrease the number by 5%, but whatever. So it's like 50%. It's 200 damage here. We would have gotten more if that was crit. And plain of that, it's no crit core. If it's a crit core, different story. Sure as hell I would have picked crit anyway. And we would have lost 400 health. And I don't think that is good enough. So I'm like I'm confident my decision was like pretty good. Okay, do we want to race this way? Or want to play a blast doors against a dually? I think blast doors is falling off. It's like, you know, like 300 health on day 3 or day 4, and maybe 600, like 600 shield, 600 health is impactful on the early days, but here it is just like I rather go with the in-your-face approach. I want to use the gunpowder on my Uzi, in case it's getting a little bit longer in the fight. I'm not pivoting into atomic clock here. And railgun, I think those ships have sailed. I mean, I can hold on to for a potential energy potion I get at a dig site. Yeah, that's better. So no reason to change anything. Uzi on the left. Like, gets a left-handed situation. And then we just go ham. Yeah. I heard that you can restart your game here to get a level. I've heard that was possible somehow last patch. And then I have also heard that this patch, they that you might lose that level if you do that. I don't know what is true. In the end, like those, like for me, these I have heard like someone was talking about it on stream. Like I don't know. Like in all honesty, I wouldn't know what happens here if I restart. Can be giving me the level. Can also be now a bug that you lose the level. In the end, for me, getting restarting to get rid of enchantments and stuff is over the line on the bug abuse. So I'm not doing like I think I have like not done that. I think so. Maybe I have done it once, but normally that kind of stuff I haven't done. I think like conceding is already on the edge of like abusing. I think that is part of the game at the moment. But like going in and out to like, you know, get like a second time of a pulse rifle at Isla, I think the bug is fixed, but like was there. Or go to the main menu for other reasons. Those kind of stuff I didn't like too much. So there's a good start today, right? Getting a haste. That's pretty nice. But there is a bug, okay. This patch that can you roll back days if you restart. Oh, that one. I think that is fixed now. I mean, I'm not like showing with a finger on other people and say it's like they shouldn't do it. It's more like I don't want to do it. Like it's like a personal thing. It's like it's not like that I am like go around and say, well, you're a bad person for doing it. It's just like I don't want to do it. That's totally different. I think the blasters are not in anymore. I don't care about this. Like I have money until like forever, but like I'm rich at the moment. But yeah. So why would I want to go to JJ? Want to go to JJ for metronome, for scrap metal, maybe a chrono and a combat core. I think that is better than 100 health here, 150. I mean, it's falling off the chocolate, right? We are already at 3k health. Sure. I mean, speaking of items I wanted to see, those are it. I don't think like an Omega Ray is good, but there's that. Positioning, I came to the conclusion this is what I want to do always. I know this way I lose like on the left-handed, but yeah. So do I ever want to buy those in case, I don't know, there's a diamond railgun in my shop on day 7? Like I could buy those 3 and say, if I find a diamond or like maybe a golden railgun on this day, we want to have those. And money-wise, it's a contingency I can afford quite easily, right? It's not no issue at all. Though to be honest, it's like it's also a good setup, and I also would like pivot into a combat core more likely. Like either I stay with this or I pivot into a combat core. I don't think a railgun here is actually that good. Like railgun is falling off. Yeah, that's not like railgun is nice early, but early is done. We're not early anymore. And this is good. Yeah, well, like I don't need to do that. Like that abusing. So I don't do that. Like that's all. Like the only thing where I justify that it is okay is for the conceding. But I mean that's that. Right on the right side. So for those like I don't know why the reasoning you want to put the ray on the right side. So It's dually skills. Why do you want to put it on the right side? I think those are good enough skills because we have a hasted core. So we don't need the machinery skill. I either say core cooldown reduction is nice, or I say freeze is nice, and it's enabling for the future if I want to the drill a little bit, right? It's like a drill plan. Like it's like 5 charges on the power drill, and it's like super annoying. Like 5 seconds of freeze is still like buying us a little bit time. Though is overclocked only 15 on diamond? I think so, right? It's like this situation where it's falling off a little bit. It's not getting doubled. Like I'm quite certain, but like yeah, it's 15. So it's only 5, and then technically it's like actually this is better because I will not like be burned. Like I don't have burn that often on me, and I'm also not as afraid of burn anymore. Like the time where burn is necessarily stronger has passed anyway. So it's not that. It's either this or that. I think liquid cooled is good. There's no anti-freeze skill anymore. I like freeze. Freeze is nice. And then for the same reason, I think like 5 more freezes is 5 more freezes over 5% CDR on the core. And now you can see like gold can be spent quite lavishly easy. Okay, at least okay, yeah. So some people want to have like argue that it would have been good to have the core here on the right, because they think if I charge the alpha ray here, that means I have more procs and more scaling, but it says another ray. So for that reason, it's not correct to put it here. The option we got though is like the Dillo gets like left-handed and he gets like a crit. So the question is how much cooldown reduction, like how many charges on the core I lose. And those are quite a few, right? In the end. Because I have a full hasted board. This means it's procs every 2.5 seconds, and then I probably in the end lose a core charge for that. I mean, I get like a charge here on the alpha ray back, but that's not the same. And I think like this is better for consistency, because I want to have as many core procs as I can in this situation because it's a turbo core. So this means I have as much haste as possible, like as much haste as possible on the board. And if I get like a little bit freezing going on, this actually like really matters. And even without freezing, I will get probably a few, like 1, or depending on how long the fight is, like let's say it's just a average medium long fight, I might have getting like a full charge on the core. And I think therefore this is better. And I cannot position it differently, right? Because I want to have it here this way. There's no way around. I mean, it's a good thought. I don't mind it. I would not do that here. Like, not saying it's like my way is right. That's at least my reasoning though. What's the biggest tip you would give Vanessa main that wants to try dueling? Pick the right cores. Like, don't pick the companion core. That's not a good core anymore. Every other core is probably okayish, though I struggle the most lately with the armor core. So anyway, like pick one of the better cores. You can always like consistently pick one of those, and then level quite a bit, and only put on the brakes when you either need like really items to fill your board, need a very specific item like a duct tape, or if a Isla shop is occurring. Buy your Alpha Ray Dillo pulse rifle or Alpha Ray Chris Army knife pulse rifle, and just like raise your opponents, and the rest is use How Bazaar to figure out what are the best odds if you want to look for items, and enjoy the game and enjoy winning. Small items or temp. We can do both. Like an upgrade on the metronome would help us a little bit. That's like very impactful. We can get like an alpha ray. That's about it, right? I don't care if the duct tape gets an upgrade or the Uzi. And this is just bullying, and I wanna bully my opponent in all honesty. Okay, that's a little bit of unfortunate events, but we get over the line in the end. I mean, to be fair, I give him credit for running a Mamasaur here. Right? That is a ballsy play. And also, like, I like that it is viable. He has only one win, okay. I'm saying it's viable. But, like, that was in the end, it was a close fight. If the Mamasaur had, like, a little bit more damage on it, or he has, like, a little bit more burst potential, he screwed us quite a bit, to be fair. It was rather unfortunate that the first hit was on the core, right? Which means, like, my alpha ray didn't scale anymore, and I lost all the haste. So Pulse Rifle and Dillo survived quite a bit, so there's that. There were like a few questions. Is there a way to play Dillo without duct tape? Technically, yes, but duct tape is such a nice enabler with the Pulse Rifle. Like a bunch of other shield sources would do the trick. Like Armored Core is doing a little bit more the trick. Like shielding, like shield enchanted items, if you're shield enchanted Uzi, you don't like you get like at least like something in return. Like if you're shield enchanted Uzi and an armor core, that would probably already charge the Dillo quite a bit. But duct tape is just a nice enabler, yeah. It's also like people are complaining about the strength of duct tape this patch, and while it's like a very nice consistent item, I don't think it's a power outlier on its own. It's more that Dillo is overtuned with its damage. I think like the base damage of the Dillo is too high, for example. That is more the issue than the duct tape in my book. And you have like easy access to alpha rays. I think those are the things that are, for example, making this too strong. It's not the duct tape itself. I think duct tape itself, while being a nice item, it's like a class identity item in my book. It's just like super nice and consistent, but it's no issue. I really hope they do not change duct tape back to whatever in the last patch. I really hope they figure out that duct tape is fine and they just need to change other stuff. Like at least that is how I feel about that. And Dooley is in my book the most consistent character, yes. Would you buy ever Walter? No, no. I mean, you can do that if you're playing an Armored Core, or you have like by default a very tanky setup where you can like kind of abuse the water cooler in the PvE fights. But that is something I'm not playing this patch quite often. And I would like not run a water cooler and I don't know, weaken myself and then I get like a one water cooler tick while playing like a red core setup. I think the water cooler time is past this patch. Like health is still like meaningful and impactful, but it's not as impactful. Also, I think like I would have lost here if I didn't take the temp boost. That was close. I was like barely getting over the line in hindsight. It's definitely upgrading the Alpha Ray. I think it's non-weapon items over gumballs here. Might get a scrap metal or chrono barrier or anything else that is good, like metronome. Without a fully hested friend board, it's harder to get value out of it. I mean, I would phrase it differently. With a deleted friend core, you don't have like a friend like synergy board anymore. Like it's about no one is playing the friend core and no one should play the friend core. Like if the friend core was still like a viable build, like the companion core, then you would probably, like, depending how often you play the companion core, you would still use water cooler. Like if I play like a companion core setup, and I still have like from the early days, and I can hold on to it to the Brick Buddy. I think Brick Buddy is falling off a little bit harder this patch. How they like nerfed him. So there's that, but you still like would play a Brick Buddy on the companion core if that was like an old companion core. And then if you have like an old companion core and the companion core is viable and strong in the meta, you have like a Brick Buddy. I would always buy a water cooler. That is not the issue. But no one is playing a companion core, and no one should play a companion core if they want to win. Good morning, Domations. Morning, morning. I want to buy chocolate here. So I need to make space. I think it's like a cheese temp boost angle here over metal. Surely I can like go and look for the scrap and for the chrono. But in the end I want to cheese it out here. So the only question is whether it's damaged or it's like relax. Like both of those are fine. So what is it that I'm more scared of? I'm more scared that I'm not finishing over the line and my opponents is like out like shielding us, right? So against like a force field or like a shield Vanessa, like a turtle shell Vanessa, like getting the damage is quite helpful. Against like a burn racing ignition core, we obviously would like to have the relax. I think, like, to be honest, I think it's a damage. And the reason is we still get like the benefit of racing our ignition core player quite a bit with the extra damage. So we're still having the upside, whereas against the turtle shell Vanessa, the relax is literally not doing anything. And then we might lose. Okay, it's a Pygmalion. I mean, against a Pygmalion, I would have taken like I would have loved to have the relax. Because it's more likely to be a crook and a lateral build. But in the end, it's okay. Let's just hope it's like... Yeah, okay. I was like scared of Caltrops. I don't know if you remember, but yesterday I got like day 5 golden crook, golden Caltrops. That was not fun. So against like those kind of setups here, it was obviously quite a bit better to not take the relax and take the weapon damage. But to be honest, I think that is like not the most common Pygmalion build. I think it's a crook. And then I think relax would have saved us maybe more and given us more value. I mean, it's a very, very like standard board here for this patch, I would say. Yeah. Want to go for like burn enchanted items, or do we want to go for chocolate? I don't think I want to go here. I mean, most like items will be not burn enchanted, but actual burn items. I'm not playing an ignition core, so I cannot make value out of like burn items as much. And while like a burn enchanted metronome is a nice item, it's not likely to be there. And then chocolate is just the consistent play here. How are you, Dalmatians? How are you? I feel like it's time for Midsworth. Like I don't like gumballs that much. None of those looks appealing. And yeah, water cooler is not it here. So we don't need really to upgrade anything. I mean, we get a little bit value upgrading the metronome, but in the end, I think like gold skills are just like better, and we can get an upgrade on the metronome anyway. So I'm interested in gold skills here. I think like getting more freeze in is helping us quite a bit to bully our opponents here. So that is good enough. Like we have like 2 freezes now. I think like I like full arsenal quite a bit. And it's kinda likely to drop. Though if I take this, I get like 3 and then 4 and then 1 more XP node and we're leveling again. And leveling is also kinda strong. And okay, this game will probably hopefully go 10-0 and then we are very happy. But like in general, a tropical island is not bad. And like if we're finding heal, it's also okay. Like, okay, I thought it was a different skill to be honest. But anyway, those are fine. I think a mysterious portal is quite good. And XP is XP. And then we're leveling. And then we go for diamond tier skills. So I feel like this is the second best, on average, the second best skill, Healthy Heart. But Knife Tricks is Knife Tricks. And Knife Tricks is like an infinite amount better than this. Like, if I have an opponent with the same board and he has Knife Tricks, it doesn't matter that I have Healthy Heart. It's like, we are dead at that point. Like, doesn't matter. Like, a 1-second pulse rifle is just like killing us. So I'm gonna roll for Knife Tricks. This is bugged. It's not working correctly. This is not helping us. So in the end, we take the worse Healthy Heart. But yeah, that is low roll. Like, that's the first low roll of the game, though, to be honest. And it's not like that we're not winning here, like in general. We're still having like a full hasted board and diamond alpha ray and like a million freeze. So we can also still win against a opponent that has Knife Tricks if he has like low roll on the enchant. In what way is a well-oiled machine bugged? It just like works once and twice and then it's not reducing your cooldowns anymore. It's just like not working. Okay. That was a close fight. Or was that a close fight? Didn't look that scary. Because it's a poison enchanted toxic power drill. So Chem Snail is helping a little bit. You use a tool. Oh. So he gets already like 3 charges on the power drill. Because he gets 1 charge from the poison, 1 charge from the burn, and 1 charge from the shadowed cloak. And then he gets crit and haste, but like let's watch the fight again. I want to see that. I think like that was not the that was not as strong as like I'm saying that, but that's like, the crit is going up quite fast. Oh, because the power drill is also burning, and that is why the crit goes up. I was like, in my mind, I was like, that much, like, you don't burn that much because it's only the ignition core. Yeah, I'm not like fully awake here. Yeah, I see. Okay, that's a strong setup. I mean, without all the freeze in his face, and the haste on our board, we would have been like in a very bad position. It's always skills of Weiler here though. I think this is good enough, so I'm gonna pick it. I think it's like metal over like very little bit of damage. We can get like a scrap metal, high roll. I don't think Ballalister is good enough. So I think we're sticking with the pulse rifle at this point, so we can put on the crit on the pulse rifle. I think Awakened District got nerfed quite a bit, so we can take him out. And it's by far the most XP here. I love how many different ways you can get drill online. It's very broken, but it's fun. I mean, I have to disagree. Like, I think it's not like broken in a way that it's unhealthy broken. You need quite a bit to set it up. And so it's only getting online like in the late game. In late game drill while being good. It's also not like you cannot beat it good, right? It's not the same as Caltrops, like not even close. So I don't think drill is per se a problem. Because like, look, he had like a good drill setup. Like he had a really good drill setup. In the end. Like that's like probably as like not as good as it gets, but close to as good as it gets, right? That's like poison on itself, getting burned from tool, and having it next to something that hastes. Like obviously a metronome might have been better, but you get the idea. So you get like the absolute premium of 3 charges for free after a use, which is probably about the average, above average. I think like anyway, that's like really good. And he did not win there. So if you're not winning there, it's not broken. Like that's how I would view it. I still think I don't need to upgrade anything. Metronome upgrade would be okay-ish, but like gold skills are just better. I mean, this is quite a bit consistency, right? That's giving myself quite a bit of shielding. I don't think that is good enough. Sure. Just pick all the good skills. It's like a good skill. Then we're taking cooldown reduction. And then we're temp boosting here. So we cannot get like more value out of this. Like there's the issue with the skill, but I still want to put it on the core. I know I just like lost a little bit of power there. So that's a Vanessa. Let's hope she's like not one-shotting us. To be fair, we have like 7k health here. That's quite a bit for day 10. And we have like a very good board. I mean, there's a heavy silencer. That is like a little bit of an issue. Fortunately, we have quite a bit of freeze. Though the freeze, like one landed here and that's it. Like that's an issue. Hmm. Okay. Never 10-0, huh? Heavy flagship, heavy silencer. Would have helped quite a bit if we had like more freezes on the flagship though, because that means we can like get a little bit of procs in. Not that we are like instantly winning there, but it would have helped like so much to stabilize here, and probably win. And we got like only one freeze, if I saw that correctly, out of the 10 and 4 freezes. Like we froze like all the stuff here and not here. So I think we got like screwed by that RNG quite a bit. I mean, yeah, never lucky. I think it's reasonable to go for Boss Hero. A slot focus would help us quite a bit because I don't care if my duct tape is getting slowed. Crit is nice, weapon damage is nice, so I like crit over shield and slow. It's only 4% crit. That's a reroll angle here. That's building crescendo. And there is a shield enchantment. So I think there are 2, 3 targets available. So I think you can argue a metronome is a good shield target. We have like titanium casing and stuff. And then there's that. You can probably argue you want to put it on the pulse rifle because you get like quite a bit of scaling on the pulse rifle as well from the damage scaling, which means the shield amount itself is increasing quite a bit more from the alpha ray. And it's probably where I want to put it. And then some people also like to put it on the Dillo. Though in this situation with this setup, I don't think it's helping me too much. And while on the metronome, it's probably triggering also quite a bit. I think the pulse rifle also triggering quite a bit, and I think it's the most consistent way because it's like the most shield overall. And I like the most shield. Like I would have won the last fight quite easily, I think, if I just had like a little bit more shielding going on. Aerodrome is like probably where I want to go. I have 1,000,000 gold, so I can just roll for skills. I mean, Monster Loot can have like, or has probably cooldown reduction. I think that's good enough though. I mean, that is like very, like, I mean, it's okay, but in the end, it's not the best. So that is a dually. I think like I am very strong here. Like, let's be honest. But I have no idea. Like, it's day 11. I mean, crazy power drills can happen. That though is not scary, right? Like a Fury Pulse Rifle and a Toxic Ignition Core doesn't look scary to me at all. Yeah. So we just had to take one loss there on day 10. It was overall just a very standard good run. I guess the slow skills were better than instead of picking the skills with like shield. I'm not sure. Like that's quite a bit of shield scaling that you get from the titanium casing in the first place. I think it's not that easy. And the slow is just like X amount of times. I'm not certain. Okay. Was in all a nice start. So we only got like very few ranks for that, right? Did we even get ranks? I mean, I was 117 or something when I started, right? What's going on there? Okay, okay, it's all good. Um, okay. I will just take a very small break. Like was just a minute. Um, and then I will be back. So yeah, see you in just a bit. Thank you for staying around. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. And yeah. Okay, I am back. Thank you for staying around. Um, yeah, next round. Um, let's just continue climbing. So it's like 2 patches ago where Force Field and Armored Core was like a really good core and people liked it. And I kind of struggled quite a bit with the Armored Force Field core. In this patch, it has been the same for me. Like, for some reason, it feels inconsistent and I cannot make it work. Though I see like other streamers and they always hit the good stuff. And like, I don't know, like, for example, like sometimes I watch Katya and whenever I tune in, for example, there's like a force field armor core Blastos going around and she is like at 550. And I start with the armor core and have like 2 losses and no win. Happens quite a lot. So I don't like the armor core at the moment. Like maybe I'm just bad on the armor core. Like I'm not saying like it has to be the armor core. It can also be me that I do something wrong. I have no idea. I think it's a easy crit core game. I want to win. Um, so there's that. Got a memory card to gold and plus 108 damage for the core. Nice. That's quite a bit of money and damage. Just Katja called out. I mean, I like Katja's skill and Katja is a very good player. It's just like she can make the armor core like so often work, and I struggle so often. Um, Nick Tesla, I agree. I changed my mind a little bit on the power drill. I had like quite a few good power drill games yesterday and the day before. So while I still think power drill is situational, and in most cases you don't use it, sometimes if you have the right setup, power drill is like going full crazy. So, non-weapons. Blast doors is probably by far the best one. What are the options here? I mean, we can take the Dave. I don't want to take the bomb squad. Although, I think it's okay to take the Dave. Don't want to take the crypto. Not really, I cannot afford that here. I feel like I want to have the agency to buy more stuff and maybe roll skills. I think it's an Aegis, it's just like, we're just playing a bunch of stuff and that's it. So, if we're doing this, I think we have like a very good chance on winning day one. So we're just doing that. It's like about winning day one. It's the best we can do actually. Um, so the question here is if I revert the setup or not, like the positioning. Like, do I think the procs of the core with 10 damage is better, or the 15% of crit is better? I think this is better, and we also get more procs on the core, which means we get more procs on the duct tape there. I saw her 10-1 with the force field earlier, but it was like a day 4 reserve shield called Blastos that carried. Yeah, like I don't mean that in any rude way. It's just like for other people, it's like coming that easy, and I have lost quite a few games with that. So yeah. I have no idea if I can still get over the line here. I mean, the burn amount is a burn, right? Ah, so unlucky. I mean, barrel life preserver, jaw class. That's good. That's good. And we had a bunch of nothing. Like, our board is just like, put in stuff and hope we're getting over the line. Do you ever take a bomb squad there? I mean, I was more like inclined to take the Dave over the bomb squad. Like, that Dave is proccing quite a bit more. And I was thinking I either get like blasters or I get brick body, maybe. And then, or like another medium item. And then I don't have space for the bomb squad. In hindsight, obviously I should have picked the bomb squad and done, I had like no duct tape there and probably would have won. So, you know, that's the one thing. My mind was more like towards what will I run, and I think like I was more likely to go into that alliance and not run the bomb squad. In hindsight, I don't know. Like I think like bomb squad is just like not a good item because it's so unbelievable slow. Like 8 seconds, it's an eternity. Like yeah, there's like a decent number on burn on my bomb squad, but that is like I don't like bomb squad in all honesty. I mean that is like an unfortunate start already. Like it was not that we're really weak here. It's just our opponent was like a little bit more than averagely strong, I would say. And our shops were like, we did the best we could. Like kinda, I mean, in hindsight, sure, this bomb squad and stuff, but I don't want to go like that way. Like, and I'm not even certain it would have been that much better, to be honest. We would have died quite a bit earlier, also. And we were stacking a little bit, right? Like we're stacking quite a bit of burn. So can we like tempo out the rogue scrapper? I think we can. Like we have a little bit of shielding here. And then this is like just the most XP and gold. And also like yeah, just like do that. Good morning, Harkus. Also, thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, I'm streaming again. Power drill can like proc quite a bit. It's just like it needs a lot of setup to make it work. And you also need to have like scaling available, that the damage output on the power drill is going up. But I had like a few good power drill games in the last few days. So I'm a power drill believer. It's just like occasionally happening. I don't think upgrading anything here is helping us too much. So it's more a skill angle. So we can either get like 20 shield, can get 4 crit, or defense crit. So let's start by saying defense crit is not it on the crit core. I don't like it. And I think like there are 2 ways to think about the other 2 skills. One is we're saying for now, like for day 2, day 3, probably it's better to take this, right? It's like quite a bit of shielding means we are quite a bit stronger, and that's great. Alternative, and that is an argument, you can say obviously we are on a crit core, getting crit is important, and in the long run, it's definitely not the strength from the shield. It is the strength of having 4% crit, that's quite a bit of impact, and we have scaling and stuff. And then you say you have a crit core, and crit is nice, and you get more charges on the crit core. And I feel that is nice. I think I'm more on the back foot. I lost day 1, I don't have an alpha ray. So it is unfortunately not guaranteed, even though I leveled here, that I win day 2. Like, if I have like a very strong opponent who got an alpha ray, if I have a strong opponent that is doing the same thing than our last opponent, I'm not certain I'm strong enough. So for that reason, I just want to buy myself time and make sure I'm not losing another fight here. I think you can only greed if you're sure you're not losing because you greeded. And in that situation, losing another PvP fight because I greeted is like not good. I mean, that is a strong opponent. Don't think he did himself a favor too much here with the missiles. See you in 5 hours, Solomon. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I have like the stamina for long stream today. I was like feeling a little bit unwell this morning. I think like, well, I like Finn's Big Bite and you know, HP is HP and 5 region is 5 region. Like, I also want to fill my board. And I need to look for small items that are good. I mean, it's more or less only the Alpha Ray, and I hope we will see an eyelash soon that will fix our non-weapon setup. So there's that, and we have already the duct tape, and the next day, like the next hour of PvE fights, we're winning anyway. I mean, after thinking about it, I don't need to go to Midsworth there on day 3. I mean, there can be a metronome and an Alpha Ray, but in the end, there's probably a bunch of stuff, and I think like I can get a bunch of stuff later. I mean, there can also be a combat core or a railgun, to be honest. Like, as a high roll potential. And money is good. And 5 region, I mean, it's 5 region, but it's also falling off. It's not day 1 or day 2. Sure. Let's get our high roll potential. That's the wrong large item. And we're here, we can also buy this for a gold. In this, it's like not an issue. I mean, at least we have like stuff on the board now. I mean, the barbed wire is not increasing if I have more shield. And I sometimes actually like the 5 region more, because it buys us quite a bit more time against poison. And we already have, as you mentioned, quite a bit of shielding going on in the way anyway. So we are not like too weak on the shielding itself. And I like to have like consistency of having a little bit on both ends, right? I don't want to like put everything in one basket, and I don't need to here. So I would have picked the 5 region with like health. That though, that is a skill. That is a skill. Hardened shell. I mean, I am a mountain pass risk enjoyer, but I'm not a mountain pass risk enjoyer over Isla. I don't think it's a power drill. I don't want to buy it yet. I don't need it yet. I cannot make me. That's a little bit unfortunate. Outcome here, like no pulse rifle and no alpha ray. Is it ever a force field angle? I mean, the only reason I'm talking about that is because we have hardened shield, right? That means like on the shield scaling side, we should be good. It's a little bit dysfunctional. So there's a lot of stuff to think about here. Like, we can play the Dave here actually. It's not the worst because The Dave setup means like, oh, I know what we're doing. We don't need the crit core. Yeah. We're just playing it without the crit core because the Dillo is straight up better. Because like there's no usage yet of the core, like we don't have an alpha ray. So I was considering playing there the force field. Against weapons, we have like quite a bit of shield scaling. Though against weapon, we are winning without the force field anyway, right? Because if the force field wins, because we have so much shield scaling, we're also winning because we have so much shield scaling. And if I play against a poison build, I mean, there the force field might be good enough. And helping because we have more scaling going on. Like just the duct tape and force field and shield scaling. So against Vanessas, do we wanna play a force field? Nah, I don't need to buy that. That's just like wasted money. It's definitely skills here. Don't think I will stick to the burn anyway. It's like though quite a bit of extra burn on the next fight. I don't want to greed on the burn here. 8 crit, I mean we're on a crit core, right? I mean that is also a number. That's a number for the future, and I want to win now. I want to win in the future. So I think the Dillo there is better than the crit core for sure, because, yeah, that's a lot more damage. That's an interesting build. A very interesting Omega Ray positioning. So, a few thoughts to share. First of all, I have no idea what my opponent does. Like, don't play Companion Core, don't position the Omega Ray that way. If you already play Omega Ray, have it next to the bomb squad. And then the other thought is, I mean, that was a very easy opponent, but I like how you have like agency in this matter, right? Like we have so many options, and now I play like just a Dillo over a crit core, and I randomly just like play a Dave and tempo out the mid game with the Dave until I find my stuff. So I like that you have like this sort of flexibility, and you get rewarded if you like reward it and you win games, and you take like, at least in my book, good options. So yeah, I like that quite a bit. Is it JJ or working at the docks? I think it's JJ. It's a small investment I'm willing to take. I don't think upgrading the Uzi is helping us finding the Alpha Ray at this point. That was like yesterday I thought about upgrading the Uzi, so it's more likely to see the Alpha Ray like very early, like day 2. Most powerful companion core player. Yeah, exactly. I think it's golden XP over Midsworth here. Then Is it chocolate or is it Bakun? I mean, what is there Bakun can offer? In all honesty, not that much, right? Like maybe a combat core, maybe a railgun, maybe a pulse rifle. But a pulse rifle is also not helping us in this position. Don't have an alpha ray yet. Ah, it's a chocolate angle. Maybe it's the good stuff. I mean, that's a lot of gold, but I have also a lot of gold. Let's go for the good stuff. So upgrading an item, I don't think there's any upgrade that has any meaningful impact. Especially if it's, I mean, I don't think upgrading the barbed wire here is like the play ever. So it's silver tier skills. And then we're rolling and hoping for something meaningful. Okay. That is meaningful. That is very meaningful. Positioning still probably like this. Like I want to get the most value out of the duct tape here. And those are my fastest proccing items. I mean, this does not look like a real board, but I think for day 4 that is a real board. That is quite a bit of significant amount of burn scaling on my opponent here. And like, this is by no means, like, it's not the strongest board, don't get me wrong there, but it's by no means a weak board for day 4, right? We just have like a million more health than our opponent probably, which makes it look funny. We have double the health. It's a little bit too early to go for temp boosts. Do we want to buy a silver battery? I don't think so. Like, the idea of buying this battery is primarily if we want to go for the railgun. That's like a pretty nice opening. Maybe we should. Like, we don't have like the nice direction here yet. Railgun would solve that issue a little bit. It's always a risk over Quicksil. Perry the Pig, thank you so much for the raid. Shout out to Perry. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Snazer. I'm enjoying this game quite a bit on this patch. I'm a little bit unwell today, but I still would play and then I can also stream. We have like a interesting crit core where we didn't find like anything meaningful yet. So we're just playing a bunch of stuff and a Dave, and we picked a lot of skills over upgrades and got like decent skills. So we're just like tempoing out until we're finding the good stuff. But it works quite good, actually. So how was your stream, Perry? How do you like the game? Like still having like good time this matter? Like I had like a very hard losing streak 2 days ago. But other than that, I'm having a blast this matter. Like I feel like it's a very, very nice patch overall. I mean, it's a dually meta, but I'm a dually enjoyer, so I don't mind. Hello, Katya. Hope you're better soon. Yeah, thank you so much. How was your stream? How are you? Dave and Aiden should be swapped. I can see that. Yes, that's a good point. The micro Dave is probably proccing more often than the Aiden. Fair enough. That's a good point. Silver battery is an insta buy for you. I mean, it's not like we're not fast enough for the silver battery here. And I don't like battery too much. Like, it's okay, but it's not the best. The only reason I buy it was for the exact reason I stated. It is a good item if I find a railgun and I want to have our possibility to pivot into railgun, especially since we are running a bunch of stuff and tempoing our mid game. Anyway, it's always gold skills. I think it's also always heavy machinery. Like there's just like a very good skill still, since like haste is not as broad available. And it's at the moment bugged, so it says 5 times infinite. And then we're going for golden items. Is it ever a charging station angle? Like I have no, like, to be honest. One second. I'm sorry to hear, by the way, that you lost so much parry. Did you like alternate or did you just play dually? Like if you play like other heroes than dually, I can see that. Otherwise, sometimes you get like out RNG'd by the game. Like I don't know, like I don't know if you've seen that, but like for those who are interested, like that is like crazy to me. Like what Rarish did here. Like he's down like 200 MMR again. That is oof. That's rough. That's really rough. He was climbing quite solid lately. So I was thinking about the charging station. I have honestly not played a charging station on this patch. So like maybe no one has played it and maybe it's even bugged, but like I don't think it's bugged. That was just like joking. I have no idea if a charging station is good here. Like obviously we would have to play a core there, but that's like still like meaningful scaling on the core, right? Like 20 and then one charge, and then we put a Uzi next to it, and then we're just going ham on the charging station. I mean, that is at least scaling, and it's day 5. And we're charging the core like twice that way, but also it's a clunky item. And charging the core is not helping us because we don't have an alpha ray, so we don't have like this, for example, feedback loop, where you charge the core more often, the core goes hard, and then there's that. I mean, a diamond, the charging station might be good, but then there's that. Also, we can only use the Uzi because we don't have like not even a pulse rifle yet. I have no idea if like the charging station would actually meaningfully increase our power level. I see. So Perry's writing, oh no, I'm dually all the time. I'm having a hard time closing out day 9, day 10 in the Dillo meta. And then I peter out at like 10-2 to 10-3. Yeah. And Katja, I was just saying that I have like such a hard time making the armored core work lately in the last few days. Like for some reason, I do not find the right pieces. And then I also find like constantly the counter to it. So if I play an armored core, I can like guarantee you I lose the first 2 days and then I'm tilted already. Like it has happened like I think like nearly always in the last 2 days when I played the armor core and tried it again, because I either got burned or poisoned and didn't find any force fields early. And then I was just saying Katja, for example, can make like as other players can make it easier work. And whenever I see you stream, basically in tuning in, you're on the armored core with like blast doors in the force field, and you're just like 5-0. And I'm like I'm admiring that you get the consistency going, while I cannot do that. And then I was also saying like 2 patches ago when Armored Core and Force Field was also built, I always already struggled there at least a little bit more than other players. So like for some reason like the Armored Core Force Field build feels super inconsistent, and I struggle so often on the Armored Core lately again. That's all. So charging station, I don't like it. That's a summary. Those are not real items. Though in hindsight, I should have thought about it a little bit more. Charging the core more is also like impactful because I have like heavy machinery. I mean, it's done. So there's that. And Isla maybe has now finally good stuff. Okay. So I think we have like two pivot options, right? I mean, I can buy and go into the railgun business on day 5. Or I can go with the pulse rifle here. I already had the silver upgrade. So we're sticking like for quite some time with the silver railgun. That's like probably partly the issue. And it's so hard to get scaling working on the railgun. So those are the two issues we're having if we want to go for the railgun here. I think it's more that we cannot upgrade it at this point, and it will fall off at silver quite soonish, and then we're not closing out. I'm a little bit regretting maybe not picking up the charging station now. Yeah, like it bothers me a little bit because we have like machinery, and then having less items on the board helps like hasting the items we have on the board, and then with the pulse rifle we now picked up, like the charging station would actually be a very reasonable build I haven't done, but probably nice to do. Anyway, it's a done deal. Yeah, Admiral, I'm very clumsy if I face a Pygmalion in most cases, and then I exit to the main menu, and I'm so clumsy. Yeah. Anyway, I think the railgun is falling off here. It's a bait. I still haven't seen an Alpha Ray this game. That's unfortunate. Upgrading the Uzi though is not helping us, so there's that. I also don't think the Chris Army knife is it. So, I mean, we can buy the Chris Army knife technically. If we ever want to run it, but like, if we need like a small friend because for some reason we want to run a pulse rifle with a small friend and like a combat core or something, we can also use the Aiden. So I don't think there's a reason here to necessarily invest into that. I also think for now, like, it's not better to run like the crit core or the pulse rifle. I think it's just like a micro Dave angle with like a Dillo and a little bit of shielding going on. And I think like the Arc Blast does not trigger nearly as often as the Basilisk Fang. So that's the reason I swapped that. Battery is running out of ammo too fast. I don't want to play that. It's like, in my book at the moment, sketchy, and there's no good reason for the battery here. So in the end, I think this is the build for day 6. It's falling off a little bit, but at least we have like burn scaling on our opponent, and we are probably getting carried by the hardened shield here. Yeah. So what carries us is like the hardened shield. Though to be fair, we are like a little bit in the issue because the Uzi will run out of ammo at some point. Yeah. We got over the line though. So is it ever like for some reason, a tool angle? I mean, there can be a flamethrower, but we don't have scaling for that. Hello, Prismat, good evening. Like for you, it's evening time. For me, it's morning, but hello, hello, welcome, welcome. I don't think there are tools that I really need. So maybe it's just a freebie, and if you're lucky, it's a good freebie, like a metronome. Like, temp boost also feels a little bit weird here. It's only day 6, we don't have a bunch of weapons. I mean, upgrading the duct tape is not the worst. So we either go for weapons or we go for Kina. What are the stuff we're looking at Kina here on day 6? I cannot think of too much. I mean, surely we always would like to see a metronome, but like, let's be honest, that's not necessarily there. And we are technically, we want to play a crit core in the end. Like, that's the whole idea. And so we are more like weapon builder, weapon enjoyers than non-weapon enjoyers. Like, in general. Tool is the duct tape vendor in your eyes? Yeah, I mean, and a flamethrower vendor, if you want to find a flamethrower. And I don't think like upgrading the duct tape is helping us out too much. Like, even if I would know I see there 100% of the time a duct tape, like, is that really mattering? Like, I don't think so. So I was joking lately that I will never, or like, not joking, I was saying 2 days ago, I will never take a silver tier item. And I always take monster loot. Does this in this specific situation change? And I want to see a higher potential on the... I don't think a throw net is good enough. Do I think like a silver tier item higher potential is needed here to recover? I don't think so. It's always monster loot. Yeah, wing is just too good. Still think this is good enough. And we should also still win this, because he has no defense line, and like we're scaling quite a bit of shield from the hardened shield. Like, I also really would like technically to run the crit core here. It's just like the only thing the crit core does is basically giving us a little bit of haste. And we're losing quite a bit of damage from the Dillo if we're running a crit core. Like the Dillo is doing quite more damage over a crit core, right? I think it's a risk over metal, just like power leveling. Isla, 3 times is a charm, right? I mean, I think it's okay. We have the financial means to upgrade the Dillo. I don't think I want to upgrade the Uzi again. I mean, that is a Dahlia's Rive Alpha Ray. I mean, to be honest, like, it's deadly and we like it. We're on a crit core. Though it's only bronze and we're on day 6. So there's that issue. But it's like reasonably letting us pivot into it right now. So I mean, I want to play the core anyway. Like, let's be honest. Like, the crit core is a good core. You pick the crit core because you want to play it. Because as soon as you find crit, you have like a very fast proccing core, and obviously you want, if it's enchanted, you want to play it. It's like we just like had no good reason to play the crit core without like an alpha ray and without any making any usage out of it. I think it was way better to play the Dillo there and the Dave setup. Though time is past now. I don't think I want to buy any of those. Let's look what our opponent is doing. Okay, we have burn, crit, or shield. So I think there are two enchants that are reasonable to pick, obviously. One is the crit. And then we're putting the crit probably on the pulse rifle. We get like 1,000,000 crits, and then when we get 1,000,000 crits, the crit core is proccing more often, and we like that. Though I am a lot more inclined to go for the shield here. And the reason is we are having like a lot more Dillo procs that way. And not only do we have a lot more Dillo procs, we also have like a lot more sustainability. Like that is a lot of shield scaling. So I'm more inclined to go for shield over crit here. And we can solve crit with skills. And then I cannot solve like a shield enchant with skills. Also, this is a low roll, right? So there's also the thing that we need to consider to be clumsy in the future, just because we cannot compete with a turbo or heavy core enjoyer, like in general. Just because like it's so much stronger. So the next thing is to decide like whether you want to run a Fang or an Uzi. And while the Uzi is like quite a bit faster, right? It's like 1 second faster. This is a little bit of lifesteal, and it cannot run out of ammo if we're like playing a fatigue game. So I'm more inclined to run the Fang here. I also like the extra scaling from the barbed wire, especially since we're having just a bronze ray here on day 7. I mean, I have like the urge to clean up my inventory, but it's not correct, unfortunately, at the moment. I think like we are though in a very good position, and the reason is we got like 1 day earlier our enchant. So this day should be the easiest day ever. Like we should not ever lose here. That is a crane enjoyer, and he also has like a golden combat core. Fortunately for us, it's only a golden crane, and he did not buy himself time. Yeah, he was incredible slow. That is so true. It's a risk angle always, on day 7 especially. Like day 6, 7, and 8. Like, I am even more inclined to go for risks, because you can always get a Radiant Corsair and a Thug as a risk opponent, and you know why that is good. Also, the music is super loud here. I have to put that into line. Sorry for the a bit too loud of a music here. There's a gold metronome. That's nice. There's a Thug, so we're gonna go with a Thug. Is 5% core CD good enough? Like, I don't care about the low CD R. I don't think it's good enough. I think like the slow is better. Then we need to clean up. I want to buy chocolate probably here. Like, not probably, I want to buy chocolate. Um, I want to buy the good chocolate or just the medium chocolate, like the middle one. I think I mean, I don't know. I want to be greedy. Like, sometimes it's so nice to have like more gold available. Because like enchanted items and like skills are kind of expensive sometimes. I go with Gav's Armory always. Like shield enchanted weapons would help us quite a bit here. Those were unfortunately the wrong shield enchanted weapons. When the classical music beat drops, yeah. I mean, obviously it's a good freeze, but in the end it was just like one freeze from an icicle. I'm also not like scared by that opponent. Like, that's a weather glass, sure, but that's only a weather glass. Like, it's way too slow. Like, that will take like forever. But also, like, we're power leveled and took a lot of HP. I mean, I was like, okay, normally I think I should have had. So, I think like I should have had like a lot more HP than my opponent here. That's only 500 diff, that's not a lot. And then I realized he probably played Arms Dealer. I don't think I need friends. Temp boost is not helping us. So it's just like 300 health here. And then we can like go to Bakun over Gumballs. I think that is reasonable. And then we also can like get like gold back from the chalk. And we are rolling maybe like, I mean, I would probably consider like still a golden combat core here. Or a diamond combat core as far as I'm concerned. Force field is not it. I also don't think a flamethrower setup is here really in the picture. Like, it's way too slow. Especially with the scaling we're having, that is like, we're very slow. I'm a little bit uncertain whether it's correct to run this Basilisk or I want to have an Uzi. I mean, the Uzi is popping off quite a bit faster, right? And it's not running out of ammo that often. I don't know. I think it's the strongest fight just for XP and gold. Silver knee brace div. Yeah. That was an opponent that really wanted to get the HP there. That's the reason why he had like close to my HP level. So, is it Goldie or Monster Loot? Like, I think it's Monster Loot. I mean, Goldie has high roll potential, don't get me wrong there. But in the end, Monster Loot is giving me like a feather or a wing. And I'm really happy about that. That's just so powerful. I mean, it's not just a wing and it's only silver wing. That's a little bit underwhelming, but in the end, it's still good enough. And then, like, normally I like Mysterious Portal, but weapons is like, I should try to get an upgrade here. I should try. Is it ever worth to skip a Mysterious Portal on day 8 for that? That's a questionable thing. I don't know. Oh, also it was wrong to use the wing here without putting stuff in the stash, because I screwed myself 5% of the 6% reduction here. Yeah, I know that Mysterious Portal has like a 50% chance to low roll, but you can like really nicely high roll. You can get like enchant, you can get like a level up. And yeah, Alpha Ray upgrade is like really needed, but it's not like really likely, right? It has to be bronze on day 8, which is only 25% chance to be bronze items. So, you know, there's like that. To be fair though, we have like basically all the weapons that are starting at bronze in the back. I mean, there's like, I don't know. I really don't know. Let's go with the weapons, whatever. I don't think I'm a crane enjoyer here. So let's talk about the combat core. So the reason why combat core is nice here is because we get like a lot of haste, like comparably a lot, but like we're getting haste from the combat core. The reason why combat core is not good here is, and it's nice because we're scaling more, right? It's like a second core that scales us. The reason why like combat core is not nice, it's because it's silver and we're day 8, like we're like so slow here. It's like an issue. The issue we're having is we're just like so slow. I mean, also we're losing if we're playing the combat core 5% CDR on the board, but that's not the biggest of an issue. We're gaining haste, and that's more important. So we would play like this. So I think I can justify buying it because I'm rich. And then I can still like buy the upgrade on the Dillo. And I can still like pivot around depending what my mood is. I mean, it's also like a conceit angle soonish, right? I mean, it's already actually like a conceit angle, in all honesty. Like, if we really want to concede, like, I'm not ethical on Snazer2 anymore. And the reason is because we low rolled the enchant, and if that is like a heavy, I don't know, ignition core enjoyer, we are struggling. Or like even a heavy armor core force field. Because if that is heavy enchant or haste enchant, that is probably just like out tempoing us. We just low rolled the enchant. I mean, yeah, we have like a shield enchanted pulse rifle, but man, that ain't it. Next issue we're having is like we're having like a bronze alpha ray on day 8. And our scaling, if we're playing like the combat core here, I mean, yeah, we're having a combat core, but it's also a silver combat core on day 8. That is also a little bit underwhelming, like on the power level side. Like if that was golden, okay. Yeah, I mean, we can try to rely on hardened shield and whatever, but if that is an force field, like an armored core or an ignition core enjoyer, it's more likely than not that we're losing, because they will just outtempo us. So is it ever better, like technically, to play here actually the combo core or the Dillo? That is like also a question. I mean, let's try like to get like 7 wins, and then we can still concede. I mean, that's like a lot nicer for the chest and economy situation. Bulldozer, okay. I mean, that's though a Bella Lister and a Diamond Bulldozer, so that is like, by my definition, meaningful, but it's a restorative enchant, and we have a full hasted board. But like, we have like no scaling in comparison to him. Yeah, we're not even... Before someone is telling me how this is a good setup, like, it's not. The only reason that is a good setup is because look at the rarity disparity between his damage scaling items and my damage scaling items. Like, if that was like a little bit higher and this would be a little bit higher, we would have won this any day. Like, it's not like this is a good setup. Man, I should have conceded there. I should have conceded. That was like unnecessary loss. Let's just buy the drill here. Do we ever like upgrade the Alpha Ray because we are desperate? I think we do. It's like a straight up a 100% increase on the scaling. We're taking a temp boost. Feels bad. No knife tricks. So do we want to try again to get our 7 wins before we're oopsing? I mean, at least this is silver now. This is like gold now. We have like machinery. Sure. Last chance. Why not multicast for drill? Because I don't have like a drill set up yet. Like, I don't have a drill. Like, I cannot make the drill work is the reason. I mean, probably it would have been a nice option. Because we're not winning without the drill here. But let's be honest. This game is not like looking like we're gonna keep going. Like all we wanted is like get our 7 wins. Like, it's not looking like we are keep going here. Okay, 10% health and 2 upgrading 2 cores. Seems reasonable. And then I take temp boost. So do we think we are cheesing here against Dooley that is losing? I mean, I would say in general we do, but they got like a second enchant, right? So, I mean, at least it looks like that. And then if they have like a heavy enchant and a haste enchant, we are so unbelievably screwed. I mean, we have like finally like a diamond combat core here. I also think, by the way, that the GPU is better than the metronome here because we're running 2 cores. And if we're hasting those 2 cores and they are triggering heavy machinery, we have a full hasted board. And this way we just have like one more item on the board that it's itself triggering. So therefore charging those 2 cores. So, and that was a golden GPU. So therefore that is better. I mean, we are by no means weak here. But we also didn't get knife tricks. Like, that person has by now leveled. That has a possibility for knife tricks. So we lost a few ranks here again. Is it ever 20 crit on the combat core instead of 4 second trigger. I have no idea where the 20 crit is coming from. Oh, yeah. Put the core to the right. I don't think so. I rather want to have like the guaranteed charge there. But I don't know. I feel like the charge is more valuable than the 20 crit. Close one. At the moment, I want to climb a little bit on the second account still. I want to see how far I can get. And for me, also winning is fun. And I have played exclusively Dooley since beginning of time. Like even when Dooley was not the strongest hero by any metric. So for now, I think I want to stick with Dooley at least for a little bit. Yeah. Is it correct to say Core has better early game and Crit Core has better late game? I don't think the Core is especially like one of the cores that it has a good early game, maybe a very little bit better, but most other cores have better early game, like Weaponized Core, Ignition Core. So there's that. I think like what makes the core so fun is the versatility. Like if you don't hit crescendo or a lot of crit, your crit core game is looking like okayish, but that's about it. And you are very bound to, like I would say, a very standard setup with a crit core. Whereas the core opens up like quite a bit of flexibility. And I like that a little bit more. I came to the conclusion, by the way, it's not worth to go for Isla here. It's always taking the XP and just accepting the fate that you are not picking Isla. So someone was telling me about memory card and the core and whatever, but I don't think that is a real strategy. So do I want to roll this? I think I want to. I don't think the 10 shield is good enough. I don't think the poison is good enough. So what I want is either weapon damage on one or on all. Or like even like, yeah, that is what I would really want. That's good enough. That's good enough. Oh yeah, I was wondering, since when were you rank 1? I competed for like the very top when the December pitch hit with the Omega Ray and the rate changes. I have played like more or less exclusively Dooley since the game released. I was always like between top 10-ish and top 50, but Dooley struggled quite a bit in the most patches until the December patch, if we are honest. But I also had like probably a head start of most players because I never played anything else. And then when Dooley was by far the most consistent and powerful character, I just like went full nuts and climbed like crazy. And then I competed for the rank 1 with Sweaty and Rarish quite a bit over the whole December. So Admiral, I came to the conclusion, like, and that I feel like it is a questionable play, right? Because you could argue you really need the Alpha Ray for consistency, and I tried it quite a bit. So I literally I tried it. I went to Ilar over the XP, and in the end, it felt so horrible in comparison. Like, and I did it quite often because sometimes you don't hit your Alpha Ray, and then you are so screwed. And even if you hit your Alpha Ray, like the extra power and tempo you get from the skill and the level up, the HP and the board space, is just more. In the end, it's more. And then the argument you're making, or still can make, and I made, is it is more consistent probably for the future when you hit your Alpha Ray, because then you have your Alpha Ray day 1, and even if you lose, you have like obviously a more consistent game in hand day 2 to whatever, day 6 or whatever, so on. But the downside is you are, I'm not saying conceding, but you're nearly conceding your day 1. And it cannot be correct to concede day 1, because then you first of all have at least to go to day 11. Second of all, you already have like a lost fight, and you know how that feels in the ranked system. So yeah, anyway, I like XP, I like Isla more, so there's that. So is it ever a... No, I cannot really afford the Dillo anyway. Yeah, but like the 5 region is also not carrying enough, like at the moment anymore. Like 5 region was like 2 patches good. But now, like 5 region is not good enough because most people have probably 20 damage on average on weapons, sometimes more. But like, let's say that is happening. And then you're not out region your opponent. Like, it's like you normally you take like 1 weapon skill if you can, and then you have like a lot of damage from weapons, and every opponent is hopefully like should do this and is doing it. So I don't think the region is helping us too much. That's like the power level, like I think it's fair, like don't get me wrong there. But the power level of the skills, like especially the bronze skills, is quite significant, right? And that is something you have to put into consideration. We are as poor as it gets. Like, sure, I can sell stuff off, but it's not really worth to go for calf. So it's either 5 treats or it's 3 bronze tier chocolate. I think over 3 tier bronze tier chocolate is more like 5 treats. It's not like a good note. Like, I rather would have picked XP here. But in the end, it's what I got, right? I think, though, I can justify easily play fight in the Rogue Scrapper. So let's get XP in. We are definitely like 1, 2, maybe even 3 XP like short here already. So there's that. I think I had 2 games in a row where I skipped Isla and then I had a final hour choreo and fins, and I lost too much hairline off that. I mean, there is this situation. Like, I think like when the new system hits, where conceding is impossible, I think the metric is changing a little bit. If we're still on this patch, like balancing wise, because you cannot concede and then you have to go to choreo, and then maybe it's different. But since for those reasons where you go to choreo or have to go to choreo, you can also be a little bit clumsy and take the wrong exit menu. I just take the wrong exit menu if I see choreo. Didn't you say you're German? Why do you start streaming at 4:30 a.m.? Because for different reasons, I have a hard time lately to sleep. And then I would play anyway this game at this time already. So why not? So is it a Quixel angle or is it a big bite angle? It's a close one. I mean, it's day 2 and 5 region, while it's not carrying on its own. It's still like, it has an impact, right? And Quixel, while it can give me like a pulse rifle, it can also just don't give me anything. And the next thing is, like, we have only like 5 gold here. So going to Quixel is kind of expensive. I'm inclined to go for 5 region. And then it's probably the same argumentation. 2 gold and 1 XP is just straight up better than JJ. I'm gonna use just my gumballs here. Is there ever a reason to position differently? Like, I see sometimes people enjoying this, having the GPU to the right, because you have like this let's say, and I call it a feedback loop. I don't know if it's correct in English. Like you have this loop where this is like obviously hastening back this, so we like that a little bit, and therefore this might actually be stronger than the charge from this on this side. I think like if the GPU is like higher rarity, this might be a correct play. But if the GPU is only bronze, I don't think that is correct. Maybe it's also a good play if you, I don't know, have like a full board. But like here in this situation, like I don't want to do the math, but my intuition tells me very strongly that it's not correct to have the GPU on the right. Good morning, Malkovich. Good morning, good morning. Arc to the right. Nah, I rather have the extra right hand on the a lot faster proccing core with everything else to the left. Do you think this patch is a little more skill-based? Yes, I think like this patch has also its flaws, and I don't feel I can be as consistent as like the very long December patch for different reasons. But I feel like in general, this is an amazing patch and people have a lot of agency. And I don't know, like last game, for example, I just won rounds because I put the crit core in the stash, took 2 burn skills, and just like daved and deload my opponent. And that is like something that is not happening often. And it's probably something you, I don't know, maybe not ever doing again this patch. Or I will not do again this patch. But it was just like what the game gave me. And then I pivoted in and out of it. And being like creative and know what's a little bit stronger and what you can do. is sort of a skill level. So I think the general skill level here is rewarding players. Like good players get rewarded this patch in general. And that is something that is nice. So I think this is a good patch. I think there's a lot of skill involved. I think like especially the last patch was a little bit lacking the agency. So yeah. Mm, I don't need friends. I don't have gumball. And 4 gold is helping me quite a bit here. I don't think middle is it. I mean, I can get a pulse rifle. I like a pulse rifle, but it's like most likely not a pulse rifle. And like 100 health here is percentage-wise like quite a bit of increase, right? It's like even 20% here. I don't need to use the chocolate though yet. That's probably a little bit overambitious. Yeah, like this patch, you can make decisions and they have an impact. So yeah, it's a good patch. I think it's an amazing patch, honestly. I mean, there are still like those kind of coin flips because I think like haste and slow enchantment on the core are overtuned. Um, knife tricks is definitely overtuned. So there's still like these issues. But yeah, I still think here I want to upgrade the Alpha Ray just for consistency reasons. And then I want to take a risk. I mean, maybe I should have eaten the chocolate here because Dabbling Apprentice is like really scary. I don't think it's like that scary here because we're really strong, but I'm scared of the Apprentice. Like I have lost way too often. So we have two options. And both have merit. One, we take our XP and gold. Merit, well, we're leveling. And one more level is more power over our opponent. And we like having more power over our opponent, like more HP, some loot. We like that. Though, if you look at the board, the only thing we're having is a silver alpha ray and a bunch of stuff that, I mean, is a bunch of stuff, right? That's not like the same as like a Dilla pulse rifle setup. It's not the same as like, I don't know, maybe Sylvia has like a railgun, maybe Sylvia has a combat core. Um, maybe there's a metronome, maybe there is, you know, the good stuff. And day 3 Sylvia is reasonable, right? You can like, I mean, obviously it's just a pretty JJ and sometimes you don't find anything, but the high roll potential, especially early, because silver items are still like considered rare, is pretty nice. So I am not opposed to go to Sylvia. Money-wise, we are in the green here again. Like 20 gold is good enough. We can go shopping easily. Hello, Tulkas Orome. Welcome, welcome. Good morning or good day, wherever you are. I don't know. I think it's not an easy decision. I think this is like a little bit more high roll potential, but it's I think a reasonable high roll potential. And this is a little bit more consistent. But I think like I'm also okay-ish in a position to high roll. Like get the odds here. Well, that is definitely something. And I think we're also rolling and hoping for something else. I mean, this is a board now, right? I mean, it's still like a bunch of weapons, but it's a bunch of weapons with a metronome and an alpha ray. And I think like a bunch of weapons with a metronome and an alpha ray is kind of good. So in hindsight, obviously the argument is in hindsight, going to Sylvia here was good and gave us at least as much power and a brighter future. And I think like the brighter future is what's helping us here. Well, this is not like a bad board. I also don't think that is here like necessarily a good board. So I'm a little bit, I would say, surprised that they have won. Like, I mean, okay, we're very strong here. It's not that weak. We're just high rolling. I don't like those skills. That is a skill though. Like shield scaling, and this time on our end where we decide about it. So we don't rely that our opponent has to have weapons. I think it is needed to go to Isla here. I mean, there is a risk, and I like to take risks, but in the end, getting a pulse rifle here helps quite a bit. I don't think I want to upgrade those weapons. Like they will not be on the board like much longer. So that is like wasted gold in my book. I still no pulse rifle. Don't want to buy the Dillo. I think buying the Dillo here is nice. I don't think I want to buy the drill here. Like, we are still like probably, I think like at least 5 days away before we can make the drill work. And until those days are happening, I'm more likely to run the Dillo and not the drill. And if ever one of those two. And my gold is not like as high that I can justify banking a drill here. That seems like a unresponsible spending. Shield enchanted weapons are crazily good. I think a duct tape is good. I don't think a shielded microdave will fit the board here anymore. Chocolate over friends. So, do we ever want to run a Dillo? I think so. I think this is better because we have like a fast-hasted Uzi here. And we have a crystal army knife, so that is enough procs on the Dillo, and it's like probably faster than those two, right? think it's more consistent here to upgrade the Alpha Ray, and also like silver tier skills. I have bricked like quite a lot lately again on them. Like I have bricked probably more than I should, but anyway, this is just like the consistent play. So I want to go to Sylvia again, or do we take XP or chocolate? I think all of those have merit. In the end here, I can maybe level if I pick XP again. Like I can maybe go already ahead of the curve. And then the outcome of chocolate and XP is kind of the same, because leveling is also like giving us quite a bit of health, right? So it's either XP or Sylvia in that case. And I think like while Sylvia has like a lot of hero potential early on, silver is now common. It's like it's not like rare to get like silver items in general. And also while it has hero potential, it's just a pretty JJ. So that means like we really want very specific items, right? Like the specific item like that I really want here is a pulse rifle and probably a combat core. That's about it on items. I mean, sure, I take the metronome upgrade, but I think those are the 3 items we're looking for. And at this point, it's more or less only those 3 items that are actually helping us. And the pool is way too big. So, long talk. It's just like the XP here. It's just a JJ now. Yeah, exactly. If I have to, I do another fight. That is a skill. Those are not skills. So, those were like rather, how should I say, underwhelming skills, like really underwhelming. I either can, like, obviously this is like one of the worst skills in the game, like I would not pick those. I either can like get 4 seconds of charge, like for now it's just like the duct tape, but there might be a second non-weapon item. That's just over time. Or I take like crit for the option that like if I find a combat core soonish and I pivot into a combat core, I have like 25 crit on the combat core. Though combat core is obviously getting a little bit worse because like a bunch of smaller weapons on augmented weaponry are more impactful. And also we haven't found a combat core, and lately, like the last 2 runs or whatever, we have never seen the combat core, like at least not early enough. So I think it's just like mixed message. It's by far not a good gold skill, like in comparison. But it's what it is. I don't think on day 5 there are too many medium items. Like it's not like the time to look for scrap and chrono. And it's also only a pulse rifle that I want, and that's about it. Well, the pulse rifle can be there. You know, the pulse rifle can also not be there, right? And it's more likely not to be there than to be there. And then the answer is 2 gold and 1 XP is 2 gold and 1 XP. Any of those weapons a lot better than what I have? Not really. It's always a little bit sketchy here because the Uzi is close to running out of ammo. It feels a little bit like a weakness in consistency, but in most cases we should be getting over the line. For some reason, that's a crit core enjoyer that wants to play burn. I don't don't agree on playing it that way. But even if you play it that way, I do not agree with the positioning. Because it says when you use the core, get blah blah blah. And then you want to have the core on the right to proc more often and scale the burn. Second of all, I think you have like a huge dysfunctionality. Because Dave is only good if you have a bunch of small items. And he has literally one small item that procs every 6 seconds. So even if you want to play it like this, like that, you put this to the right. Next thing you do is you probably find better options. And thirdly, Solar Farm is not a good item anymore. So don't run Solar Farm in the first place. And especially not with this setup. Like, put this on the right. Like good small items here. And then he has actually a build that I would call like a real build that you can, like, if you just like fall face into it and don't find any Isla builds, like any weapon builds. I mean, probably that is not like actually the worst build ever. Like crit core here, 3 small items there. This way though, you are not winning fights. You are not winning fights. I like Dick side. I don't think IC Aegis is good enough. Can consider running it. I don't think we're beating Lich with what we're having, right? And it's also like a little bit dancing on 2 parties at the moment. Like, well, like not fast enough for... So the issue is at the moment, like, oh, you can also use mixed messages a little bit more. You can abuse that maybe. With the core, really. I mean, I took the Mama Sword no matter what, because I don't want to roll all my gold away, and it was like the by far most expensive item to pick. It's not like we need to run it. It's like we are in so Mama Sword is viable, but it's like not really good because we're still in a mid-range tempo meta where most builds will not try to go to fatigue and most builds will go like more like high damage, burn, whatever, and just kill you in like the amount of time it needs, which is like still quite a bit because we slowed down. So it's like 10-15 seconds probably, the fights. But it's only 10-15 seconds. So that means like your Mamasaur needs to go off quite a bit. And while the core is helping us, it's only helping us a little bit here. It changed quite a bit if I have like a golden or a diamond battery though. Like then Mamasaur is like popping off quite hard. But until we're having that, Mamasaur is not popping off hard enough. I don't think I can ever beat Lich here. We are not the build that beats Lich here. And then we're gonna go for the Mosquito for the wings. And then we can at least go and like and try to get as many procs from the Mamasaur, right? That's my idea. So my idea is like we're going, or we're not fighting Lich anyway, and then we can go to the left, and then we can like give Mamasaur a good eating. And then if we find a battery, we actually can consider going to Mamasaur. And if not, there's that. I mean, I beat quite a lot often yesterday the Lich. So to be fair, I think like that's kind of reasonable. I don't like gumballs, I don't need spare change, so I can also go to JJ, see what he has. I think like the railgun passed, so I don't need to buy a cooling fan for the railgun possibility anymore. What non-weapon items are there reasonably to achieve on day 6? I cannot think of many. It's probably more or less only the metronome here. Oh, the battery. It's like a battery and the metronome. Is that good enough to skip weapons at the docks and gold? Like the weapons idea is maybe we high roll Alpha Ray or Combat Core here. Combat Core would also still be like a lot better than the Mamasaur, to be honest. I think like if I were play alone, I would just like go for the docks and get a weapon. Though I think like people want to see that the Mamasaur can still work. So just for you guys, we're gonna go shopping at Kina and try to get a battery. Like surely it's not like like likely, but it's like giving us at least the odds for it. Do want to buy a silver GPU here. Oh really? The metronome is straight up better. And I mean that's good if we have like a combat core setup. I mean, it's a 2 gold investment into the possibility if we're gonna go for a combat core in the future. I don't think... I mean, that person did not lose. What does it mean for us? Which one as a build is not losing? Is it ever like a turtle shell high roll? And then Mamasaur is not the worst? Oh, Deception, you're correct. I should have went gumballs there at some point for the weaponry. Yeah. I forgot again. So what do we expect from our Vanessa? I think I expect more burst build, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it can be a barrel angle, but like barrel is often falling off at some point if you're not like giga high rolling. And it can also be a double barrel hit him in the face build. And it lost day one and then went on a winning streak. What is most likely to lose day one and then winning? Maybe hybriding. Like I still run the duct tape with a defense stance to get like shield in if it's like a weapon build and hope that this buys us enough time. Like the Uzi and the duct tape here and the defense stance. I mean, it's not like a lot, but it's at least something. And then if it's a turtle shell game, enjoyer, we just like Mama Sora that and having a blast. Sure. I mean, we have not lost a fight this run. That's Mama Sora. What were you saying about I mean in hindsight, right? I think like if that was by the way, Diamond Mama Sora, we would have been in a good spot. Also, we ran out of ammo on the Uzi. And he has like a golden shadow cloak, which is like super overkill. Ah, I don't know if I could have raised it though, the other way around. Those are very, very underwhelming. Enchants again. Is it ever like poison the metronome to power drill angle? I think it is. Like in all honesty, it's a poison metronome power drill angle. Crit on Metro. I mean, if we were playing a crit core, sure, but we're playing a core, and then it's not really mattering that I have like 100% crit on 2 items. Like, probably time for medium items for that reason. I mean, there is a pulse rifle we never saw early. Probably still correct to buy that. So we decreased a little bit the Mamasaur. I mean, in all honesty, I want to meme with the Mamasaur around. Probably not the best idea, right? Like we have like a pulse rifle Dillo with the diamond with the golden golden alpha ray. So technically, it should have been better to go with something else here. Hell yeah. Mamasaur is like winning. Not that the amount of damage the Mamasaur did here is like atrocious in comparison if I had like a Dillo. Like, just to be clear, right? We can all agree that this is a lot stronger. And I mean like a lot. Was Flamethrower not a consideration with augmented alpha and the core? I mean, we ignored this a little bit, but probably. Yeah, actually, it would have been also a real build. Would have been a real build. Not gonna lie. Maybe I should have taken out items, so Mamasaur has a better time. Yeah, that was wrong. We could have like just played Mamasaur here to have Mamasaur eat more. To be fair though, Mamasaur only would have eaten one more. because Mamasaur is well fed now. I mean, are we bouldering? It's more here for the 10% health. I think it's probably medium items. Okay, in all honesty, it is like, there are like a few things to consider here. Like, if you all really want to win, it's probably just like a Dillo pulse rifle angle. And especially against the Vanessa, it's not a boulder angle. Because if she has like a turtle shell, that boulder will feel very impact like less. Like there's no impact from the boulder itself. So there's that. Also, while memeing around a little bit is okay, I still like don't want to throw like completely the games. So what I'm willing to say is we're like gonna go mama soaring again and hope that this is a turtle shell enjoyer, that person. But that is, you could upgrade mama, yeah, but I haven't like not an upgrade option, right? Oh no, I could have upgraded mama. You are correct. The thing is like upgrade a friend. Yeah, that is on me. That is so on me. Sure, like that was straight up. That was throwing. Yeah. I should have so upgraded the Mamasaur. Yeah. Instead of core HP. Yeah. That would have been like a lot better. Also, is it radiant? And that's the reason why we can't eat it. Yeah. We won. All good. I should have. Yeah. I was just like, like in a flow where I just pick the stuff I always pick sometimes. Yeah, that's on me. Like a diamond mamasaur here is actually like a real item. I mean, I don't think it is reasonable to play a Mamasaur against a Vanessa. I don't think it is reasonable to play a Mamasaur against a Dooley, right? Like, so against Dooley, it cannot be a Mamasaur. It's just we are not fast enough. And in all honesty, also, we got our 7 wins. We had a great game. It's probably also time to oopsie to the main menu. Because in the end, we have like a Poison Enchanted Metronome as our level, as our enchantment. And if that person there did get any good enchantment, we are in a world of hurt, right? Like if that is like a heavy core or a turbo core, like we are not winning. And someone is like telling me, well, I can just eat their core first. Sure, I could. I'm not saying that is impossible. But like in the end, this is still a ranked game. And it's like really punishing to lose rounds. That's the issue, right? Like if we are still if we were in the new ranked system, depending on how that goes, we eat that anytime. We're eating most of the time the duct tape, and then there's that. Then they, I don't know, burn us into oblivion. Like we still need quite a bit of time before we eat like the board of a Dooley away. Like that takes forever. And if we are slowed, it takes like a second time forever. And if they're hasted, it's still taking forever, but they're just like super fast. I mean, that was a fun run. Hello, hello, Kita. Hello, hello. Did I lose ranks for that? Wasn't it a 7-1? I lost a rank for that. Holy smokes. Why not play it out? Because I'll lose. I lose because I don't have the right enchantment. Basically, I lost the coin flip on the enchantment. And I will lose probably if they have like one of the good enchantments, like that's a 50% chance around, then they win and we lose. That's it. Even if I go for the real pulse rifle bolt. Because my enchantment is a 1 poison on a metronome. And their enchantment is probably more meaningful. And yeah, what shall I say? And then the other reason is if I lose like fights, I lose ranks, and I don't want to lose ranks. And then the next thing you have to consider is I don't think it is reasonable to assume we're gonna get to 10 wins there anyway. So it's not like that we lost chests. Like 10 wins at the moment is hard, especially if you already lost a round or two. GPU, companion core, light bulb, charging station, heavy railgun, battery. Yeah, that is a build. I wouldn't start my run with a companion core though, but that's a build. I think actually the companion core is the best core if you have specifically a railgun build. You just don't have often a railgun build. Let's play Ignition Core. I think we haven't played an Ignition Core today on stream anyway. Charging station is bugged. Yeah, I was joking about that because no one is playing has played charging station this patch. Oh, it can work on enemy core. Well, that is a bug in your favor. We like those. Oh no, we no. I was wrong. It's not in our favor. Oopsie. That is a good skill on the ignition core. Okay, probably I take the plasma grenade. I don't want to take the. I don't want to take the battery. Don't want to take the brick body on day one. I mean, if I roll and get a friend, that's a good thing to do, right? Do we want to sell ever for a Uzi or a arc blaster? I think we want to sell for the Uzi. More burn? Sure. If I have to. And yes, you can put in the link, Kita. Well, it is a bug in your favor if you never placed charging station. Yeah. That is true. That is true. That is a good build, Kita. That is an amazing build. Okay. That is a day 2 railgun. That is fair and balanced. Don't you worry, I have the gold available. Good morning, man. Happy to see you on. Thank you so much for the kind words, Blue-Eyed Wolf. Good morning to you as well. You're welcome about the upload. I still have to, I want to try to get most of the VODs there. It's for some reason a little bit more of a struggle because for some reason it's failing quite a bit, the uploading. I mean, I'm not doing anything. It's just like you can export from Twitch to YouTube directly and they handle the issues. So it's not like I have to download and upload it to my PC. But for some reason that is a lot more delaying and failing and doing stuff that it's not supposed to do. So I also had like to delete a few because sometimes I get like part 1 and part 2 and then he tells me part 1 is there and then part 2 is like, oh, we can't upload that, it's too big because I don't know, we split it, but for some reason they don't like it. So anyway, I'm trying to do that. I have no idea if I uploaded the last VOD there. I think I did. I at least clicked on it. I have not checked, to be honest. I should. I will take care of the YouTube channel step by step. But happy to hear it's helping you watching the VODs. Chocolate over medium items? Sure. I even spent the gold here. That's okay. That's okay. And then I'm gonna do this. I mean, in the future, we really, really would like to get tech items here, obviously. Is there ever like a thingy I want to upgrade? Let's be so there's only one reasonable upgrade target. I don't think it's Alpha Ray. And the reason why it's not the Alpha Ray is because we play for the foreseeable future a game of railgunning and not of weapons. It's like, especially in the early days, railgun is like super broken. Let's be honest. We could though upgrade the ignition core. And the reason is it enables us to pivot out of the railgun. So if we like get like a really nice setup going, we can pivot out. How likely is though that we're pivoting into, like, I like the flexibility. And if I didn't have the railgun here, I would for sure upgrade for that reason again the ignition core, because it enables us playing more of a ignition burn build. And those builds are reasonably strong. But here, I think it's just a skill angle. So, crit on my railgun, 5%. It's not a lot, it is only the railgun, because we are not running weapons. Defense crit has a merit. The merit is it buys ourselves time to kill our opponent, right? The alternative is free burn on our ignition core, and that is also like a huge number. I think like both of those skills will do the trick, though this is scaling over the time quite a bit more than this, right? This is falling off. And this is like a lot more scaling in the future. And for now, though, we can be as greedy as we want to be. We have like a railgun on day 3. So I think like it's actually a defense grid angle. Hope you have good runs today and a good day. Thank you so much, Kita. I wish you the same. I mean, you had like an amazing run there with the railgun, so that is something that's gonna quite bit. I would have never picked the companion core. I'm a very strongly companion core hater this patch, but glad it worked out in the end. So, are we greedy and still don't buy like tech items and take like health and region? I think we are. We are. Mm, that is also a defensive enjoyer. That's a very interesting setup here with the core. I don't know what I should think about this. I don't think that is a real build, my friend. I mean, for some reason that person won. I think the reason why that person won is because Brick Body Day 1 and Day 2 carried. I don't think like Shadow Clawing core here is ever like impactful, in all honesty. I would have not done that. I don't think we ever like playing weapons, right? So we can as well like to go for this. I mean, at some point I should like try more thoroughly to get my tech items though. Like I've skipped like every shop because I was greedy in power leveling. Let's go shopping. Mm, not a single tech item. Non-weapon items. No, solar farm is just like not a good item in 98% the cases. There's very, very rarely a situation where solar farm is good. The Opa Snazer, how's this game looking? Like uh, this round? Looking great. We started day 2 with a railgun and bullying our opponents so far. Small items for tech items. That is a tech item, hell yeah. Oh baby, oh baby. Like, this is like an amazing tech item because we are on the ignition core, so there is burn available. So, hell yeah. Let's go still shopping. I can still get one more tech item. Sorry, I mean this video game. I think that's an amazing video game. If you like sort of strategy games like Slay the Spire, Hearthstone Battlegrounds, TFT, it's just like straight up in my book, Hearthstone Battlegrounds meet Slay the Spire game. And it's like a better version of those two. Like, that's how I would describe this game. And I think it's an amazing game. I like it. Like I like this game like quite a lot. How is the community competitive scene? Can Rainer keep it going? So we're still in closed beta. So I think like the top priority is not like having the craziest competitive scene. Also, it's not clear if you ever like get like tournaments going and if you how you want to do this. And ranked system is just a placeholder. But in general, I think first of all the people are really nice. I have engaged quite a bit with the top players in this game so far, like those who are like top 50 or whatever. And I think those people are really nice, so I have a great time like talking with those in Discord calls and something and stuff. I still think this game is like just a fun game to play in general, and I also like I think it's competitive enough for me. I need a little bit of competitiveness to enjoy a game. Like I need to feel good and win more than the majority. Like I don't want to sound like a dick or something. It's just like something that yeah, it's I would call it competitiveness that I have. So on that perspective, it's so good. I think like the game, I can see a very bright future for this game. I generally believe in this game, and I think if the other people that actually like the majority of gamers at some point give this game an honest chance, I think we can have like something unique here for a few years or like even like a decade. And that is what I hope for. Like in all honesty for this game. Morning, anti-time. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, like I have played quite a bit Hearthstone myself. Like I have played I have like over 20,000 wins on my Hearthstone account. So I can tell you a little bit about Hearthstone as well. Anyway, so there's no reason to go for weapons. Like there's no way there's like a golden railgun there, and I cannot afford it. I don't think Gumballs is it. It's just a freebie. Back to the game here a little bit. A good balance. I think they will. I mean, balance will be more focused later, right? At the moment, it's just like go fast and get everything done. I think the balance part is just like they have to do like so much on the side. Server stability, adapting for the new players, getting the new like PvE mode ready, like giving us like stats. There's like so much they need to do, and it's quite a bit of work. It's like it's not like the stats feature, for example. Like surely that's like not the biggest of an issue, but like that will take a few people for like quite a bit of time to make that smooth and fix every bug and make sure everything works and put it on the servers. That is not done in like 2 days with 2 people. So at the moment, I feel like they just like want to get stuff out, like more encounters, more like potentially heroes in the future, making the game available and giving it all the features. And then after that, balance is coming. You can see they changed quite a bit of good balance stuff from the last patch to this patch. So they can balance. And I think like why the cores, for example, have this high enchant is they probably missed it, or they just like didn't prioritize fixing that as well. Like it's the same as not fixing the monitor lizard and ditching maybe the monitor lizard, because it's like also like a huge amount of items that needs to always get adapted, and they're still like a small studio. So I'm not like too scared about the balancing in the future. I think they can do that if they at some point start to focus on that a lot more, and they will focus on that more after the probably open beta ends and everything is out. What do you mean new patch? Oh no. At which point I talked about the new patch. Can you give me context about the question? Like, this is the new patch that came out like last week. Like the what we're playing on. Like, this is the new patch. Basically, this is still a new patch in my book. Yeah, we're still in infancy. I agree. Okay, I definitely take 10% HP. There's this time no friend that I need to upgrade, so it's just 10% HP and it's gold skills. Those are not the skills. I mean, 25 crit is a decent amount, right? And we are railgun enjoyers here. Topic of stream. I mean, yeah, it's probably not a new patch anymore, right? You're correct there. Okay, okay. Okay, you're correct. Yeah. I can see that that is confusing. We already passed that a little bit. It's not a new patch anymore. I didn't adapt the stream title, in all honesty. I can see the confusion. Sorry for that. I adapted the stream title. It's not a new patch anymore. Like as new. Sorry. Bless us. Wouldn't duly struggle. No. Like, struggling there is because of like some other stuff that is also broken and needs to be adapted. I think it was quite bold to put Caltrops on gold. But they intentionally wanted to slow down the game. You can see that with all the skills. And I cannot see if you like your mindset, like I cannot see it. If your mindset is to say you want to slow down the game and give people agency, having like those two broken enchants on the dually core still available. While especially on all other items, it's like kinda also in a fairer situation. So I don't know. Like maybe it is intended. Like I don't know for a fact, but I feel like even as a dually enjoyer, I think like it should be nerfed. Like I'm telling you, it feels like outliers. NP, I thought there is another, so I started searching. Oh, I'm sorry. Haste or slow on the railgun is pre-ignite too. Fair. But like, see, the thing is, that is like not a consistent line. So while this might be still something to consider, blah blah blah, like I will not run regularly like into a haste enchanted railgun. That is while it's like sometimes happening, surely, that is not something that is happening often, right? I think like 15 crit on my railgun is better than the little bit of shielding from the duct tape here, by the way. So I don't think that is the issue, because you also need like to have the railgun before the enchantment, and they're like, you know, like maybe it's an issue, but as far as I'm concerned, I think that feels like not like an issue at the moment. It's like not as every dually has a core, everyone plays dually, And then the question is only whether they hit one of the good enchants or not. If I have to take the lifesteal, I will do that. Do we think this is a fair game for our opponents? Like on day 2, getting railgunned, and then having like day 7 a free obsidian railgun. And those are like kind of fast proccing tech items. I mean, this is just here for the crit until I find another tech item. But sounds like a hasted ignition core is fair. Like this is the easiest 10-0 run I can see. Like I'm always saying it and then I get like proven wrong, right? So there's that. Is there like still not a reason to go here? No, it's still always this because like crit and feathers are just so powerful. Good morning, Mitcha. Good morning, good morning. Nice feather. We can hold on to. We're not running those items ever again. Then we're buying chocolate. I mean, this is attack, and I think like attack is a lot better than no tech. I don't think I need a metronome here. I mean, I could have bought it, but like I don't see a reason how I want to utilize it ever. Oh, yeah. I need an XP node. Sure, I didn't think that through. I just, like, brain AFK looked at the loot tables. But also, it's like day 11 is not like level 11 is not like the most important level. I mean, cooling fan is like, give me a second, saying either player has burn. And so as soon as my core procs for the first time, the cooling fan is reduced. Like we don't need the nitro because we are on an ignition core. So cooling fan would have been good with and without the nitro, with and without, yeah. I still like the rock here, because like crit and feathers are just like so nice. Like 6% on all my items is a very meaningful decrease. So if we go shopping, is there anything reasonable? I mean, there might be a scrap metal, but that's about the most reasonable to expect, right? Like, I don't care if what the items are here. I mean, maybe upgrading the GPU is nice. I don't think it's a power drill game. I also don't think the red button is good enough or better than what we're having here. Let's go aerodrome. Sure. I mean, second metronome that we're seeing this game, where we don't need it. I will for sure put that on the battery. Because if the game takes a little bit longer, the battery is not running out of juice. Would you play Captain's Wheel with Railgun? No. Unless the Captain's Wheel is attack. If it's not attack, it's straight up better to have two small tags. And also here in that situation, we don't need the haste. So my answer is probably no. And I don't think Captain's Wheel is attack to begin with. And then two small tags will charge your railgun more. So think I'd rather have health over metal. I mean, to be honest, I'm just like mindlessly clicking around here. Because I don't think there's anything that matters. Like, we should just get our free 10-0s this run. Technically would have been better though to put like not 5 damage here and more 1-2 burn here. We are upgrading our railgun for sure. Okay, random enchantment. Who gets a random enchantment? Like, do we ever like say maybe we can get a better enchantment than lifesteal on the railgun? Like, we could get slow. We can get maybe shield, that's still better, probably. We can get shiny, which is like ridiculously funny, maybe as well better. Like the core is already like it will not change, right? I mean, maybe it's like just on the light bulb because it's the fastest triggering item. And then when it's like shiny, we are very happy about that outcome. And if it's slow, we don't care. Maybe it's just our fastest proccing item. Slow an item, okay. Cooling fan faster. Maybe. Let's look also if cooling fan, because it's slower, gets more. No. So cooling fan is going a little bit faster, but the first one is a little bit slower. In the end, it's like minor, right? And I could argue fights are over faster. I mean, fights are so fast over. Do we ever like say we are the glass cannon? I don't think we are. Sure, that is a skill. I don't think the thrusters are like that good here. Okay, let's bully the last opponent. And then there's that. That was like probably one of the fastest run we did, at least on stream. Why don't you like thrusters? Just because it's 6 seconds? Yeah, basically. I mean, I can't get back to the menu, but like it's 12% CDR, which is okay. But I maybe if I can put it on the gun and the turbo ignition, it starts to be good enough to justify. But I have a battery and then I cannot put it on both. And second of all, while we get like a little bit of CDR, it's still like a 6-second item, and all my other items are like more or less 2 second. Like this is effectively a 2.8-second item. This is below 2.5-second item. This is effectively with the charge 1.8-second item, and then like charging, twice my obsidian railgun, or like 4-second charge twice my railgun. This is like 2.8, and then this is like also effectively 1.8-second item. That's like 3 times as fast. And then it's get hasted, and then it's like not even 3 times as fast, it's like 6 times as fast or whatever. So I get like a million procs from all the small items here. And thrusters, they just like basically do nothing. And in comparison, and just like give me a little bit of CDR. So in most cases, I don't like thrusters. I never like those. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm sleeping on thrusters. Like some people have success with those, and there was also like some time back a data that said that thrusters are amazing, but I don't believe that. I should take a small break, like a 2-3 minute break, just to stay healthy, especially now today. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you guys for staying around. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you for the kind words. Hope you enjoy the stream, even though I might not explain as much as normally to, rest a little bit more. I still think I explained decently enough, and it's still like a good enough stream. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you guys for the support, and see you in just a bit. Okay, I am back. Thank you guys for staying around. Yep, just go for the next game. I want to catch up with the chat. I think there's like one thing I want to point out again and make it clear. Um, but we will see. You got demolished by my ghost. I'm sorry to hear that. I think it's a crit core is a lot more consistent than the weaponized core. And those are the only cores that we get offered there. So, like Leslie said, I mean, a little bit of CDR goes a long way on a 10-second railgun, and getting the railgun under 8 seconds with thrusters. Well, I think if I don't have a better item available, it's still a tech item that's reducing the CDR of my railgun, and for that reason, surely I can agree. Like that's like fair. Like it's better to have like thrusters over probably even an Uzi, or over like a laser pistol that is like not doing anything except of charging the core. But if the comparison are the items I had on board, then every single of my items is proccing so much more, or charging so much more my, like they're proccing, and also all of those sometimes have like other upsides. Like either giving crit from the light bulb, or charging for another 2 seconds. Something else on the board, or even specifically the railgun. And then I get in total more charging, more charges, more cooldown reduction effectively from all the other items over the thrusters. Because what you say is, I have thrusters that take 6 seconds, but they're also giving me a second charge because it's reducing the cooldown. I mean, I get the second charge, maybe with an upside, or even more than the second charge from all the other items I had. So I cannot see, for the love of God, why thrusters should be good. Like, I cannot. Like, I can see a 98% of situations where I can find, for the railgun or for the core, better items that are helping me. I mean, there are exceptions, right? For example, if you remember my Mamasor run, I cannot charge the Mamasor the same way I can charge a railgun, and I cannot charge the Mamasor the same way I charge a core. And there, probably golden thrusters are amazing in that situation, in that build. So there are reasons to say golden thrusters are good. But those are the 2% of times where they actually are good, because they have like a huge impact. And you cannot substitute the thrusters for something better. And probably for like, there are like 2 more cases where I cannot make the argument. But for any other situation, like an Uzi is charging my core so much more than thrusters do with the cooldown reduction. And then it's a weapon, and it's more consistent, and I don't know. I despise thrusters. I have despised them throughout the whole of the game so far. We have to go to Kina here. Let's hope for blast doors. I don't think a security camera is winning me fights. Same goes, by the way, for Granola Bar. It's just like, 40 health, and that's it. That's like more or less even less impact than like taking 5 region. And the memory card, well, that's a slow item. I don't like any of those. Blast doors. Let's go. So, I mean, we are on a crit core. And then like 5 crit is nice. And normally I say don't be greedy here, but we're having blast doors. So I think the answer is the following. if, in most cases, if our opponent is not playing poison, we are winning here. Like, in absolutely most cases. It has to be like the most correct pulse rifle, whatever. And then we're losing with or without like 10 or 20 damage on the crit core anyway. If it's not like the most correct pulse rifle, double barrel, whatever, like double barrel, like silver double barrel with like reload. Sure, I'm not beating that. But I'm not beating this with or without like 10 damage on the core or 20 damage on the core. And in all other cases, except for poison, we are like blast-storing our opponent. So is it ever therefore good enough to get the crit here? Because in the long run, obviously that is nice. I mean, it's just a greedy line. Though if I roll and I don't get specifically weapon damage, I will be sad. It's good enough. It's good enough because we are on the crit core. And then we're putting the save to the left to charge a little bit the crit core. But the blast doors are triggering so rare that it is better to have them on the right to have like the potential of a high roll crit. Good morning, stille Beobachter. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. There needs to be, you just got served by X after each PvP loss. Yeah. I mean, we are not doing anything. But in the end, if you're getting like this proc and then the emergency proc from the blasters, I think we're still like having quite a bit more. Oh, that was the crit. Okay, now it doesn't matter. But even without that crit, I think like I get like after falling down below half health another proc. So I would have like, no matter, even without the crit, I would have had survived here quite easily. It's just a blaster stiff. Like our opponent, like we didn't do anything. Our opponent didn't do a lot, and we had blasters. I will not stop the brakes. I will just take XP here until Isla occurs. If I remember correctly, blasters alone solos the rock scrapper. So let's hope I remember correctly. When to get 10 ruined my perfect. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, oh, did you get even like the railgun build? That was just like absolutely bullying everyone? Or was it a different build? Like, what did I play for before that? I really don't like to go to Cav Day 2. It's like, nah, it's not it. So, do we want to go to Quixel to get like reasonable better items? Or we take a risk and maybe level here again? I think like, so it's day 2, right? Blasters are still strong, but they are not carrying necessarily on their own fully. So I think like maybe it is wise to get something better because like on its own, this Dave Copperhead ain't doing anything. I mean, that's a Dillo. That's a GPU. That's an expensive reroll, but I do it anyway since I'm here already. So, I think I want to get myself a hot water bottle. I have like cold hands. I will be doing that on the side. It's like not really a break, just so you know. I have no idea if I can win this, because that's quite a bit of poisoning, and blasters ain't doing anything against poisoning. Yeah, we're just getting screwed here by the poison. Ah, that's unfortunate. Before someone tells me companion core is good, don't. Isla, please. That's good. That's not needed. Eight crit on the core in the future. Or 2 gold for extra weapon damage. 2 gold for extra weapon damage. I'm too poor to justify going to Sylvia here, so it's like 2 gold and 1 XP. Okay, back. I think like I like GPUs sometimes. Like it was like just a contingency to buy it. If I think it's valuable, like it's like a worse Uzi, but kinda, but it's like still an Uzi as far as charging the core concerns, and that is like valuable, I think, on every core. So yeah, there's that. I think it's just 4 gold. Though this is high roll potential about like large items like railgun, combat core, that stuff. And I can somehow afford that if I want to. And even a pulse rifle would be good enough here. Sure. I don't play a force field on a crit core though. Don't want to roll? Sure. I don't want to spend the gold here, so I take one of those. It's probably for the future buddy system. I think in the future it's more likely than not to have only one friend. And then it's just like region. Like I don't need another friend here. And it's too early to greet on the relax. Also, I still have blasters. So as long as we're not getting out poisoned again, we are okay. I mean, we have like very slow scaling only, but that's is something we have, and still have a blasters here. Still think though scaling is better. I think 2 shields items are better for the Dillo over this. So it's still like probably like this as a board. Bittersweet had obviously a good start here. Let's hope he just got like paid actors and did not like gets to murder us. I don't know if that is like enough scaling. I mean, that is in the end, it's like a Ganjo. Though there is no no healing going on, so we just kill him and Blasters will for sure buy us enough time. Yeah, it's not unfair. Like, look, we had to lose a fight and we're like a million times stronger without increasing our strength. Noteworthy at all last day. I haven't played much Weaponized Core. Do you run it very similar to Crit Core or do you play it pretty differently? I mean, you play it pretty similar to a Crit Core. You have like two things that I know of that you can like why it's like still nice. Once, especially early, if you don't have an alpha ray, you still have scaling. So you can put like one or two weapons to the right and therefore get like alpha ray, similar alpha ray scaling, especially like early. So you have like a little bit more consistency in comparison to the Crit Core, who is struggling a little bit more finding the scaling, as you can see. And then it's also that the flamethrower right of the core actually gets decent amount of scaling as well. So that is like the two things I know of. Other than that, I would probably play it similar to the Crit Core. Yeah. I don't think it's time to buy an Omega Ray here. We're not playing Omega Ray any at all. Do I want to buy an Arc Blaster here? I don't think so. Like, it's not really a good item anymore. We though got our Alpha Ray, so crisis averted. And we can also upgrade our GPU. And I think like a silver GPU is a lot better than a power center here. So there's that. I don't think 2 income is it. It's more get like a little bit of chocolate going. I think like I can still beat the virus. I wanna beat the virus over the root brawler. I think so. It's just like more gold and more XP and stuff. Be right back. I'll finish my hot water bottle. I'm back. Wait, did we lose? We lost? Like there is no item to get. To actually lose? That region? Another region? Okay, okay. I thought I had it. Maybe I don't. I'm just like a blasters. Okay, okay. Yeah, that is not good. Screwed myself. Hmm. Skills or weapons? I think it's weapons for sure. think you had it if they didn't destroy the Alpha Ray. Okay, yeah, I mean, normally you don't lose that, I think. But maybe I overestimated my strength because Blasters ain't doing anything against the poison. And we're not racing like crazily. I mean, it's not the end of the world here. In general, it's just like, yeah, unfortunate. It's like, instead of getting ahead of the curve and being ahead of the curve, we are just the curve now because we lost like 3 XP, right? That's all. I mean, if that is like not a bronze barrel, we would have been like in quite a bit of trouble here. I think like what's obviously the reason why we are in trouble, we don't have a duct tape for this setup. So we are quite a bit weaker. But I'm not going to JJ for duct tape. It's still like leveling. What's your reason for going silver chocolate so often? Over bronze? Over gold? Or chocolate at all? Like, you, I don't know in which direction the question is going. I think it's most consistent here to upgrade the Alpha Ray. Definitely weapons. I don't think I want to upgrade any of those. I don't want to buy the power drill yet. Small items for the hopeful duct tape. That's not a duct tape. That's also not a duct tape. Thank you so much for, I think it's a cheer, right? It's not showing in the activity feed, but thank you so much for the cheer and support, Gloam. And Gloam says, been really enjoying your stream. I've learned a lot from just seeing it once, and my games have become a lot more fun and successful. So thank you. You're so absolutely welcome. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for your support. And yeah, hope you enjoyed the stream. When you ever have questions, feel free. Or in the future, after you learned a lot, challenge my plays and tell me what I do wrong. That's also something I generally enjoy. So Squirrelness asked what's my reasoning for the silver chocolate. So I think like my personal understanding, like my personal reasoning is to like a few things. Once, like I want to go chocolate, right? That is the first thing. I want to go chocolate because health is important, and having like in the long run, because you leveled once more and also picked like 5 times chocolate, having like double the health of your opponent in the mid game wins you straight up games that otherwise could have been close. So there's that. And then I pick often the chocolate. And there are like 2 reasons. One is I don't have like all the money in the world to go for gold one. I still need to be conservative about the spending behavior I have. Like spending 10 gold is like quite a bit more than spending 5 gold. And especially early and mid game, you sometimes struggle more or less with gold. But as long as I don't have like in the 40 gold area and above, I really want to like need to be careful. Depending also on the day, like day 4 or 3, 40 gold area, I would spend 10 gold. But on day 6 or like 7 or 8, spending more than 40, like having always 40 gold available or like a little bit below is nice, because it can get like really expensive if you get like a nice skill shop and then you spend like 26 gold at Nufu, and then next thing is you see like other item you want to buy. So I am on the side that I want to have gold available to pivot and stuff. So there's one, the one concern is money-wise, right? So I cannot spend the money if I don't have it. And then there is the next thought, and that is like a very interesting thought. I pay opportunity cost to go there, right? I could get like, I don't know, gold, or like I can go shopping for duct tape, but I decide willingly to go to the chocolate. So I spend opportunity cost, let's call it opportunity cost, to go there in the first place. And then I can get for free 50 health. And I spend 5 gold to double my value from the health. I spend 5 gold, I double the value, and then I get 100 health. That's nice. I would have to spend again 5 gold to get only 50 more health. While it's not like, I don't know if that is a logical error. I have thought about it quite a bit. I don't know if it is. But I spent double the amount of gold and I get only 50% health. More health. So it feels also like economy-wise, it is at least a small downside to go for the expensive chocolate. Like from, if you consider economy cost. So that is the reason why I spend most of my time. If I go there, I want to get like value out of it. So I will not go only for 50 health. But most of the time, especially early and mid game, I cannot afford the gold chocolate. And that is why it's often the medium chocolate. I call it medium because, you know. Okay. Gloam cheered, that is now coming through on the stream elements. And then me just subscribed. Thank you so much for your 1 month subscription. Thank you for the support. I like your kind. I like your kind. Thank you so much. Well, we talked about it. You can see me spend my gold on chocolate. Upgrades. I mean, sure, let's sell the crypto. I know I can get more, but maybe I need to sell the crypto if I need 10 gold for the skills. So do I think 5 CDR here and there is more than 5 crit on all my weapons on a crit core? No. It's like 5 crit on all my items. Let's hope for crescendo. That is not crescendo. It's also not a huge, like any of those have like a huge impact. So I want to roll. I sell the bomb squad. I still want to put this on a potential duct tape. Okay. Like a little bit of trouble here. None of those actually do anything here at the moment. So the question is what we do. What gives us value in the future? This can proc a little bit the Dillo if we have like, for some reason, burn. But how often do we have burn on a crit core? It's more likely not to have burn than we have burn. The alternative is to go with big numbers and say, well, sometimes we are running combat core. And then, like, for example, here, I would instantly, if I have money, I'm poor as it gets, right? But if I have money, I would pivot here into combat core, especially since I don't have a duct tape to begin with. And then, obviously, big numbers become meaningful. I feel like it is more likely that I will pivot in, like, one day into a combat core than it is likely to have burn. And I will not pick a burn enchant. Like, just because I take this, like, that's bait. That's like That's like a worse version of Shield Enchant, and the Shield Enchant is to start with is only mediocre at best. So I take the big numbers. Was not a good start here. The Night Gamer, thank you so much for your Prime. Thank you for your support. Means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I cannot beat Lich here. I probably couldn't even beat Lich if this was a duct tape. Maybe I could consider that. So it's definitely Mosquito, because Mosquito at least has like wings, and we like wings. Thank you for your kindness, kind words. I assume danke für deine lieben Worte. Okay. Yeah, you intuitively realized that I struggled understanding that to the fullest degree. I still want to go for weapons here. I mean, yeah, I want to go for weapons. Here's my combat core. Gonna definitely pivot here into combat core. I mean, I don't have a friend at the moment for the pulse rifle that way. But we have like a GPU ready, and we have an alpha ray. Both are like benefit if you have a combat core, and we have the crit. But it's like we haste our both cores, and we have one more core to trigger the alpha ray. And we never found the alternative here. Yeah, it's just that. I cannot roll here. Like, I can sell this, right? I could roll, but like, even if there's a bronze Chris Army knife, which is the only friend, I couldn't afford it unless I sell the GPU, and I think the GPU is too good. Like, it's more like Uzi out here, or like something else we want to adapt. But for now, we have to accept our failure here on the pulse rifle. Oh, we get a small friend. Okay, that's something. And it's even the best small friend. Okay, okay. I don't want to complain. All good. One thing I'm trying to learn is what makes a good combat core board. I'm sure it's conditional, but what enchants are you looking to put on the combat core? It's not about the enchants on the combat core. It is if you have better options or not. And first of all, I did not have better options. So I didn't have like the duct tape Dillo. I just had the Dillo, which did not do a lot, right? Then it depends a little bit on which core you're playing, right? Like, the core is obviously always a little bit more favorable of a combat core than the other cores. So if I play the core, it's more like a force field force as on the armor core. So if I play the core and I see a combat core that is reasonably in the reasonable rarity depending on the day, and I can afford it, I will always buy it. I think like a combat core, the core setup is always like super strong. I have not had success with it. And then what made it also nice here was the situation, not only that we didn't have the duct tape, but also we had to force pick big numbers, and we're running a GPU. Both of those helps quite a bit on the combat core. I think a combat core is a reasonably good item, and because we are in a meta that is generally a little bit slower, as well as it's helping like scaling more the alpha ray. It's like a second core for the alpha ray. I think it's just like weapons, getting gold in. We need to build up gold again. So everything that basically does that is something we should prioritize at least a little bit higher now. We spent all our gold, and yeah. But Speaking of that, there's chocolate, and I will not skip a chocolate note. So here's a discussion. There's a Radiant Phoenix and there's a Thug. And both of those are obviously probably the best PvE encounters you can get in this game because they're like amazingly strong. And I'm not certain which is the pick. Like, I'm literally not certain. I think Bonk is at the moment, especially with the change and how the meta is, by far, and I mean like by at least a better skill over Rebirth. It wins you probably most games on its own. And Fear Rebirth is helping you quite a bit. Don't you worry, it's a good skill. It's like a very above average skill. But it's not winning you all the fights on its own. You can still like get steamrolled. And you cannot get steamrolled the same way if your opponent is like sitting there and not doing anything for another second. So I think Bonk is a lot better. The issue is obviously you get quite a bit more gold and XP from the Corsair. And normally you don't care about gold, but we care a little bit more about gold in this situation. Though it's only 5 gold, so whatever, right? And then there's the free XP. I mean, we still need to level. If we're not taking a Thug here, we are close on not leveling on the day because we lost our PvE fight. So maybe I cannot go for Thug. But like, let's assume still to make the argument, finish the argument. If you would level anyway, and doesn't matter, and you power leveled up until here and not like lost and through a PvE fight. I did like this thought experiment, and I think it's a good way to think about it. If you had a Fear Rebirth, and I would give you an encounter that said, lose 3 XP, and lose Fear Rebirth, and get Bonk. How many people would take this encounter? I would take this encounter every day. Like, surely I need to have like the XP and the Rebirth. But that's like the thought experiment, right? It's like, you trade those two for Bonk. Would you do that? I would do that any day. Surely it's like a little bit different because, you know, this is a little bit more likely to drop than this. And I know it's like, but like, I'm not so certain in comparison to the other top players that told me I always would go for Rebirth. That's not even close. I think it's not that easy, at least not for me. I will catch up with you and then probably have to go for Rebirth though, and Radiant Corsair, just because if I not like get an enchant on day 7, I throw the game kinda. Are we sure we beat the guy on the right? I would say in most cases. Maybe we should like position differently, but I don't see how we're losing that, to be honest. I mean, properly is like this, right? Because we get like enough scaling here and then we just take the shield scaling to buy ourselves enough time. But in the end, like before fatigue hits, we still have like a golden alpha ray that scales from 2 cores. I don't see how we're losing that. We're not losing that ever, even if like, I don't know, worst possible things happen. Also, me clarified a little bit. He said it's more about the kind behavior and smartness. So yeah, thank you so much for the support, and thank you so much for the kind words yourself. I think like it has to be Corsair here. And the only reason why it has to be Corsair is because we otherwise have a chance to break on the leveling. Like, it's only 2 encounters where we need, like, specifically to get, like, XP. I think that is the reason why we go here. Otherwise, I am more in the position where I think it is better to go for bonk. Like, I'm not sold on the possibility to say it's always about the XP here. I mean, 3 XP is 3 XP, but guys, 3 XP while being a little bit, and we love to pick XP. You see me being a power leveler myself, right? It is not game deciding. Bonk is game deciding. I want the high roll. Okay, those are enchants. Bonk is just too good, right? Do we think Frozen Tomb if Icy crit core is good? Especially since we have a decent amount of crit going on. I think it's okay. Icy is good here. I know Icy is good here. I was not honest there. Like, that's also pretty game deciding. Yeah, that is also pretty game deciding. So do we think a turbo duct tape here is, I don't know, good? I don't think we can fit it. Like, unless we are letting go of the pulse rifle. I mean, we can let go of the pulse rifle, but in the end, I don't think it helps us too much because it's a very slow item itself. I mean, in that situation, I gave you also the reason why I had to go for rebirth. Like, I had to go because I needed to get the XP there to level today to level 10 on that day. I stopped going for rebirth and Corsair over bonk. Like, I stopped. Like, I started to do, like, in absolutely most cases gonna go for bonk. I think it's like the overall better play. But yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Anyway, I don't think a turbo duct tape is doing a lot. We fully pivoted out. We can play it over the pulse rifle, but I don't think that is a good play. I don't think those are like real items here. Question is if I want to reroll. And that is a very expensive reroll, and I couldn't afford like really a lot of items here if I reroll. So I will just skip. High shield enchanted weapons are still good. Like shield enchanted LEDs, for example, is still good. Since now this is like proccing the same level as an Uzi. Because we have 2 cores. So I'm willing to take that. Question is, at the moment, we're still lacking. So first of all, I think positioning against normal opponents that are not fatigue opponents is more like this. We still want to raise. I still think it's like second to the left on the combat core. And I still think I cannot like play LEDs here. I think like a GPU that has like my 2 cores for 2 seconds is quite a bit stronger. I still like want to play the pulse rifle and Chris Army Knife here. I don't think a 2-second LEDs, like around 2 seconds, and a Uzi is better than the pulse rifle here. as soon as we have like more haste available to us, we don't need to use the GPU, and then the LEDs become actually like very strong. Yeah, I think like CDR encounters is only like especially the cosmic, whatever, like the later days occurring cosmic rock. That is also something I go for. Like I skip like XP there on purpose, because I think like I don't know, whatever like it is, like, but the feather is just too good. And there's also like the get haste on crit skill, which is solving your haste issue that you most of the times have. And 12% crit on your items is also like a rather impactful skill. So yeah. So we are in a position where it starts to be reasonable to go for metal here, because like a scrap metal would go a long way um, to upgrade the combat core and the core. Um, so I'm interested in that. So there's a chrono barrier. Is that ever like something you really want to look for? I don't think so. We have like an icy core, and as long as we're charging the core fast enough ourselves, we are in a very good position, except everything of Caltrops. Um, and against Caltrops, the Chrono Barrier is also not helping. And then otherwise, like, all I care about is charging the core, like the crit core as fast as possible. So I don't think the Chrono Barrier is it here. Like, it looks a little bit silly, but that's how it is. I think, though, I should go for Pole to try to upgrade Combat Core. I don't think it's a railgun pivot ever. So here is where I go for the Cosmic Rock. And I still think it's correct, because this is like 6% CDR on the whole board. That's amazing. When you crit haste, which means like we are critting like a decent amount, right? So that's like solving our haste issue, and we can like easier get rid of the GPU. And 12% crit is obviously also a number that is quite impactful, especially on the crit core. I don't mind that. Let's get a haste skill. I mean, 10% on 2 cores is also like quite impactful. Like, I think that's good enough. I wanna gamble. I think that is a good enough item. Gold items can be scrap metal, so I'm willing to go there. This is only triggering 1 core, and I don't think that is a good item in general. I mean, we are running out of gold here, but I still go shopping at Isla. I still don't think we're critting enough, and I rather have haste than the one slow here. So for now, I still want to stick with the GPU. I'm also like, I think like I should win against everything except Caltrops, in all honesty here. Even though we are not like super strong, like the freeze is has impact. I mean, that is a building crescendo with power drill. I've been told it's triggers both. I mean, it was like for the longest time bugged and only triggered one core. Even if it triggers both, I don't think it's good, but it's at least better now than it should have triggered both. It did in the past, like a long time ago, trigger both. And then for the most longest time in the a little bit nearer past, it did only trigger one core. OG Settler is a title you get if you funded the game before it was like released. Like if you funded the game on the crowdfunding platforms years and years ago. I think it's just a temp boost over small items here. I still think I like chocolate more over weapons. I'll make the song a little bit louder for you. I like this song so much. And I'll make it louder for myself as well. I think like here is a consideration. This is like obviously a lot more XP and gold. This though is like 10% CDR on the core on the board. And that's quite a bit. And it's also like, I mean, reasonably likely to drop. I don't think Big Ego is ever it. I mean, this skill is obviously also crazily good. The issue here is like it's dropping so rarely. I'm inclined to skip the XP here for full arsenal. Oh yeah, post rifle positioning. I see. Yeah. Good reminder there. I have on the main account unboxed the by far like prettier board that I like a lot with the cactus, the Jabalion board. So on that part, I have a board, but on this account, obviously not. I think 12 on the icy crit core is better. So I was asked why I don't pick gumballs. On average, it's like 2 or 3 crit. And you have to invest quite a bit of gold for that. And obviously also use the encounter in the first place. So while I'm like okay with going there, I'm not like prioritizing for those reasons. So let me adjust the music volume a little bit again. Yeah, I should have removed the friend there for more CDR. but I couldn't remove it from the board for overclocked. So yeah, I could have put yeah, that is like, that's a fair comment. Like it's not nitpicky. It's totally a fair comment. I brain farted there and I didn't do that. It's absolutely a correct call. Does Bunkadilla work this patch? No. Yeah. 3 people pointing it out. It's fair. So here we have two options, right? We can either upgrade something, like for example our Alpha Ray or our Combat Core, but we can also go for skills, because like any form of crit is like double and tripling in value. We are getting haste from it, and we're getting more core procs from it, and I think those are 2 very good reasons to go for crit, especially that core procs means freeze, and we like freezes. So I'm a bit more inclined to say it does not really matter here on the Alpha Ray, and I mean we should like find an upgrade for the Combat Core, but I'd rather have Crescendo here. Do I think like 5% cooldown reduction on both cores is good enough? And then upside another 5 if my opponent is burning me? Or do we want to roll? It's like a little bit how greedy we want to be in the end. I mean, I came here and said we want to have crit, so let's go for crit. No crit. I mean, we might have freeze in the future. It's more likely that we have freeze than we have burn. Oh, we have freeze. I am totally, completely, oopsie. I have a IC core. I was looking at my skills and be like, I don't have freeze. But, so much for that. So does it haste both cores? It should. Maybe. Let's look at this. Yeah, it's both cores. And then it's like the part where we can easily now play our LEDs as well, that we hold it onto. I think a Master's bottle is quite nice. Improve your weapons, sure. Shiny. Do I think that's yeah. I think like a shiny combat core seems a little bit better. So let's do that. I was for a second brain thinking, well, a shiny icy crit core is also nice, but then I realized I cannot have a shiny icy crit core. Half a level is half a level here. And this time we're getting knife tricks. Oops, we don't have the gold here. Let me change that. We get the knife tricks. Thank you. So I think like this means we are like giga strong as long as my opponent is not having caltrops. Like I shouldn't lose a single fight that has not the definition of caltrops. I think like it is a lot better to have a multicast on the combat core for like a million reasons over the pulse rifle. I think we are bullying our opponents again here. Like that is a bullying again. Like a shiny combat core and an icy crit core. That is bullying with knife tricks and all the stuff we're having. Skills, yeah, sure. That's a very expensive. Like I would like to upgrade my shiny combat core here a bit. I spent all my gold. I don't have the gold, so it's just like the crit. I mean, I don't want to complain because like 5 crit especially since we are getting like a lot of value from the crit, right? Like crit core, cosmic wind. When you are offered dually skills, haste, weapon, and crit skills, do you usually always pick one of those? Especially on day 8, I pick the dually skills because the pool is a lot better in your favor, and you get especially more gold skills offered. Whereas on day 8, you still can get like a lot of bronze and silverish bad skills in the other pools. It changes a little bit on day 12ish and whatever, or like later on. And then it's a little bit more situational, like what your build is, what you're looking for. Do you look for, like, for example, the tool burn item skill to get the power drill working? Or do you look for crit skills because you're on the crit core? Or do you look for, I don't know, haste? Again, it's like not clear. Gold skills or upgrading something. I still think it's gold skills, same argument as before. This is also like fully hasting our board, especially with the shiny thing. I mean, in all honesty, I think like I should win most fights here. But if that is a Radiant hit us in the head very fast, we might lose. I'm still not conceding here. Like, you cannot make me concede that. That is like atrocious. Okay, that is just a pufferfish build that is getting like instantly out hasted and full frozen. Give me just a second to show you how fair and balanced that is. Oh, do you want to play the game, my friend? Nope, nope. Today you are not allowed to play in your sandcastle. I mean, Pulse isn't like not as good as the combat core when it's shiny. Like, there's like a lot more value of having a combat core shiny over the Pulse rifle. GG. Good morning, Blackbird. Hello, hello. I mean, the early Gale, I don't know how you meant the comment. So the comment is, this matter seems to be very skill reliant. I don't know whether you meant like skill of the player or skill of these skills that you get. I don't think it's even remotely as skill reliant as it was last patch, because skills got a quite huge nerfs. I mean, it's still skill reliant, surely. Like there are still like some outliers. This is just an outlier because it's bugged. This is probably one of the craziest outlier that you can consistently get. But other than that, like, I think like this or I don't know, those rest of the skills are in a reasonable manner, like position wise. Like, it's not like auto winning your games if you have just the one skill, unless we're talking about like the knife thingy. I mean, there are, I don't like, Crescendo is still like super strong, but Like, let's say we take like 2 games back, right? Where I obviously high rolled a little bit with the railgun. Especially if the person is not on the crit core. The time where your crescendo build it up, your crit build up. I have killed you. You're dead. You are dead. So crescendo actually takes a meaningful time. It's still a auto win skill basically if you go close to fatigue because you're doubling your whatever value, like shield value, poison value, whatever, like damage. So it's still like super strong, but crescendo is not an auto win because it actually needs time to build up, and especially early, you are not critting for that same reason. It's still like completely bonkers if you run a crit core and you get to the time where crescendo build up. So don't get me wrong there, and it's still a good skill, but I don't think it's like necessarily broken. It still needs time to build up with the knife tricks, but it's building up faster, right? That's the issue. Like after the first proc, it's already like, especially on a fast item or a multicast item, it's already like going hard. Or on the core that is proccing every 2 seconds. And then especially it's because it's percentage wise, it also means the slower items that are more powerful get a faster decrease. Like your power drill, for example, at a 10 second. Like that's only like a few procs, and then boom, you are there, right? You just like need one less charge, and then a few more procs later, boom, you're there, and you need 2 less charges. And it's like really, really different if you have like a 10 second or a 6 second power drill. Um, so I don't think. I think Knife Tricks is a lot more broken than a Crescendo. Anyway, we are finally close to top 100 on the second account. I mean, we got it handed, right? Like, let's be honest. That was like 2 games in a row where the game more or less handed us the wins. I don't want to play the armor core. I have bricked with it too much lately, and you cannot make me play a companion core. That is not a real core. Yes, I pick both times XP over Isla on day one. I think it's too important to level. You cannot not level. You need to level on day one always. And if you get screwed by Curio, that means at the moment you can just like oopsie your way out of it. It might change if the ranked system is different, right? I don't like those skills. I also think it's not correct to pick the red envelope ever. I mean, sure, like we are in a decent spot, you know. We have like a brick buddy here, but in the end, getting like damage is like very important, and it's also important for day 2 and day 3 fight. So you cannot make me pick this. Same for those. So we are rolling here. So is it left hand or right hand? I think I have never had both available to me at the same time. So I never had to think about that fully. I once So, if I pick right hand, I have it on the core in nearly all cases. And that's okay. If I pick left hand, I can, depending on the setup, at least for the early days, though can put it on the Uzi or pulse rifle, and that is probably, especially day 2, day 3, better, because the Uzi and the pulse rifle will have more procs over the core. And if I pick it here, it's still like on the core, and then later on it's on the Uzi and the pulse rifle. If I then have to set up differently, sometimes it means it's though on the low, or even worse on the R4A, like if I do the standard setup, when I have like everything going, like metronome, duct tape and stuff. But by then, you also don't care too much anymore about 20 damage. It's still like meaningful number. I think this is the better mid-game option, and there's where you are the weakest. So do we ever outscale here the thing? I don't think so. We just lose, like, even if we are not dying to the poison and we're blind to the poison, we would not outscale the, I mean, numbers are really close. Anyway, we got murdered here by blast doors in combination with a lizard. That's like, I don't know, it's like the pain, especially on day 1, and the pain of blasters if they are not on your side but on the opponent's side. I think like we had a very strong setup here. Do we ever want to roll here and sell stuff? I think so. That's not a pulse rifle. Or a Dillo. I don't want to buy, like, I'm like in a very, how should I say it? I'm not in a good position money-wise, so I will not buy the laser pistol. I don't want to invest like fully into a barbed wire, especially since I don't have like a duct tape. If I had a duct tape here, I would probably invest into the barbed wire, and sell stuff off if I can still, but yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to like go too deep into the explanation, but I'm quite certain I did the correct call here. Uzi has to be left of core. Uzi is most of the times, especially in the mid game, faster proccing than the core. We can prove it here for a second for you. And then it was correct to do it exactly as we did it. Like you can see here, 8 to 12. We got more value here. In the late game, it changes, surely, but I can, in most cases, still have the Uzi on the left. And it's still fine. and we care more about the power early on. Like we care about the power on day 2, day 3, day 4. That is where you get the most value out of skills. I mean, I'm a power leveler. Do I want to get rid of stop leveling here or taking XP and go to Kev to get a potential duct tape? I should. Hi there. Do you know when they will release additional languages for the game? No. I mean, they will. They talked about it, that it's in the work. They, I think, contracted, as far as I remember correctly, like it's like not, I'm 100% sure, just like 95. They contracted actually outsourced that, so it's in the work. Um, but more than it is in the work, I don't have. Also, it's like, I wouldn't say like an issue, but I feel like it can get tough because they are patching quite a bit, quite often. I don't know how they make it so that every time they changed all the cards for all the languages. That's quite a lot of burn on us. Ty Uzi for the win. Uzi for the win. Let's go. That felt like, okay, mom, I won't go for the XP this time. Yeah, it was exactly like that. But it was also the good call, right? Like 1 XP wouldn't made that we leveled, and without the duct tape, I can guarantee we would have lost that fight here. Also, we got the duct tape, so that was like the part that helped us quite a bit. Let's upgrade the Alpha Ray. Just got destroyed by your ghost, 10 out of 10. Oof, rigged, nice. I'm sorry to hear that. Oof. Like normally I want to go for risk here, but Isla, I mean, pulse rifle, Dillo, we have the duct tape. You get the idea. I don't think it's ever worth to upgrade an Uzi. Okay, game. Okay. One of these days, huh? So, we got a little bit low rolled here, as you can might imagine. Question is, do we want to play still like 2 weapons here? I mean, it's probably responsible. Brick Body is falling off, and like we have like a silver alpha rate to support those weapons. Let's go shopping. I mean, I'm generally sorry. Okay, like I can be sorry that I destroy my opponents, especially my viewers, eh, from the high roll, because I am I have empathy, and therefore I can like relate to how that feels. It doesn't mean necessarily that I'm not want to high roll. I can like have both ways, right? You can be like, I want to high roll and win. You can still say, I have empathy and I relate to that and I'm sorry for that. That's both possible. I can like have like the best for the world and also like want to have the best for myself. That has not to be completely mutually exclusive as far as feelings goes. As far as reality goes, it's a little bit different, but as far as feelings goes, it's possible. Don't want to take here the pulse rifle potentially. Sure. I don't skip XP though. That is not wise. I think I explained my reasoning for the left-handed. I think the discussion, like as far as I'm concerned, is done. Um, you can still discuss this in chat, but I will not engage with it further. Crit core is a good core. I think at the moment I have a hard time defining the best core. Like, I have probably the most success lately with the core. Um, but like Ignition Core and Crit Core are also pretty good. So all of those have strengths and weaknesses. Probably put the crit just on the core because I want to use it. I don't want to greed it. And the stuff here is like, most of it is not staying around. Maybe I can see every one of those items be gone in the future. Yeah, I like the core quite a bit. I have like so far like had like probably the most fun with the core this patch, and it didn't feel even like weaker than the crit core in most cases. It's like only Crescendo that is making the crit core a little bit ridiculous. But like I don't hit reliably Crescendo on the crit core, and then the crit core is like, in my book, most of the time a worse the core. Um, and Ignition core is just nice because normally you should win your day 1 to day 3 fights just because you are the Ignition core. Do we want to upgrade the alpha ray here? I think so. I like this line, it's very consistent. Chocolate good enough for us? I think it is. I have like a hard time with the armor core. For me, the armor core is probably the least favorite core at the moment. After the companion core, of course, like I think companion core is deleted. And then after that, I think the armor core is the least consistent one at the moment for me. Those are not the skills. In the end, it's a slow. So do I want to buy a few tech items just in case to open up the pivot into the railgun? I think so. I mean, we are not like really strong here, but we're not really weak as well. Like we break a little bit on the pulse rifle Dillo. We obviously would like to have those here, but other than that, I think we're still okay. So today is a day where I will not engage with every comment. It's just like I can feel that I'm a little bit more exhausted. I still want to stream. I still like, want to be here. It's just like today is one of the days where I need to be a little bit more aware of my resources. I don't think I want to pick this. And the reason is it's a lot more likely that we never ever have poison. And then this is just a skill that skews my skill pool. So we're gonna skip that for sure. All of those don't look like a pulse rifle. Okay, there's a pulse rifle. I mean, it's a bronze one, but what do I care? I think it's clear that we want to use Foya, and it's clear that we upgrade the Alpha Ray because that's our main scaling here. I mean, I have enough money, so I don't need to work at the docks. Scrap metal and Dillo would still be good items. Do we want to buy a power drill for the future? I surely I can invest 4 gold here. We want to play a flamethrower. That's a good question. I don't think it fits the board. Like, I want to play the pulse rifle to trigger the duct tape and the sharp corners quite a bit. I still need, obviously, the Alpha Ray. I still need the Uzi and the metronome at the moment. I mean, I can, like, I don't need the scaling of the sharp corners, right? It's not necessarily needed, and I could put, like, the flamethrower in this board. But in all honesty, like, flamethrower is also a little bit slow, right? It just, like, takes forever until you have, like, a meaningful damage number there. And then your opponent is dead anyway. It's more an item that is actually benefiting if you have, like, more, like, slower matchups, fatigue scenarios. I don't like it too much lately. Those are something. Fortunately, those don't say haste or slow. I mean, I don't care about icy in the end. Haste and slow is good enough. We have a power drill. So if you put like a 3 enchant on the metronome, it opens up that line. But we're still like quite a bit off. Like, and not even a little bit. Like, there needs to happen quite a bit more before the drill is going crazy. And then crit's just better. Because if I put crit on the pulse rifle here, we're just triggering our core quite a bit more. It's stuck. Yeah, like, probably there could be more commands. Bonk. That's not bonk. Do we still want to play a Dillo? I think we still want to play a Dillo here. Do we want to play other friends ever? No. My poor Joyful Jack got nerfed. No anti-freeze skill anymore. No reason to go there. What do you think about missiles and the rifle? It's okay, but it's only okay. I think in the end the Dillo is quite a bit more strong because it has a lot more base power, as well as probably proccing at least as often as the missiles. So do we want to slow our opponent or want it cooldown reduction? Like, upgrading the crit core doesn't do enough. I think CPU throttling is just like a good pick. It's like a lot worse version of like a slow enchant, but it's what we're having, right? Do we want to use like the slow on the duct tape? I don't think it has any impact, so I can also hold on to it for now. I mean, this is still a good board. As long as like my opponent ain't having like cal drops, I think we are in a good position. That is a very slow Aladdle, my friend. You didn't find what you were looking for. You'd never found your crook. And then without the crook, this build is just like nothing. So do we start already cheesing? I think we are. Especially over like small items. Which of those is like, you know what? The answer is I don't have a slow in chart, so. I think like the missile issue, first of all, if your core is like frozen, it sometimes does not reload. That is like an issue. Like it's not the worst issue, but it's an issue. And the base damage is super low. So early on, it's just like poking, whereas Dillo is hitting hard. And then later, where like scaling is more prevalent, base damage of the Dillo is also nice and probably still proccing quite often. So I'm not a big fan of missiles this patch so far. Was not like feeling good. Though there might be cases where if you don't have a pulse rifle, and missiles would do the job quite nice. I don't think I need to go for weapons here. I think I have all the weapons I want. So Mysterious Portal is like hero potential. I don't think anything from Mac is actually impactful here. I cannot think of a Mac item. I can also not think of many haste, slow, and cooldown items. So why not go for shield here. So that was a force field enjoyer without the proper setup on a crit core, nonetheless. So thank you for that. What do you think about swapping position of duct tape and metronome? I don't think that is a good idea. Let me explain that in a second, maybe. That's maybe, speaking of metronome, we ever want to buy the LEDs here? I mean, it's okayish maybe if I like want to get over to the power drill. And I have like enough money to justify. Maybe it's no time for chocolate and medium items here. Scrap metal, chrono barrier, that kind of stuff. So the issue with swapping it is we get quite a lot less procs on the duct tape, right? This is multicast, and this is definitely the faster and casting more often than the core. Especially if the core is not hasted, like probably even now, like the core is hasted, and the rifle is still casting more often. If the core is not hasted, the core is like a lot less fast, and then the difference between the casts is like huge. And I want to have the most casts on the duct tape to begin with, because that enables like procs on the Dillo. Otherwise we have like only 4 procs on the Dillo instead of 7. Second of all, like hasting the core is not the worst. It's still like nice to have like as many core procs. I know probably hasting this has also more core procs. Okay, because it's a deadly rifle, I can see merit in swapping that, to be fair. Okay, maybe I was a little bit more than needed dismissive about that. Oh, there is Crescendo. I'm on a crit core. And then changing this means now more faster building Crescendo, and then that is for sure better. And the core, as soon as Crescendo hits, is proccing like a million times anyway. And now I'm seeing that. Also, let's cheese this. Yeah, I can see it now, at least. I mean, it's nice to upgrade the metronome, don't get me wrong there. But it's like by no means at the moment needed. Knife tricks. Knife tricks. Knife tricks, crescendo. And then we're still going here for assault focus and crit, because it's still like better to be 12% faster in building crescendo, right? And 20 damage is also not the worst. I think 6 on the core is better than 2 on the board. I mean, we have knife tricks anyway. This time though, I'm not wrong taking 10% health here. I still want to wait, because I don't think the little bit of extra crit on the crit core matters. It's more about the cooldown reduction. And then we came to the conclusion this is the best setup now. Okay, that is a bonk. But it's also a lot of nothing, probably. And then we just have knife tricks and building crescendo, and he's just dying in like no time, because he's not even remotely killing us fast enough. Yep. Knife tricks MVP, like 2.7 second with crescendo. Let's hope our last opponent is not a Caltrops enjoyer or killing us in 3 seconds, and then we are in a good position. I don't think chocolate is helping us much more. We rather can go and try to get like other items. I don't know about the chrono barrier here, but I'm picking it up. I don't think the power drill is ever a play here. Blizzard is still a very good skill for us. Picking gold than loot is faster. I know. I know the animation bugs out if you do it the other way around. But there is sometimes the situation that your loot gets like lost in the void. And that is only happening if you do it the other way around. Like, it's because the animation is somehow bugging and therefore slower. It's also coming with more load on the CPU, by the way. It was like super giga slow when I had the CPU issues. But at the moment, sometimes you can like miss loot, right? I don't know how many of you had it, but like loot is like vanishing. And that happens, like for me at least, only if I pick like gold first and then I want to get my loot. So what I do is I tick the loot first, so it cannot get vanished. Like, I don't know if it's true, but since I changed it up, it didn't occur ever again. So at least it's my biased. I think like building crescendo faster is probably a very good skill. And oopsie, we are actually like, we are competing now. Like, the only thing where I'm really scared now is a cal drop, like, cause like haste is not it anymore. So do we ever want to upgrade here just like for now this, because we have every skill we want, right? Like, I cannot think of a gold skill that is like improving us the same amount, and this is like full haste. I think for last day here now it's fine to do that. There's like, we have like diamond crescendo, diamond knife tricks. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a Vanessa who's murdering me, but I think in most cases the Vanessa should not murder me. That Vanessa is not murdering me, though that is a unfortunately frozen core. Took a little bit longer to have that Vanessa slowed. I mean, we still should outrace this, yeah. But it was like a lot closer because the core got like the freeze treatment. But then knife tricks and crescendo went hard. Good morning, Venus. Good morning, good morning. Some free skill might be night. I mean, yeah, a free skill might be night, but how often do you get a free skill there? How's the morning been? That's amazing. I'm a little bit under the weather. Like last night, I felt like really sick. But we are finally going in the right direction with the ladder. So there's that. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, the scrap is only good if I get like cooldown reduction. So it's a diamond one. The gold one is like 10% more crit or 15% more crit on the core, while I already have crescendo. So I think the impact is minor. And if I lost there, I still want to have like the possibility to get like a... Oh yeah. Oh, I could have upgraded the scrap over the... I understand. I could have upgraded the scrap over the metronome. I forgot. Yes. Okay, that's true. I forgot about the scrap. Fair point. Um, that is so true. That is so true. Oopsie. I should have upgraded the scrap over the metronome. Like, starting with 1 second less on the core is obviously good. Hmm. What's the news with the leaderboard? I don't know. Is there any crazy stuff news? Mm. So the news there is like probably two things. Like, I make a very short TLDR. Once we get like in 2 weeks a new ladder system that is more about wins and not as much about losses. And it will also mean that the ladder will be more grinding. Probably. So I will play quite a bit on the main again. And the other thing is they are still like experimenting, and the new system is also just a placeholder system. They are still looking for a way, and there is like the question to each and everyone, how, if possible, how to make a good ranked system. Because matchmaking should stay the same as it is, but you still want to have a rating system that is skill based, so good players get rewarded, and not only about who gets 10 wins all the time. Because the issue is, if you make it about 10 wins or just wins and not as much about losses, good players can probably get nearly always 10 wins, especially as soon as we hit open beta. And there's like a huge, bigger pool of like, let's say, first of all, new players, and second of all, like players that just play a few games a day. So if you have like an easier ghost pool especially, and even now you can like rather reliably get 10 wins if that is the only metric. Okay, the game bugs out. Maybe it's also like smart to take a 2-minute break. So I will take a 2-minute break. I will be right back in just a second. Thank you guys for staying around. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the follows. And see you in just a bit. Okay, I'm back. Thank you guys for staying around. Let's start the game, continue the climb, and so the open beta is unfortunately a little bit postponing. Let's make it the core game. There was also someone like Wilson who asked me how to play that, so let's do that. So the open beta unfortunately is like a little bit delaying and delaying. Yeah, I don't know. They're like not really news. Last thing I have actually heard is now not even February. It's even further down. I don't know. I cannot tell you. If you're like really interested, maybe try to get a beta key, like from someone else at least. And if you cannot afford it in the first place, yeah. I mean, you have been around quite a bit, so is there someone who has still like a friend voucher who wants to do a good deed today? Feel free to raise your voice and send it to Mitja. Seems like he does not have access yet. I went here to the Pyro for multiple reasons. I cannot fight the Viper, and so I will lose to the Viper pretty sure. And the Kimono, in most cases, is worse, because I can make use of the lighter sometimes. I can make sometimes use of the skill early on if I just have random stuff and the random stuff has burn. And even the Cinder is the same amount of gold as I get if I high roll the Kimono, and the scrap shield is bronze and only 3 shield if I remember correctly, so that has no impact at all. So I get like a lot more options and impact from the Pyro in that specific situation, even on the core. Anyway, we are double leveling, we're hoping not seeing Curio and then everything is fine. JJ is good enough. Well, speaking of the devil, huh? Hello JJ, thank you so much. It's probably a force field at least for day 2 here. And then it's 20 shield for the force field. That sounds absolutely amazing. Like we're just playing it like this. So one of the things why I like the core so much is its versatility. So here, for example, having like the extra charge for free on the force field is kind of impactful. And if you had like one more skill, you can actually play rather reliable a hybrid build of bunch of weapons to the left and force field to the right, and then you get him down already, like your opponent, to like 50% or even lower with the force field. After that, even if you're not getting over the line because you're not an armored core, you can just like outburst them with a pulse rifle and your alpha ray and your core. So that is a very flexible hybrid build. One of the other hybrid builds is like obviously the combat core on the right, I feel like this is probably I think the strongest actually build for the core is like putting the combat core to the right. It's like so powerful. I had like OD high rolls with that. It felt amazing. And sometimes you put other stuff on the right. And in worst case, it's just like a little bit stronger day 1, day 2 crit core, and then you will see what you get. I have to stop the breaks though. There's an Isla, and Isla is one of the very few shops in this meta especially where I will not pick like 2 gold and 1 XP. I mean, if I have to, I will upgrade here the Alpha Ray. I also think I should like take a Chris Army knife here, because I'm more inclined to run for now and in the future the Chris Army knife with a pulse rifle over Dillo setup. Speaking of those, there are options, right? It's a little bit scuffed though because I'm one gold short. Like I can sell this, I will sell this, and I can sell this, so I will sell this. I really want to buy the pulse rifle here, like, but I cannot, right? I don't want to sell the force field. It's first of all really strong for now, and in the future, it still like opens up the window to play that build. So it's like for now the strongest to have it, as well as for the future if I get like 1 skill, like if I get like level 3 skill and I get a defense grid, I think unless I find a combat core or something other crazy, the force field will stay anyway. So I cannot buy this, I will just buy this. It's like, it's not the worst, right? We have like this setup ready, so it's like not worse at all. The pulse rifle though in the future is a little bit nicer. Get friends easier than pulse. But I want to have a Chris Army knife. No. No. Then the pulse rifle becomes a liability if I don't find another friend. And also it's like a little bit scuffed on the like board space anyway. Like the pulse rifle is just for the future. Like even if I level up here only once today, and that is more likely than not, I don't have anyway the space for the setup and a pulse rifle and a friend. And it's like Uzi and this year. I would have even I think a pulse rifle is better than the Uzi in general. So I think on that part it's true. But I don't know. It feels wrong to sell that Chris Army knife here. I will not do that. It's left one though. Oopsie. That's not good. Okay, maybe I didn't think that fully through. Yeah, you get easier friend, I know. So yeah. It's still just like XP, like leveling as much as possible. Though I have like wondered quite often whether it's like a good idea to pick skills, because they're just so powerful. And then I came to the conclusion I don't like it. Non-weapon items, maybe. Let's go. That is a duct tape. That is also a friend. Okay, in hindsight, surely the pulse rifle for the Chris Army knife would have been better. But that's like a lot of hindsight. I still like here the force field though. Is railgun good? Railgun is always good, it does not need to be on the core. That was a lot closer than I like it to be. That was so much closer. And I would have lost here without the force field. I mean, it's an hindsight argument, right? But without the force field, we would have lost this one. Like, okay, Isla, let me see what you have. Oof. That's an early railgun. I mean, force field is nice, right? But yeah, force field is not railgun nice. That is true. And then we don't need to go for weapons here because only thing we're carrying for now is tech items again. I mean, I don't know. That's like funny, right? Like that we are getting those high rolls all the time on the core. Because like it doesn't really matter which core you're on if you get a day 2 or day 3 railgun. I mean, I'm as poor as it gets. So I think like it's not worth to go to Kev's Armory. It's just like the cheapest chocolate here. And then could upgrade something, but I don't think there is a reason to upgrade anything. Because we cannot upgrade like the railgun. And the alpha ray is anyway meaningless, but we can also not upgrade this, and the core is only a very little bit of damage. So we can go for skills. I would really like to reroll those. But I cannot. I mean, I can, but then I'll have to sell something. You know what? I'm willing to sell that. I will find at least one tech item. So 20 damage or 10 on all weapons. I think it's just like a short-sighted argument to say, for now, it's straight up better to have like 10 damage on all the Uzi and stuff, and it's just like a little bit more strength for now, and in the future, sure, it's less. I mean, it's the same-ish, and yeah, anyway, a lot better. I think Force Field might be better late game, but there is no late game with the Day Railgun. Yeah, especially since we haven't lost a round. I mean, we're still struggling with money. So like going here for Nufu is a little bit overkill. And if we go to Kina, we also have like options for tech items, and man, I need the tech items, right? That's just like so powerful. This is the slowest tech item that is out there. But maybe it's good enough because I don't have anything. Probably it's good enough because I don't have anything. Oh, maybe I should have even considered the motherboard there. Small items though. Let's go. I mean, that is also a tech item. So do we like fully commit and sell the alpha ray here? I mean, I still want to hold on to this for the potential of atomic clock, in all honesty. That's my reasoning behind that. Yeah, sure. Like, we're committing. I don't think we need to commit that much on the memory card, though. I still want to hold on to the ammo. I mean, to be fair, it's day 3 and we have like a railgun. I think there should not be too much going wrong. So here I put the railgun to the left because I use the thrusters, and I don't want to have like too many items to the right. Also, someone else was calculating if it's better to have the railgun on the left or on the right. In most cases, it's equally fast charging the railgun, because you get also like extra charges on the core from the railgun to the left. And then you get just more damage if you have the core to the right, right? I don't have the money to reroll here. I just don't have the money for Nufu. Small items though, for the tax. So I learned this is not the worst. Because it's just a 5-second tech, because it charges the core and then it's double charging the railgun. Second Nufu skip. Yeah, I mean, what shall I do? I don't have the money. And also, like, while skills are good, we are in a position where skills are not as needed or like as good. Like, we don't care if we're having like 20 damage on our weapons, because we have a 200 damage railgun. So it's like the skills itself don't increase our power level as much, since we already high rolled. I'm not skipping a wrist for Akina though. I think small items is more important than the chocolate. Like, small items is the premium pool for the tech items. It's also a tech item, but it's not proccing, unfortunately. Okay. I think I roll a little bit on the techs here. I want to play Technovirus, by the way. Quixel, maybe you have like techs. That is a tech. That is a tech, and that is a tech. Okay. I want to upgrade the railgun. So the playlist is just like a bunch of albums from around 2010 from Einaudi and Patalini. It's just like power leveling. Grid core and gun. I mean, railgun is always good. Positioning of the light bulb is wrong. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. So do we think 25% crit on the railgun is good enough as a skill? I think so. I mean, 4 seconds of freeze is 4 seconds of freeze, but critting is critting. I think crit is more impactful than the freeze, though. This time I don't need to skip skills, though. That is a skill. That is a skill. That buys us quite a bit of time. Also, force field. I want you back. I mean, not really. I don't need that because we're going 10-0 anyway. But if we're not going 10-0, maybe a force field battery is something. Like, we will pick up a battery here anyway. Then we're just picking up the battery. And then we're pivoting into a force field build again. I still skip this skill. It's most likely not ever that I will have a poison item on the board. So if I get the option, would I buy a railgun here on day 6? I think I would, right? Is it therefore worth to take the shot on the free, like, not free, but like railgun upgrade without using the level up reward? Sure. Do we want to bank the force field though? I mean, we have like a heavy defense grid here. Sure, let's bank the force field. That's a very cheap bank. Yep. So, do we want to sell stuff off for B1, B2? Like, I don't want to sell off the force field though, we just bought it. And selling off the other stuff is also like hurtful. But then if I don't sell stuff off, what is the reason to go to B1, B2? Like, an upgrade on the Aiden and the duct tape and the force field is not impactful. It's just like, at best, one of the items on the board. I mean, it's still like okay-ish. Sure, it's okay-ish. The odds are still okay-ish. Oh, yeah, that's a good thought, Berg. Bronze can only roll on light bulb. I don't know where you sell things off. Yeah, true. I didn't think that through. Sorry. Yeah, you're correct. Wasn't Feather one of the better upgrades? That's a good question. It's like only 2%, right? Like it's a expensive 2% CDR. And my idea was like a remote is reducing the the cooldown, right? The upgrading the remote means like 2 seconds less on the remote. And the CDR of the other feather is 6 instead of 4. I'll know. Maybe. What are you all referring? That was the shop encounter where you get like upgrades with the vendor. Also, I'm feeling a little bit sad because whenever I play the core here on the stream, like, I'm not playing like the combat core version and can show you how nice and strong it is, but instead I most of the time just fall face first into a railgun, and then, I mean, it's still like good and I want to do it, but I feel like railgun is like one of the easiest straightforward setup that you can have. Well, isn't that haste on the core? And then we use this on our LEDs. I still think like the atomic clock with 4 ammo is like kind of cutting it. It's delaying our opponent quite a bit with the CD increase. And it's still like 4 charges on our railgun and core early. So I think it's like reasonable to have that. I mean, that is a burn opponent. I don't know about his board though. I mean, he seems to have success, like at least decently. No GPU over remote. That's maybe a little bit more consistent, you're correct. Like, it's around the same. It's not around the same, that's just better, right? More consistency, yeah. Okay, I want to buy chocolate. Do we ever give up on the force field here? We are giving up on the duct tape. And on the crypto. Chrono Barrier is pretty nuts. Its attack, yeah. Chrono Barrier's attack and Chrono Barrier is pretty nuts. I would run a Chrono Barrier every day about the over the atomic clock here. But the issue with a Chrono Barrier is not to run it, it's to find it. Okay, guys, please, isn't placing the railgun to the right of the core more burst? And the answer is probably not. So I had like a very strong intuition and did like over the, like just in my head, the math. And then like, I think yesterday, someone in my chat, I don't know which of those it was, like maybe Iser or maybe like someone else, I don't know anymore, said he wrote actually a program to make a Feuerfritz. Okay, I'm sorry, it was Feuerfritz. So Feuerfritz made a program and checked whether it is better to have it here or here. And he came to the conclusion is about the same procs on the railgun itself, but obviously if you have the railgun to the left, you get more procs on the core. With haste and other situations, this might be a little bit different, but in general it is very, very close, because it's a multicast item. It's also like a very fast casting item, and then having more procs on the core is at least equally, like close to equal strength. This board would tilt me day 8. Yeah, I can see why. I mean, I don't know what the issue is. That is a very fair and balanced board. Nothing to see here, my friend. Nothing to see here. I mean, look, there's not even a random enchantment I got as like lifesteal on this railgun. So I don't know what the issue is. Like if there was an enchantment on the railgun, like I don't know, shiny or shield or lifesteal with like maybe a hypnotic drain, I can see why that is unfair. But this is like totally fair. I don't think I need to upgrade here anything. I mean, we could consider upgrading though the atomic clock, but I think like I don't have enough ammo on the clock to warrant the upgrade. In all honesty, I'm more inclined to go for gold skills here. My intuition tells me like a little bit of freeze would like go a long way. I don't know about the crescendo here. In all honesty, we're still like bursting our opponent really, really fast. And the fight is over before crescendo is like really up, probably. And if the fight is not over, we have problems anyway. I mean, then maybe crescendo helps, but I think moreover it hurts us, crescendo here. So I think like crescendo is actually not good. I think it just left Illusi. See, the random enchantment I talked about on the railgun. You know? That is the one I was missing. Oh, this is like fair, right? That looks like a heavy railgun and a turbo core. Lixianan. We thinking this would tilt someone a little bit more? Like, if I was the opponent, I would now be fully tilted. Like, I would, like, go full tilt mode, and I would go, like, okay, I need to touch grass for half an hour. Like, if I face this on day 9, I think, like, touching grass is, like, a good idea. Like, he didn't even get off. Like, I don't know what his companion core is doing. I mean, if I were you, I would maybe go touch grass so you don't get my ghost. Like, knife tricks, let's go. I mean, I'm quite certain, actually, glass cannon is in my favor here. Because it's the same as I said about crescendo. If the fight is going too long, I lose anyway, right? On the other side, I mean, I can get one-shotted by like some crazy start of combat, hit me in the head, whatever. And then I will be sad about the glass cannon. Yeah, let's not do that. Maybe a healthy heart is a good skill. I mean, it's not knife tricks, but also knife tricks, probably the fight is over before it has impact. Maybe just a freebie because I'm poor. Oof. So unlucky. I already have an enchant on my railgun. Cannot make use of the shield on the railgun. Man, sometimes the world is just not fair for us. I mean, I struggled so much 2 days ago. I'm still like I'm still like in the camp of I deserve this. I so much deserve this. Like I had to face those boards like 8 hours straight. Like it felt like I had to face these boards 8 hours straight and I couldn't even find an alpha ray. So I feel like it's okay. It's okay that I'm now on the other side of the table for a little bit longer than just once. I mean, I don't know if Vanessa can be scary, but on day 10 against my board, I don't think so. I mean, that is a bonk, that is an ego, and that is a glass cannon, and that is a sniper rifle that is critting me and killing me, right? Hmm. 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 Yep. Why should I get a 10-0 with this board? Like, why should I? Like, yeah. Start of combat hasted sniper rifle with like bonk and all the skills, like especially bonk. Day 10, by the way, yeah. Like, look, I think like we can agree that I a little bit high rolled, like just a little bit. And like my atomic clock like didn't even get off like more than once. It says one, maybe two. Like I wasn't even allowed to play the game. That's no, that is not okay. I want to be in my sandcastle, and you are not allowed to play the game. Holy smokes. That was, and I mean, like, I already took the temp boost for health, and I have like a defense grid ready. Like, it's not that I was low on the health part there. Like, it's not that I was a glass cannon. I'm also happy that I didn't pick glass cannon there. Would have been more humiliating than it was already. I still think like free skills in general are better here. I don't burn at all when you freeze haste the core. I mean, maybe for the future. Yeah, opponent play cards, exactly. That's not okay, me. I'm the only one who's allowed to play cards. But to be fair, for day 10, that is like a little bit strong. I mean, to be honest, the whole issue there was, at least to a very, like, I don't think I would have won that. But the absolutely icing on the cake was the bonk there. I take another temp boost. This time I will not get one-shotted. I mean, it would have been possible because I have like an atomic clock and slow and stuff, right? But it would have still been probably not even close. Okay, that is a rebirth, but it's only a rebirth and that's about it, so I don't think that is an issue here. Though we need quite a bit more time and run out of ammo on like multiple items here. We have to kill him twice. We're just dying here, right? Why is it always this one that gets frozen? Where did the freeze? It's the igloo. Hmm. Man, I had like a 10-0 run. We were like so sure we get like a 10-0. And then... that stuff. I mean, I will... oh. I mean, I can put it on the force field, maybe. I mean, is it ever like... was it ever the force field, by the way? I really wouldn't have won there, right? I will run the chrono now. I'm scared of getting fatigued here again. Why not both? Because I don't have the space. Okay, against the dually. Do we go like this? Or this time we go back to the early combat stuff? Maybe like this. Nah, we're just like we're nuking dually. Like I will not lose again. It's probably still this setup though against the dually, and that would have been okay to upgrade there the atomic clock, to be honest. Yeah, that is like way too slow. Okay, we got over the line. 2 days too late, so probably we lost even MMR for that, or we are close to 0. I mean, we've got a rank for that, so there's that. But, man, I want to complain about the 2 losses. I will make myself like a new hot water bottle, as well as maybe take a 2-minute break, and then I will be back and continue. Thank you for staying around, thank you for the follows, thank you for the support, and see you in just a bit. Thank you guys for staying around. And yeah, I mean, we're already 7 hours in, and I was thinking today will not be a long day for streaming. I mean, at least one more game I have in me to stream, and then maybe it's like wise to make actually a break and not like a 12-hour stream today. We will see. I think it's a crit core angle. I just fought the same sniper guy on my day 10. Yeah, that's like Reyna promoting Vanessa. Same as last time. I think like the drops of Pyro are a lot better than Kimono, and I cannot take out a Viper. At least not reliable. I mean, sure, if I quit like 3 times in a row, maybe. But that is like 0.15 times 1. You get the idea. It's super unlikely. It's a 15%er into 15%er into a 15%er kinda situation. You shouldn't do that. That is the easiest JJ angle ever. I don't think a welding helmet is here even remotely good enough, so I'm gonna roll. I'm not too unhappy about that. It's probably even the memory card over the granola bar, but I'm not certain. I mean, the granola bar is just like 20 health, right? Though it's like probably the same procs as the memory card with 20 health, and the memory card at absolutely best is probably also triggering twice, maybe 3 times. But even 3 times is like meaningless. Though this is giving me the gold in return. I think that's a close one. I think it's a little bit more strength to go for the granola bar, in all honesty. But in the end, both have like very minor impact. And then we can also go for the greedy line. I think that is reasonable enough to go for the greedy line here. 10 damage. No. I don't think like crit is good enough. Like that's also a greedy line. And in this situation, I cannot afford a second greedy line. Like I'm like giga weak here. I mean, I have a little bit of scaling, right? But that is not really like noteworthy, since those are like, I mean, this is not doing anything. This is at least triggering every 30 seconds, like charging my core, but none of these like, that is like a below average board, and then I cannot grade here on the skill. Like this is like obviously a good skill for the future, but that future is not now. So I'll roll here for hopefully weapon damage. Yeah. There's a weapon damage. Also this time it's right-handed, but I never had the option for anything else. Do you play chess? Not really. I have played a little bit of chess when chess was woke, like in Corona times. I was like actually like very decent at chess. Like for just like learning it when you're like a adult age, or like, yeah. I mean, I knew the rules of chess a little bit earlier, but you know, everything except like the very basic rules, I didn't know before like my 20s. I felt like it was very exhausting because, to me, while chess is an amazing game, it's very hard to catch up with like people that play chess since their childhood. So my competitiveness is like, my ego is like a little bit hurt. And second of all, you have to learn a lot, and you have to learn all the openings and answer to openings if you want to be like really good, like really good. And that is just like, it's hard learning. Like it's, you have to sit there and you have to learn that. And while it's like partly intuitive, it's also like rather hard learning stuff, and I'm a lazy person. So that is the issue with chess. Yeah, it's like the entry hurdle, okay, but it's like it's not stopping, right? If the better you want to come, the more like variations of openings you need to learn and understand, and that will give you so much of an edge, because like screwing up the openings is like, I would say like at least half of the, like probably even more. Like by intuition, I would say the opening is more or less deciding the match. And if you do not know all the openings, you're just screwing yourself, right? At least that is how I feel about chess. Like, I don't know if that is a true assessment to begin with, but that's my assessment at least. I don't want to buy a Hamlet. Okay. I mean, at least I have weapons now. No pulse rifle though. So, do we get away with greeting a memory card here? I think so. Right? Are we though? Like, The rogue scrapper is no joke. And the scaling is slow. I don't think we're getting away with that. Like, we're getting away probably with this, but we're not getting away with the memory card. I don't feel that. I think this is where we get away, but the other way around, it's just too slow. We're not doing enough. Okay, maybe I was like a little bit more scared than I needed to be, and I could have used the memory card here. But also, like, I think like that is like, first of all, this is a noteworthy amount of damage that came from here, right? And second of all, I would have like quite a few less charges. Like I would have like one less proc here on the core, and then the game would have been at least very sketchy. So I don't think it was like too bad of a decision to be responsible here. I mean, Uzi is a very good random item, I would say. I'm a risk taker. That's unfortunately the downside of an outcome. I still think like we have like a very good board here. Like bunch of weapons, a little bit extra damage on the core. Alpha Ray, like that is like a average reasonable board. Screwing the opening is like screwing your starting item. Exactly, that is how I feel. Like it's like as if you pick like, I don't know, at the moment the companion core. Or if you're on Vanessa and you pick like for some reason seaweed or whatever. Like that is probably how bad of a disadvantage you're having. And that's a good analogy for this game at least. And yeah, and then it's like a lot of like so much learning. Like, man, you can be good, but you would have to sit down a year, whatever, every day, or like 2 years every day, depending on how much you sit down, and just learn all the at least standard openings and variations. I mean, you don't have to know every single opening. That's a little bit too much to ask. But yeah, anyway, it's skills here. Man, rolling skills is so expensive. But those skills, they are not it. I mean, I don't know if I will have a large item, right? I mean, surely I can have a railgun or combat core here, but that's a huge investment of 10 gold. Rolling though is like the same amount of investment. Like, even if I pick another like 5 gold ring, that's like a, oof, that's like too much gold, isn't it? Like, I don't want to roll my gold over here. And then upgrade my alpha ray as always. Day 10, day 11, day 12 loss to go 9 wins. I love this game. Yeah, sometimes that feels a little bit underwhelming. And it's not even that you had like ever chances there, right? Like sometimes you just have opponents that high rolled higher. Like look at my last game. Like I thought like I was the strongest I can be on day 10, and then Vanessa proved me wrong. Hello North Lives, hello, and hello Grey War. Good morning. How's RNG behave today? I would say RNG was in my favor today, so RNG was behaving. Like we had crazy stuff. I mean, to be fair, our last game we lost a little bit more than I would like to, but overall, I don't want to complain too much. That we climbed, so I think like we climbed, so that is that. I have no idea. I don't think I can get over a line here. Yeah, I'm just like, I mean, there would have been a duct tape or whatever we needed at least. Yeah, I just like a little bit too weak for that. I don't want to go to Koryo. I mean, it's my last Shop. Maybe it's courier for a small weapon, just I have something better on the board here. And then we're buying those two for the future. I mean, we don't need to reroll, we can just like buy the good stuff here. So do we want to reroll? That's like, I mean, Shadow Cloak. Okay, Shadow Cloak. I'm convinced. That's not a Shadow Cloak though. I'm not convinced. One region on day 3 is not good enough anymore. I think a freeze is good enough. I mean, the biggest issue was our core was frozen like for like forever. Like that screwed us probably, and then we did not have the scaling. Right? Man, those fights today. Now at the moment, like losing the. I mean, fair enough. We slowed his core for like 3 seconds, and then I got like a 3 seconds slow on the freeze on the core, and then there's where we lost kinda. Because otherwise, probably we could have at least had a fighting chance here. Yeah, we would have won or tied there, probably. I disagree. I think like chocolate is pretty good, but it also depends maybe on the hero and situation. Like, yeah, let's phrase it like that. That is the best phrasing I want to give. I don't want to go in a like, I don't know what Crip said, right? To start with. So it's like all hearsay, and then you play like you go around and yeah, I don't know. Like for me personally, it's worth to go for chocolate. I think it's a very worthwhile investment. I'm rarely skipping chocolate. I think it's very good. But obviously it depends on the situation. And maybe for Vanessa it's different. Yeah, that is probably also true. I don't want to buy those weapons. Definitely want to buy this weapon though. So, question. Do we want to buy missiles here? I mean, it's like definitely faster proccing than quite a bit of stuff we're having here. But it's like also not the craziest stuff. I don't think so. And Chinese is an enchant, so you cannot have like 2 enchants on an item. Why didn't you upgrade the Uzi? Because there's no reason to do that. It's like only 2 damage on the Uzi. That's like not a meaningful impact. And then I can see like silver Uzis. I don't want to see silver Uzis in the shop. Yeah, I think I disagree there with Crip. Like, I hardly disagree. It's not even a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit meta depending, right? Like last meta, as far as I'm concerned, and most people were agreeing, chocolate was completely useless. But this meta in the December patch, I think like chocolate is like pretty good. I think it was a little bit better even in the December patch, but it's still like So much better. Yeah, I would not skip chocolate often. Oh, I get my revenge here. I really disagree, by the way. And I think, like, as far as I'm concerned, the majority of the top 10 players are agreeing on my side. This is not, like, by itself a good argument. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, we can all be wrong biased. It does not have to be, like, it by itself a good argument. But I think it's at least a good tendency, and we came to the conclusion on our own. It's not like we, it's like he said it and then we're just like blindly following. So we all came to the conclusion it's good. Oh no. I think it's I mean, we can go Kina, but there's only more or less a metronome I'm interested in. So I can also go for weapons here. It's probably more wise. So there's like a good argument. Like, I don't think it's good enough, but so for those who don't know, like, the rarity of an item gets rolled first, which means, like, I rather want to see like a silver alpha ray than a silver Uzi, because the increase of 4 damage on an Uzi on day 5 is like nothing. It's like literally like we couldn't care less, right? And therefore there's that. But like Zergberg said, a very minor reason would be high rolling enchanted Uzi from a shop after day 7ish, but doubt even that's worth and actively harmful. Yeah, I think the downside is still like way higher than the upside, but I mean, you can make that argument. If you want to, you can do that. I mean, it's like very min-maxy, right? At least to a certain degree. It's not like a huge misplay. And I wouldn't, like, if I get a random Uzi and it's a silver Uzi, I wouldn't dare to sell the Uzi and say, well, I want to have a bronze Uzi. Like, it's not like you're like hurting yourself so much that it's always correct to sell a silver Uzi. It's not like that big of an impact. It's just like also no upside though. So is it ever a crook angle here? I don't think so. At least not for now. I mean, maybe if I had picked missiles, then crook might be like powerful here in the mid game. I don't think those are good enough. I rather roll for high roll potential. I mean, in the end, freeze is a lot better than the mixed messages. Then it's maybe Sylvia here to improve the board over chocolate. I mean, it's like we still run with too much bullshit around, so I can see why here it's nice to go shopping. That is like a huge improvement though. Let's go for weapons. I mean, there is a Dillo. The issue is with the Dillo is not doing anything unless you have a duct tape, and we don't have a duct tape, right? So the question is though if we want to buy it. I think like the crook is good enough here. So goodbye to you. Like, we can buy the Dillo for the future. We can also upgrade this for the future. That's a minor investment. I don't think I need to buy the barbed wire here. Oh, no, it will not see fit, even if we're pivoting towards Is it ever like this? I think it is. Because we don't need to have the duct tape next to the pulse rifle. The whole thing why we always have like a duct tape to the pulse rifle is the Dillo duct tape combo. But we're not running that. And we should use the boost on the metronome though. My god, there's a golden metronome now. So Raiden is pointing out that it's super intuitively and like a bad play pattern, and I agree. Like, actually, it would be correct to buy a bunch of bronze items in the mid-game, so you cannot see the bronze items ever again. Like, technically, there is also an incentive to hold on to like a bunch of very bad bronze items to decrease, like, artificially decrease a pool. I think the whole mechanism needs to be reworked. And I think they are aware. It's just like probably a lot of coding and probably not as easy. And like to code it at least, like not to think about solutions, more about implement those solutions. So it's just like something we will maybe see by the end of the year or whatever. But I think it will change like in this year. I would wager. It's like there are so many, it's like so punishing, it's so unintuitively, it's like so annoying if you cannot upgrade your bronze item after day 10. Like straight up not. Like quite certain that we'll see change. I go here with a tool because I want to get a duct tape in. I will not skip a wrist. Twelve crit on a crit core is reasonable. I mean, we are leveling again. I love that. I mean, it was a little bit more worth it 2 patches ago because you had not the... There are reasons why I don't do this. One is I'm lazy. Second of all, this matter has like a lot more upside if you're pivoting, and then you can only use your stash once, and I'd rather have like pivoting options. It is also that you get like rewarded sometimes, even though I don't use that as well, for selling stuff at specific vendors. So like a lot of changed. It was though for sure in the December patch meta the correct call, and to the end, after giving up my laziness, I did it quite a bit. At least on the main. Like on the main, I did it. I will buy the Comic Core for sure. I don't think I will use it here, but I don't know for a fact. The more I think about it, the more I want to use it though. I don't think a power drill is like something I want to buy here. I mean, now I look a little bit silly not buying the drill a little bit. But in the end, it's probably still like a shield enchant on the pulse rifle. And then we can still discuss whether that makes a Dillo like worthwhile here. Or if we want to go for combat core. So combat core setup would look like this, right? I think that is better. For now, I like that more. Um, I agree about the Take-Stille Beobachter. It's not so. Here's the thing. I don't think it's too hard like to implement that. It's just like there's so much that I want to implement, and I don't think it has like the highest priority if it has to be compared to, for example, enabling other functions that are crucial to the new hero releases. Like make it possible that, I don't know, items can get destroyed somewhere. For example, Reina talked about that. So they did just not have the function to destroy items on your own, like straight up destroy, not sell. And they changed, for example, that. So you have like destroy functions now. And those kind of stuff is like, just like, it's like, I think like, in all honesty, there were probably just a bunch of programmers in the whole studio, if I would have to guess. And then they just have a day of work, right? So is it skipping chocolate from medium items and try to get a scrap metal? I think so. It's like a little bit early for that. It's day 7, not day 8 or 9, but like, I still don't think about the use an item for 1 second. Okay, 3 items for 3 seconds. I don't think so. Not to both of those. So we talked about this. It's the thug for the bonk. Bonk is more important than Radiant Corsair. It was hard for them to implement 5 gumball option, so I'm guessing there's a lot of spaghetti. Maybe. Who tells me it's not worth to go to a bonk? What is your reasoning for putting the combat core where I put it and not to the right? I'm like not a... So here's the thing. It's not helping you to dance at 2 parties at the same time. What I mean is, in most cases, it's not helping you that you want to get like a little bit of shield. Because what you really want is you want to like smork your opponent. You want to rush down your opponent. And the person who is doing that the first is winning. And if I try to be like creative here, especially with just like a silver core, I will not buy myself enough time with the shielding. I'm just losing because that's not like, like in most cases it's not helping us. I will wager. I would say in most cases it's not helping us. And we get like a bare minimum of survivability anyway, because first of all there's like a right item here on the core, as well as we have a shield pulse rifle. So let's get haste on the board. I mean, upgrading the cores is just too good to pass on though. Then it's JJ. I didn't bring it up to Reynard, and I don't think I will bring it up. I mean, it's on them to do that. And I don't think they want to do that necessarily. So back to the argument about the position. Okay, first of all, obviously this is a weaker opponent, right? But in general, if this was like just a little bit of a stronger burn opponent, if I put the core to the left, I run the risk that he's just outscaling me with the burn on me, and I'm not getting over the line. But if I smoke him down, I am more likely to win. And obviously it's like this and not to the right, because I want to have still as many crit core procs as possible. Okay, I think like the time for a silver shielded railgun has passed. We don't have the setup anyway. Obsidian force field, okay, but that time has also that ship has also sailed. It's just a reroll angle. Turbo first Aiden, but it's like a bronze one. I don't think the turbo haste Aiden is good. I mean, I could pick it up, maybe if I want to, but I mean, if you're upgrading it once or twice, I think that's reasonable. But as bronze, it's just like a standard silver Aiden. I probably like my Chris Army knife more. Trynet, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome everyone. Let's make a shout out again for the. Thank you so much again for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Oh, I'm sorry, I mistyped there, and I don't know if I can. Okay, I can make another shout out. Okay, sorry for that. Shout out to Trynet. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you're doing well. I have like a great stream today. Kind of climbing consistently, so that's like super nice again. Thank you, Gloam, for the cheer. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much. That is a very nice feather. It's just like not showing. It's a 2-second on the Aiden. It's just like not showing the actual values in the shop on the Aiden. That's just a visual thing. Okay. How was your stream, Trynet, if you're still here? Do you enjoy still the matter? I have a blast as a duty player again. I mean, only bronze feathers here. It's like 2-second on the board, like valuable enough over 1 XP. So if I have like 2 options, I can take like 2 CDR on the board, or I can take 1 XP. What is the thing that I would pick like the most, or like here in that situation? I don't know, I think it's close one. It's probably more the XP, because like 2% is just like a little bit too low on that part. But I don't know, like I really don't know if which one of them is correct. Like I think you could persuade me for both ways. Is it chocolate or small items? I mean, this is like a gold metronome as far as the metronome is concerning, so we don't need to upgrade that. And there are like not really items except of maybe the Aiden upgrade. I will not do that over chocolate. So it's definitely a chocolate angle here. And hello, Katja, as well. Yeah, you were at least quiet earlier. Morning, aesthetic. XP looking good, yeah. You would pick the bird over the one monster over the other monster with 1 more XP. Yeah, the Cosmic Rock, right? Yeah, I think like Cosmic Rock is one of those I always pick because I can get like golden feathers as well as like 2 good skills. And Bonk is someone I will most of the time pick now, even if there's a Radiant Corsair. And for the rest, I don't know. I have also no idea how this matchup is turning out, to be honest. Looks like we are slowed. Fortunately, we're freezing a little bit. That's a very slow, no one is doing anything matchup, but we are like probably losing. Yeah, we're definitely losing here. We're just slowed the whole time. Now we're critting. I don't think that matters. Hmm. So, is it a skill over an upgrade on the Alpha Ray with a double core setup? Also, like, we had Bonk, but it didn't help us because we like charged his items the whole time. So that was like a little bit of an issue for us there. So our Bonk didn't save us. But to be fair, like, I don't think like Rebirth would have saved us there also. I think it's a close one. Like, I think consistency-wise, it's like pretty nice to upgrade the Ray here, because we have 2 cores that scales it, and that's a decent amount of extra scaling. On the other side, like, a skill can always be like a crescendo, and then life is like easy and we're done. I want to win. Let's go for crescendo. We can also find a Alpha Ray later. I mean, that is also not the worst with 2 cores, but crescendo on a crit core. Yeah, we want crescendo. I mean, like, for its own, we have like a really nice build here. The issue is now we lost quite a bit, which means we have to go to the later days. And that on the other side means we also have to face more broken stuff. As well as we didn't get like turbo on the crit core. I mean, maybe what do we want to buy the duct tape here? I don't think so. I mean, we are like still super strong here. It's just we never got like the right enchantment here on the core. And that is that. On the other side, we have like crescendo and the bonk, so don't want to complain. It's still like a decent game, but it's maybe not good enough to survive against the bullshit you get on day 11 and 12. What are the chance for crescendo? I think it was like around 30%. Maybe lower, 20%. Knife tricks, let's go. I mean, that is the second best, but knife tricks is a million times better. I don't think it's glass cannon. Wild Oil Machine is bugged, so it's just a multicast here. Half a level is half a level. Is health. Or is JJ my scrap metal? I think JJ is my scrap metal. How is it possible to face a Diamond Core Day 3? That's a wild question. I have no idea. Katya steamrolled me, but to be fair, that's an icy Dillo. And yeah, that's a typical Katya board. Like I can see that. That's like your typical Katya board. I mean that not in any um mean way. Just like that's like a little bit stronger than what I have, right? So do we want to take health or medium items? Man, health is just so important. Though scrap metal would go a very long way here. Let's go with the scrap metal. I mean, I don't think a peer conditioner is helping us here. I mean, we have two cores, but that's just like... I mean, we can buy it, maybe. And then if we get like a snowflake, the peer conditioner becomes actually an item again. That is maybe something, yeah. I think it's weapons over gumballs. I think it's always boss hero here for the assault focus. I don't think I want to take all my health away, so I go for Bakun. Speaking of the devil there, looks a little bit better, right? Just barely. I mean, do we want to buy the power drill? Because we have like a ritual. I mean, there's still like no way we can use it now. We just don't have enough activations. But I think that's reasonable to take it though. Wouldn't lifesteal be a lifesteal weapon with Drain be insane here? I mean, yeah, but like, did I have like a lifesteal weapon here available like easily that is okay-ish? Soulless Dam, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. Hello, friendo. I hope your runs are going well. Yeah, my runs today are absolutely fine. Like, some bullshit here and there, but not too much. So, on average, we are climbing, and that's good enough. So, do we want to go for gold skills or upgrade something? I think, like, the metric changed, right? Because the absolute best option is obviously upgrading the crescendo here. But other than that, it's also, like, a lot of merit now to say we want to get, like, extra scaling going. Because we have the crescendo in the first place. And then I don't need weapons, I can go for health. Probably just like shielding at this point. And then I go for more health, though I'm a giga poor. I should have considered that a little bit. I also think it's maybe the juggler here. Because he has like, I like the Thresh Titan because he has the juggler. And I have a large item. A.O. Makaulai. Thank you for the follow, and even thank you more for the Prime sub. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for the support. Means a lot to me. Hope you're having a great day and enjoy the stream. I've been winning with Companion Core. Tell me more. Why? Why do we underestimate the Companion Core, and why is he good? Like, why do I underestimate the Companion Core? And what is the reason that he's still, like, good? Lifesteal, okay, yeah. Lifesteal on the Combat Core maybe is good with the Hypnotic Drain. I can see that. Like, this is now coming into places. Like, and as long as we're not facing like Caltrops, I think we are in a good position now. I also tested a bit today and it didn't seem too bad. So we're all trash talking it without ever like reasonably testing it, and then for some reason it's good and we're just all noobs. Or at least I am. Like, I was not the only one who trash talked that though, to be fair. Thank you, Blackbird, for gifting out a sub to the community. Thank you so much for the generous support. Thank you so much. It's better early because it can haste any item. And Battle Lester's still going strong. So, think like its weapon skills. Though which weapon skills are there? Okay, just like defensing. Shield skills. I think it's like shield skills is defense. Like, that looks like a skill. Maybe it's a freebie, like my bank account, especially for day 12, is like not good. And then it's still half a level. And it's again a chance for the juggler skill here. Okay, so I'm not convinced about the Companion Core, but maybe I'm wrong. So feel free to prove me all wrong. I will not try that though for now. I will wait until other people's are like showing off with it. It shows an error when I press play. Which error? Player, what is it? Something player, whatever. Like, can you tell me which one of those? So it's like a random enchant on the Crate Core, probably, because Core is like a nice target in general. I mean, we are like starting to be a little bit buffy on the shield side. I mean, this is like a little bit expensive here. I will not even reroll. I couldn't afford like enchanted items. Okay, who gets the crit? Probably the core here. And we're just going with this for now. I mean, we have a bonk. We have a million freeze. This is like a very strong board, like, and I'm not like really afraid of dualies here, I have to admit. Gloam, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the support. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, thank you so much. I have like quite a little bit more shield than my opponent here. Yeah, casually 14k shield against an opponent. I mean, he didn't do a lot. Yeah, nice game, easy, smooth game. Let's just continue. So, if there is this player profile issue for you, AO Maka Ulai. Has like if we climbed ranks for that. Holy smokes. So what you can do is you can try to disable IPv6. So disabling that should help. Sometimes you have issues if you're using Starlink. Like there's a known issue that if you use Starlink, you get screwed at the moment. I think it's still not fixed. So often the player profile issue is more of a network connection issue and not a game client itself issue. As mentioned earlier, there is like a... Oh, okay, it's like error, have not game access. So restarting the client might help there. Maybe waiting a little bit. If you still don't get okay, let me finish that. Two things. First of all, did you buy actually a founder's pack or did like get a friend invites code? And I don't mean the referral program. I mean like an actual friend voucher that you put in. Because obviously you cannot use just a referral link. You actually need to get access in the first place. So it's not like free to play in that sense. Second of all, restarting the client. And thirdly, if that all not happens and you bought actually the game or like got a friend code and it says like you have beta access in the website, you need to make a ticket, and that might take a little bit of a while. Let's make another the core run. I think I want to prove you how consistently good the core is, and maybe this time don't stumble again into a railgun day 2 or day 3. I think it's a close one. Like I like the Fang here. I also like the crit and CDR here. I think it's just a little bit better though. It changed a little bit why the Fang is better, and the reason why I think it changed at least a little bit is because you need now having like 4 items because you're picking like 2 XP options, and then you have only 1 shop. And meaningful, like a 4-second Fang is actually like a sort of meaningful item to have on the board on day 1 in this matter, because you can like, I don't know, give it extra damage with the skills and that stuff. So that changed a little bit. At the moment, it's still like compared between loss and wins. In the future, it changes, like in 2 weeks. We can open the chests. You can go on the collection, and then up there's like opening chest, and then there's a lever on the right, and you press the lever, and then you can open your chests. So it's the last option here. No, wait. Yeah, it is, because we need to take XP here after that one. So it's just Kina and go with whatever we're getting, right? Bunch of stuff. Is that already enough bunch of stuff, or we want to roll? I think we want to roll. I don't think that bunch of stuff is better than what we're having here. I don't think a weak point detector is better. So probably we have to take the L here, because that is like, unfortunately, not a real board that we're offering here. I don't think those are it, so I'm gonna roll here. I mean, at least I get like damage on my core. There's that. In all honesty, that is like a very slow board, so I expect to lose here. I'm not conceding, like it's not like a concede angle, but it's definitely a loose angle. I'm winning. Nice, nice. No more Walter. No more Walter. Walter is not good enough anymore, unfortunately. I mean, he didn't go level 2, right? And then that is probably on him. Also, he played thrusters. Like, I don't know, I'm not a big thrusters fan, even if there's like saying burn. I think Kev is better later. It's like not a good shop for day 1, day 2. We're still like playing the power level game. So this is like, it's like still a bad shop. I think its slow item is more likely to be a duct tape, and then we like duct tapes. I don't think I can beat a rogue scrapper here in all honesty. Like, that is not happening. So I just go for the Mosquito. It's not the end of the world. I think Mosquito is, by the way, a lot better now over the Crab. Like, the wing is amazing, rush is amazing, and crit is also like fully okay. I mean, if you like have the financial means, you can like buy just a founder's pack. I think the value is okay. You get like a few gems and stuff, and you support like a great game and a great company. So there's that. If you don't have the means, maybe someone is like still having like a key lying around, then you get lucky. It's totally fine if someone like, if you ask and someone is giving you a key. I don't like Quixel. I'm really trying to get like better options. Though this is the last job I can get. So maybe looking for an alpha ray, a duct tape, that kind of stuff. I mean, upgrading your GPU is good. I like a silver GPU. That is a meaningful item. I don't think a battery at bronze is a meaningful item. Though we can buy it for the future. Like for the railgun possibility, it's like a cheap like investment of a gold. It's not that bad. Like, it's just like not an item I want to run. And then probably I think like Langsian is just too slow, and getting slow from the chem snail and poison from the chem snail is better. I think this is like faster proccing than this, just a little bit, at least more consistently. And then this is what we have to offer, right? A little bit of scaling here. That's it. Okay, so there are like a few people who have like a few spare keys. So yeah, guys, take your chances. Be polite, be nice, and then maybe you get lucky. So I have no idea who's coming out on top. I think like we are coming out of top because of the... we were so close coming out of top there. And then we got credit for 210. I was like, we weren't coming out on top, and then that. No, don't send it in the chat. I've heard the rumor that there are bots that's scraping those. Just put those in the private messages. I know private messages on Twitch are not like nice UI, but I would do that. I was like, let's say, unfortunate. To be fair, he had like quite a bit of crit there, so there's that. I have nothing to upgrade here. I will reroll those. I mean, the defense grid is like options for a force field on their core, so I don't mind that at all. You can find the spare key on the Play Bazaar website if you log in. I think you guys are figuring out how to share keys. So thank you so much for being nice and polite. Honestly, I like my community. It's so, everyone is polite, everyone is helpful, everyone is helping each other out. That makes me really happy. Like, I think it's always skills here. So I can get like 4% crit on my weapons. That's like a meaningful number. I could also reroll for a force crit upgrade. But that's like a little bit expensive money-wise, and I still want to go shopping, maybe. So is it ever calf? And I think it is, because what we're having here at the moment is not good enough. Okay, I still think I want to upgrade this because it's meaningful scaling and it's our only scaler. I know it's a little bit expensive, but it's the only thing we have. And we're definitely buying a duct tape here for sure. And then we put like this on the board. Like that is at least a board. It's like, it's not the best. But our opponent also lost a round, so let's hope he didn't high roll yet. I don't believe in Lanxians. Nice, we got over the line barely. That is a companion core enjoyer, that's why we got over the line. When you use a vehicle, that is like only good if I ever play a combat core. Though I really will force the combat core if I can. Like if I see a combat core, I will play a combat core. In this situation, if I see a force field, I probably pick the force field, though without the alpha ray and with a bunch of stuff we're having at the moment, it's not really strong. Is it ever better over the freeze? I mean, it's a very slow building crescendo in all honesty. Let's go with the freeze. It's more consistent and the freeze is also strong in the long run. And it's more versatile. So is it ever small items here over chocolate? Normally I'm a very chocolate enjoyer, but like I don't have an alpha ray, I don't have a metronome, I don't have an Uzi. So there's a decent amount of small items I'm looking for. Well, that is the item. Right? Next question. Do we want to buy LEDs? They are a little bit enabling the combat core and proccing faster. For now, they're not really good. They're also nice in case we're pivoting into railgun, though. I mean, that's a very huge, expensive pivot option, but I think in the end it's correct. So I will buy those. Also, it's probably better to get like shield scaling and not only the damage scaling here. And probably this is also better than the Chem Snail now. I think I can beat the Hydro dude. At least I think. Yeah, I have like a little bit of health now and I have scaling finally. Do you like to play Crane? I don't think it's like really good because most games are just too slow. Not too slow, too fast. And the Crane is just too slow. That's the issue. Like, it's good against the one matchup where the opponent isn't doing anything and turtling. And then you just outscale them with the Crane. But if you have like watched my stream a little bit, most matches I get like annihilated in like very few seconds. Or I steamroll my opponent in very few seconds. And then the Crane will never go off. Like on both sides. The game is running so nice to hear. Enjoy the game. It's an amazing game. I generally like that game. So, do we want to go for Sylvia? I think we want to because we need like high roll. We need like combat core. We need like something. Railgun. There's a metronome. That is in my book high roll. I'm still rolling here. So there's a force field. I still think like a force field here is not the worst to play. So I think the Chem Snail is always out and the Langston is always out. I also think like I mean, I don't need to, but the chum is definitely also out. Um, how would I play the force field here? I mean, that is an expensive force field, and I mean, we have a defense grid, but that's all we have, right? We don't have shield scaling. Is it a little bit too baity? Hmm. If I had shield scaling here, it would not be baity. Like, or like a little bit more shield, like 30 shield, 20 shield to the right or something. But without that, I think it's a little bit clunky and not enough scaling. And then it's too expensive. If I had like gold to pivot in and out of it without issues, like with ease, I still think it would have been a good idea to do. But unfortunately, that's not in the books here at the moment. I think that is the summary. Yeah, it's too late. It's not there. I need to go for weapons, right? I cannot go for skills here. There's the combat core. Hell yeah. Good that I didn't buy the alternative. There's an Uzi. I think the Uzi is also good enough. Okay, I have not kept up with the chat. And me gave out 5 community subs. So thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't miss anything here. I don't think so. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will look at it in a second there, Mr. Deacon. Okay, I still want to roll technically here. So I'm gonna sell this. I want to roll. And the reason is I still want to have the option to upgrade the alpha ray. I didn't find that. So I think like GPUs, nice. I think LEDs are nice here. I think the alpha ray is nice here. And then the question is only for the last item. And I'm more in the book of having faster triggering items. So it's probably the Uzi. Question is if it's whether the LEDs or the metronome to the side, and I'm more inclined to have it like for the LEDs. To be honest, they will trigger around the same in the future. Yeah, not the same. That's taking time. Let's for now do it like this. Later we're changing. Anyway, this is the setup. I don't think the pulse rifle needs to fit in here because we have like LEDs and GPU. I mean, we can also consider like this. Oh, we can consider like this. Oh, that is a lot better. Yeah. Because this way we are hasting our GPU and then we have 2 hasted cores, hasted cores. That's good. Anyway, there's no price for the pulse rifle since we're having LEDs and GPU and that stuff and everything is better. Also no price for that. We're also on the core and not the crit core. I think like we are like in a very good situation here. I would be very surprised if we are losing here. I think we are way above average strong. I mean, it's only a bronze ray, but we're compensating quite good for that. And that is a slow opponent, so I'm not too worried. So yeah, you can see that is not fair for a day 4 board. Like this is just fun. I will look at the skills in just a second. Next PvE fight. It's definitely weapons for the Alpha Ray. I think that is easy. It's also like none of those anymore. Like we're just upgrading the Alpha Ray, that's it. And the Combat Core, but we couldn't afford that, so there's that. I still think it's like chocolate here. I know we are like very low on the gold, but in the end, chocolate is chocolate. I like chocolate quite a bit. I don't need to use that. We can just fight the mod squad. I think it is retooled there because you have like a flamethrower. So I got this sent to me, and I think like this is too slow, and this is like multicasting. I don't know. I think like all of those are not tools at the moment anymore. So it's like multicasting, and that's the whole idea. I would maybe consider like different positioning. Like I would put it to the right, extra like scaling a little bit, but that is like minor adjustment. I think both have a very good reason. Other than that, it's a nice board. I think you can do fine. So ever upgrading something here? I think it is. Question is like, I mean, we can also try to get a high roll, right? And that is like upgrading the cores. But then the argument is to upgrade the core anyway. The issue is, I mean, there's no issue. We can like upgrade the core. Probably it's just like the most consistent one to do actually. And then it's like a lot cheaper to try to get the Alpha Ray than the combat core for multiple reasons. We're working at the docks though. Oh, oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry for that. Okay, and then I got like rifled there. What went wrong there? I want to see that fight again. Quite a few crits on 7%. That went wrong. I know, that went wrong, sure. So golden alpha ray and then a few crits on the end there to scam me out of the game. Sure. I mean, I don't think like like yeah, I only have a bronze ray, but I therefore have a golden combat core. So I make up for that quite a bit. That's one. Second, it was like still correct to upgrade the combat core because it's like harder to upgrade the combat core and it is more expensive to upgrade the combat core on average. So there's that. And it's like still day 5, 6-ish, so we can still like justify trying to get like the alpha ray. I don't know if it's correct, but it's like definitely not weaker to over upgrading the alpha ray because like look, we don't have like a pulse rifle and stuff. We just have an Uzi, the core, and then the combat core. So he's like the main damage source anyway. The reason we lost that is because he in the end had a 7% crit chance and crit us 3 times in a row, and we were like probably below 0.5 seconds to hit him anyway and win. So it was a close fight, and we just like lost a favorite coin flip. I don't think like non-weapons are it. I can just like screw a little bit around here on that one. Haste, slow, and cooldown items, sure. And then we'll go here. It's like 3 is good enough for gold. I don't think so. I want better. That is better. I think strongest fight is good enough. Anyway, there was also the question if I have thought about full-time streaming. And the answer is, like, except for the technical difficulties I had, like, early January, I have, like, put in probably close to enough the hours of full-time streaming. So there's that. At the moment, I don't think it is wise to, like, let go of every job and fully invest into it. Like, if the game is for some reason failing and declining, I screw myself a little bit and have a very nice, like, part-time job anyway. But if the game is like as promising, like develops as promising as I think, and the viewership also like increases by the same amount as like Hearthstone streamers or Battleground streamers have nowadays, and for some reason like a decent amount of people from those new viewers also like to tend to go to my stream, then and also I'm winning the competition war, because if this game is getting big, like other streamers, like I can see RDU and other Battleground and TFT players coming in, and then, you know, competition is also harder. So I'm just enjoying the streaming. I enjoy playing the game, and then I will see how it organically develops. Also, while I get like generous support, and that's good on me. There are two things. One, I don't want to be like the guy who makes like too much begging and attention and incentivizing to give me money. I think that is like a little bit not, it's not fitting my moral standards. Like, I'm not saying like someone else, like I'm not judging other people's, but I'm not. And then the second thing is, at the moment, like it's like the amount of like money I get from streaming at the moment, it's nothing. It's not covering, it would not even cover like basic utilities remotely. Like my part-time job is giving me quite more money at the moment. So I cannot even from a like from a money perspective go into full-time streaming. Like I would need to have like quite a bit more viewers, or I would have to go with shady sponsorships, and I will not do that. Like I said, like when I started streaming on the first day, Snazer is not selling out, so I will not go for like NordVPN like sponsorship, or like whatever the all the gacha games are called, or whatever. Like I'm not like participating in a system that I don't believe in myself. And most of those referral systems I don't believe in. So there's that. That was a long talk about that and my thoughts. It's a risk on day 6. I also think we are very strong here. Like not even like that is strong, right? That is okay-ish, but this is like really strong. Like that's like no cheap board for day 6. I played Dooley because I always liked Dooley. I've played Dooley when he was not the strongest hero. And now, since he's the strongest hero and I like winning, I'm definitely keeping up on with it for now. It's easiest monster skills pick in my life. I mean, start of combat haste on a weapon is probably good enough to pick, right? Also, you're being online in the CET morning when Crypt stops streaming should also help your growth. Yeah, that is true. Soulless Dam, thank you so much for the generous support. Thank you for the 1000 bits. That's quite a bit. It's okay. We love having your teach players and having fun. Plus, the love you have for the game and the community is amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. Rady Shady Legends. Yeah, that for example. Like, I will not participate trying to convince maybe like weak people or like children to play a game that is like using every shady trick they can to press money out of you. That is not something I support. Like, and if like this game develops in that situation, I might also consider supporting it, at least in a streaming environment. Not that it is at all, but anyway, I have standards. Like, I try to be like a really good person in life. Don't think any of those are it. I don't like the remote control. Thank you, Demon OTF, for the Prime. Thank you so much for your support. So we came to the conclusion, if we can, I like to go for Bonk. And my XP bar says I can, so I will. How do you feel about being rank 1 and having to play perfect min-maxing every game? We're playing on Snazer2, so we're only rank 96 or something on this account. Still climbing, but for now, we're just cruising on the second account. NordVPN is shady. I mean, do we really want to go into that detail? I have the technical knowledge and I have witnessed quite a bit. Like, so first of all, there's like, I don't want to advertise for them because I really hardly disagree with what they're like doing as advertisement itself. Like, the servers are actually stable. So they're like, on that part, I have to give it to them. I have used them when the bazaar went live, and I had to go to the American servers. So there's that. But as far as their advertisement goes, oh, I can rant like 15 minutes about that. Because it's like, they are suggesting stuff that is so far off the reality, and using it to manipulate people that don't have technical knowledge, and suggesting you always need that, and otherwise you're screwed and you're getting hacked. And that is not true. Like, that is not even halfway true. And VPNs are only rarely helping you actually against hacking in the first place. Like, surely there's some edge cases where you have benefits, but it's not like actually preventing you. If you're opening the wrong email, you're opening the wrong email. Whether without or with or without a NordVPN, you are screwed. And this is also like false security. Like, there's so much I despise about that company on the advertisement. And it, yeah, I don't like this, like, and then they are super expensive because I get a huge cut. I don't like that. I really don't. I really despise them. Like, I have to be honest. Like, for the marketing at least, it's like, it's wrong. In my book, it's wrong. It's like not even close to this how should I say that? Discussable. Like there are stuff that is discussable. Like, I think like HelloFresh is already like dancing on the line there for my personal moral standards, but I'm not judging too much. I still like don't like this marketing advertising stuff, but okay. But at least they're not advertising with false statements. So that is what I give them in return, at least. Anyway, rant is over. Let's go back to the game. Naozu, thank you so much for the Prime. And also thank you all for the follows. I will catch up with the chat. I mean, it's a VPN. It does improve security. I mean, I'm not saying it does not, but how much is the margin for your average consumer that is sitting at home with his laptop? And what is the promises they give you, and how drastically do they make it sound how vulnerable you are without a VPN? I mean, as far as like privacy concerns are, surely, like, if you do like a few other measures, then you get like quite a bit of privacy itself if you mask your IP. Like, there is like a lot of stuff that is good about VPNs. It's not that I'm opposed to VPNs. It's about what they advertise, and it's about the business model, and that is basically it. It's chocolate. I like chocolate. Disagree there a little bit with Mr. Crip. Also, do I want to change something here about positioning? Probably. I mean, I don't need the metronome anymore. That is what I want to change, right? And then I have like an active item on the board. That is probably a good improvement. I was like not paying enough attention. I was rambling a little bit too much. Let's go with the gold here. I think Cosmic Rock is straight up better. Especially, this is amazing with Crescendo. This is like 12 crit. This is like a lot of cooldown reduction. I agree with you, Laertes one. It's not like, I mean, if Anyway, let's stop the discussion. I don't want to go too deeper in detail. I think it's like an easy upgrade here. And then it's probably just a scrap because I don't want large items, and gumballs are... I don't need the gumballs. Like, gumballs are even expensive for the crit, and we have crescendo, so there's no reason. And then we still try to get like a upgrade here on the alpha ray probably. So let's try to get that. Lucky me, we got finally the upgrade. I mean, we lost 2 rounds, which means this is already like a little bit of a tough game MMR-wise, but we are in a good position. Okay, that is crazy. I have not had like a tipping on the tip. I just thought might want to have it available. Me just tipped 100 euros. That is like... That's like more money I make most of the times in a week, probably. Like at least in most weeks, except for 1 week. So that is that's an amazing support. Thank you so much. Thank you, really, thank you so much. I will probably somehow make a note and put it somewhere if you want to. Yeah, that is a lot. Like, that's like really a lot of money. I think I want to go for weapons over chocolate though. Upgrading the alpha ray is still like a pretty nice thing to do. And then it's probably just a temp boost to bully people here. And gold tier loot for feathers and stuff. I mean, I don't mind the crit. It's like a little bit earlier, therefore. I think I don't want to go too much into the discussion. Like, I think I have to stop myself there a little bit. I mean, we have a weapon, a vehicle and a weapon. So that is like 10%. Is that better over this one? I think so. It helps quite a bit, like not even just a little bit, it helps like amazingly a lot. If I get 10 city major damage passive, is it worth prioritizing? I think it probably is in most cases reasonable. I also think Curio here is though better quite a bit because I have slow and I have like haste. So I can make use of all the good stuff here. But I think like to back to that, yeah, I would prioritize quite a bit more. I think I can like roll a little bit for high roll potential. So Chris Army Knife that is freezing for a second is like basically a Chris Army Knife that is doing 4 seconds. Probably not good enough. Like the difference of like cooldown to our opponent is 1 second. Sure, it can hit the right targets, but it's still slow. And upgrading the GPU is like making us even more sure we have a perma-hasted board here. Yeah, me VIP, that is something I can do. Yes, that is definitely something I can do. That is a good suggestion, Solus. That you silver over arc and more procs. Okay, we got like manhandled here by a drill on day 9. Man, it's not going the way. What is that? It's a shiny power drill? Yeah, okay, it's a shiny power drill. I want to complain, but that is a shiny power drill. That's a little bit strong on day 9, my friend. And then you have like probably some skills enabling it. I mean, yeah. It's not my run. It's not my run. I think like my experience is that this is a very good setup. Like, I have like amazing times with this setup. I think it's like really good. And I prioritize the alpha ray because like it's still a decent amount of scaling. It's not that slow. Like, I have 2 cores that utilize it. Don't want to upgrade the ray though, speaking of the devil. Over skills. I don't think that is that needed. I'd rather get like freeze in to maybe, or like slow, to maybe win against that kind of stuff. Though it's really hard to win against a shiny power drill at that point. Yeah, let's just like take this and leave. I'm a little bit unhappy about that outcome there. Are skills and items equal in drop chance? It's a hot discussion. The answer is it's not completely clear. I think it is. We don't know yet though. And some other people that have a good reputation disagree. Like Alwest was at least last of my standing disagreeing on that. I think I want to reroll for knife tricks. This is bugged, unfortunately, otherwise it would be good here. So I have to take the Desperate Cleanse. It's definitely a low roll as far as the diamond skill goes. I think like Augmented Weaponry on day 10 is a little bit late. I think Petrifying Grace is maybe buying us with 2 seconds of freezer enough time. Let's see if I can get like a shield enchanted item that is worthwhile. I mean, that is a chrono barrier. Is that good enough? I mean, I'm gonna buy it. I don't think it's good enough as a golden chrono barrier though. I need maybe the shielded thing there was good enough, like the remote control. I skipped that probably too rashly. I still think I should get at least my 7th win here, and then maybe I should oopsie to the main menu. Just face an infinite icy power drill. Yeah, that kind of stuff needs to be forbidden, I agree. Like the well-oiled machine is just triggering once and twice and then stops working. So you just don't get like value out of it, basically. I think it's just a shield over our gumballs here. There's no value for gumballs. I mean, upgrading the core comes with 10% of health. I think I'm very inclined to 10% of health. It doesn't change anything, though, on the charging. I think that is like a little bit sad. Still think it is Curio here over Chocolate. Chocolate is falling off for once, and Curio has like increase on slow and stuff. Possible at least. I mean, I have the money, so I can buy everything that is there. Is there any cooldown reduction skill on the board? Nope. I think it's like relaxed just to buy ourselves a little bit leeway if we want to go for the next fight. Do we want to fight the dually here? Like I want to do. I mean, technically I shouldn't, because knife tricks is like probably a little bit stronger. But there's no knife tricks, so there's that. That's an Infernal Greatsword that gets like a lot of charging going on. Okay. Yeah, that is not winning against us here. I give him props for trying it out, right? I don't like gumballs, so I'd rather go shopping. Maybe I can high roll Chrono Barrier or Scrap Metal here. So is it ever gold skills over upgrading this Alpha Ray again? I think it is. And then it's just like freeze my opponent and annoy him a little bit. I don't think small items are necessarily it. I'd rather go for chocolate here. I also don't think I will ever use the metronome. Probably I will also not use any of those, so you can as well get like rid of them. I mean, is it ever Trash Titan or the Juggler? I mean, probably it is, right? It's just like too strong. Oh, I forgot about the Chrono Barrier. Yeah. I should have upgraded the Chrono Barrier there. I mean, yeah, straight up, that is on me. I think Courier is still better than the Dick side, just the outcome average is like a lot better here. And I should have upgraded the Chrono Barrier there, in all honesty. So unless it's a Pygmalion, it's a Vanessa. Oof. Want to try against a Vanessa here. I mean, in all honesty, don't think we're winning. Thank you, me, for gifting out sub to the community. Smokelingers, thank you so much. So do we think we are winning against the Vanessa? Let's just like prove you that like Vanessa's day 12 is like, and Pygmalion's just like the bane of existence. It's just a submarine though, and it's a dam. To be fair, we have at least a comparable item here. We're losing. I cannot even be mad about that. It's just like he has scaling and we don't, and he has haste and we don't, so. Oh damn. Yeah, oh damn. I mean, I don't care about the Radiant Beach Ball, to be honest, like. Oh yeah, I do, like, okay, it's like haste and stuff, to be fair. Fair. Man, like if you want to climb, you really need to concede early. Like day 10, I mean. Like, you cannot go for that bullshit. Only Dooley falls off, though. I mean, in all honesty, yes. yeah, it's probably only Dooley that falls off. But it's also like a bias because in the end, it's only the very strong Pygmalion Vanessas that survive the race. I would wager like the majority of Pygmalions Vanessas just like not getting to day 12. If I had to wager. Let's try it. Like, I don't mind. Like, we are maybe leaving the top 100 again, but that's okay. I mean, we'll probably left the top 100. That's a Radeon GPU. Okay. Yeah. It is what it is. Okay. Guys, I was like a little bit sick tonight, so I'm still top 100. So there's that. I was a little bit sick, and I made even anyway an 8-hour stream. So there's that in the end. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you had a great day. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you me for the gifted subs and also for the huge donation. I hope all you are doing well. I will look if there's like someone I am familiar with. Nope. So unfortunately, there's like no one streaming that I know, so I will not rate anonymously. So you have to just like pick out your new streamer. So there's that. Anyway, I wish you all a great day. I wish you all a good night or wherever you are. I thank you all for the follows, for the support, for the donation, for the subs. I hope you enjoyed the game. I hope you're having a great day. And hopefully see you around tomorrow. I think like I at least want to stream tomorrow. If it's possible, I will. So there's that. Yeah, thank you all so much. I love my community, like like honestly, it's like so nice to have like all this polite, helpful people gifting out like the beta keys and stuff. Being nice on the feedback. It really means a lot to me. So I wish you